Oh.
Welcome to TopstepTV. Up next is that Hoag guy and that other guy. Oh yeah, Horn. Hoag and Horn.
Welcome back, my friends. Welcome back, family. Welcome back, people of Earth. Welcome back, Top Step team. Nice to have you back, Johnny.
It's good to be back. It's always good to get away, but always good to get back. We missed Eddie. We had a lot of fun. It was a great couple of days, and we thought about you a lot.
Thank you very much. My phone was ringing off the hook. It was somebody's thinking about me. My phone was ringing. But good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Like I did say just a little while ago, and I'm saying it again. Welcome to Top Step TV. We are back here. It is Monday. How was your weekend? I hope it was relaxing, restful. Hope you did some time here, enjoying your own time and getting ready for this week. This is a big week this week, folks. This is what we've been waiting for. So this is opening call, and by the way, we're the Everly Brothers. He's Bill, I'm Don, and welcome to the show. So each and every day here, if you're new, we're going to bring you some education on trading, knowledge on trading, information on trading, tradertainment, a little fun. We'll have some laughs. So stick around and enjoy Top Step TV. So let's get moving here. Say hello to our good friend. And welcome back, Johnny. I'm happy to see you back here again. John, a.k.a. the Hoagland. Hello, Johnny. How are you today?
Good, Eddie. It's good to be back with you and good to be back with everybody. Yes, it's Monday again, September the 16th. And as always, our focus is accurate context, good risk management, and remaining patient in our trading. Got to say good morning to the top of the chat here. Good morning, C. Walsh, Anastasios, Samuel, Nick Nichols. Good to see you. Yabber Smack, Command.
There he is.
Matthew, Dan Trader, Samuel, Price,
Dan
Theo. Good to see you. And it's always great to be back with everybody. Good morning to each and every one of you.
Each and every one. And everybody. Well, let's get busy here. We got some news to share. And then we're going to get into charts and fire it up. U.S. stock futures are a little quiet here today. And the reason being the market is gearing up for that much anticipated Fed Reserve policy decision later this week. John will talk about that a little bit more. Uncertainty surrounds the Fed. What are they going to do? 25, 50? What's it going to be? Basis points reduction? We'll see. Elsewhere, former President Donald Trump once again ducked and dived, survived a second apparent assassination attempt. It's according to media reports, citing law enforcement officials. U.S. stocks pretty much quiet today as investors we're waiting for that Federal Reserve. So we did see the Dow contract up maybe close to 0.2%. Last time I checked, looks like it's moving just a little bit more. But anyway, pretty much S&P unchanged. NASDAQ has dropped down 0.4%. All three of the major averages advanced last week, ending trading on Friday's 2-week highs. That's what we are watching. And also, I'm fed up over the weekend. CME's group, closely monitored the Fed Watch tool, showed that there was a 59% probability of a 50 basis point cut, and obviously a 41% chance of a 25. And coming into Sunday, the odds were evenly split. So it's a coin toss. You know, what are they going to do? 50, 25? I think as long as we're here, they got to do something. Markets had placed a higher chance on the quarter point last week. That was reason being the slightly hotter than anticipated producer and consumer price growth in August. But reports are suggesting that the uncertainty remains around how the Fed approached the policy this month. Fed President Bill Dudley, said the case for the 50 basis point cut was strong. So anyway, also Boeing strike could drag on. Got the strike happening. 30,000 striking employees. push the aerospace giant to improve their pay and pension. Get them, guys. That's according to union leader John Holden. So that's what we have right now, and I'm going to pass the microphone over to Johnny the Hoag and see what he's got today. What do you got, Johnny?
All right. Well, I'm seeing a lot of questions and thoughts in the chat about why the equities did not roll over to the December contract just yet. With some recent changes, we know that it expires. The equities expire on Friday, right? It's supposedly quadruple witching on Friday. With some changes, the switch day is typically the Tuesday before expiration. So when I looked at the volume this morning, the volume is still slightly larger in the September contracts. That is why the September contracts for the equities have not rolled into the December. Tomorrow, everything will be December. I'll adjust all my levels so we'll know where the weekly kickoff levels are and everything for the December contracts in the equities. But as far as economic numbers, not a lot coming out today. 7:30, the New York Fed Manufacturing Index came out. A big positive, 11.5. That's the first expansion in that number in almost a year. Of course, it's not a very impactful number. Market's really not moving much because of that. At 10:30 today, we have the 3 and 6 month bill auctions. And then just to take a look here at the rest of the week, let me get the right thing up here where if I can find it. Well, let's just take a look at this one. So tomorrow we have retail sales, industrial production tomorrow as well. There is actually a talking Fed on the schedule for tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Time. Tomorrow is, of course, the beginning of the FOMC meeting. We do have a 20-year bond auction tomorrow. Crude stocks at 3:30. The API number is due out. The 18th, Wednesday, of course. We know that's when we're going to get the release of the information from the FOMC meeting. We've got housing starts numbers, buildings permits, and then, of course, the most important thing of the week, of course, will be the FOMC announcement at 1 p.m. Central tomorrow, and then, of course, the statement at 12:30 when Chairman Powell will tell us everything we need to know.
Oh, boy.
Thursday, yes. Thursday, we've got Philly Fed, U.S. existing home sales, a couple other minor things coming out. And then Friday, the 20th. Friday's the 20th, isn't that right? I am thinking, yes, it is. Nothing really impactful coming out on Friday. Don't forget, as usual on Wednesday, I think I forgot to tell you, yes, Wednesday is the EIA Petroleum Status Report. So equities roll to the December contract tomorrow. Crude oil is also in rollover. There's still a little bit more volume in the October contract. We'll be moving to the November contract, most likely tomorrow. But for other rollovers, currencies and treasuries have already rolled into the December contract. Hopefully you have as well. The VIX this morning is up about 3% at $17.11. Dollar index down slightly at 100.73. And the yield on the 10-year up a little bit, but still just 3.66%. And that's what we've got going for us as far as economic numbers today and through the week. It's going to be an interesting week. So be careful with everything in rollover and FOMC. I'm really going to be cautious, especially after just coming back to the markets after a few days away. Just going to get my bearings. Don't want to get biffed up before Wednesday, before I really start to see what's going on in these markets. Try and stay patient, folks. Try and stay patient. It's always a good idea. Patience pays.
Oh. Thank you, Johnny. Z. December is Z. Just so you know, you'll be putting that in your whatever market you're trading. Z is December. I'm just watching this crude right now, and I tell you honestly, the old woulda, coulda, shoulda. Yes, I was going to jump on that, but swing and a miss. Crude right now, well, earlier, close to flatline, but we are running high. We just busted the 70s. Gains were capped by the persistent concerns of slowing demand. Actually, whatever I've got to say here isn't going to make any sense, considering we are railing like an SOB here in crude. So anyway, I'm going to just sort of walk it off here right now. Right now, we're looking at 70.18 high and a 68.65 low here in our crew. And I'm going to pass it over to Johnny so we can get to the charts. But first, we've got tip of the week. What is that tip of the week? Yes, it is. There it is. Educate yourself. All right. It's about you. This is about you. All right. So, books on trading strategies, yes. Market analysis, risk management, books on psychology. We have a lot of that here on Topstep TV, so you don't have to sit there and read a book. We bring in psychologists. We talk about market strategies, risk management. So pay attention, take notes, and educate yourself. Johnny, what do you got?
Yes, of course. I've got a tall stack of books that I've bought and read. I mean, I've been at this for 30, 35 years, and I'm still continuing to learn, still remaining curious about, different strategies, different trading ideas. Markets change,
Hmm.
markets change people, and people change markets. So it's not only about market knowledge, it's self-knowledge as well. Very important to know yourself. So there's lots of great books out there, lots of great stuff and content that we have here on Topstep TV. Just remember, as long as you're in trading, you are in a learning process. As long as you remain in the markets, there is always more and more to learn, because as we all know, when we get the right answers, the markets are going to change the questions. So always be learning. Educating yourself is vital for continual, hopefully, profitability.
The market's a bum. We get the answers. They change the question. Sort of like high school. We get the answers, and all of a sudden you take the test, and wait a minute, this question wasn't. What's going on here? But we all passed, right? We all passed high school. All right, let's get busy here. Um, I think we've got everything going on. Let's get to our charts and let's get this show going, huh? Ready, Johnny?
Yeah, let's
All
do
right.
it.
What do you got for our contestants today?
All right, starting with the daily and the S&Ps. Yes, we're still on the September contract. We're looking at the December contract. All of my levels will be adjusted for that tomorrow. But just as a kind of a reminder, I've been out of the markets for a few days. Yes, the long time frame auction is still bullish. It's still to the upside. Medium time frame, we're looking at balance. We're starting to put a kind of a pennant formation or a flag formation in the long time frame, or as Dolby would call it, a Dorito. In the short time frame, we are in an uptrend. We put in the low here on September 9th, last Monday, and we've been pretty much rallying ever since. Now, volume has been actually pretty good. I'm looking at the volume down here. I haven't had the opportunity to review all the open interest information, but the open interest information during rollover doesn't mean all that much. Neither really does the volume. It becomes blurred. It becomes split between different contract months, and it becomes very difficult to read. One of the reasons why I'm very cautious during rollover, and I'm going to be cautious again today after being away from the markets for a few days. But yeah, S&Ps are kind of reaching critical levels here. I mean, if we were to go off the all-time high, off this high here, we're kind of getting pretty close to that trend line. So we're getting to kind of a critical levels here. And of course, as everybody is well aware, everything we do today is really going to be centered around what happens on Wednesday. Do they, cut rates by 1/4%? Do they cut rates by 0.5%? What is Powell going to say? All of this is just still yet to be known. Well, let's take a look at the 30-minute chart here and see if there's any help we can get here. All right. So overnight inventory in the S&Ps, I would say, is relatively flat. We haven't moved very far away from settlement. It looks like we're going to be opening in range and in value. Yet another reason for me to suggest to everybody, try and remain patient. Patient. We had a big up week last week. There were some past levels like late spikes and afternoon pullback highs. We really just ran through on Wednesday. We had a continuation move to the upside on Thursday and Friday, more of a consolidation, more of maybe some profit taking occurring on Friday afternoon, perhaps a little bit. But here we are, still just kind of hanging around there. So there's very, very little change in the perception of value of the S&Ps. No overnight inventory. Try and stay patient. Remember, it is rollover. Remember, it is FOMC week. Look for just your prime opportunities. Maybe look at the overnight low. Maybe look at the overnight high for some extremes early in this session and early in the week this week. The profile on Friday was a normal variation, neutral. Opening range was left at the low of the day, indicating buyer control, and I believe that to be true. We do have something that I'm kind of looking at here, an afternoon pullback low from Friday at 56.21 even. I'm going to leave that on this chart, so I remember that is possibly an important level for an opportunity, perhaps this fine Monday. Looks to be right around the low of value as well. So there's a little bit of confluence there. Afternoon pullback lows can sometimes be a decent level of support, or if it breaks, another opportunity in the opposite direction. So again, overnight inventory, mixed, flat, if you want to say, inside range, inside value, stay patient. And I know you guys hear me say that a lot, and it just rings so important to me. Now, this is the NASDAQ. Look at where this trend line comes in now, off the all-time high, off this recent high. We're right up against that trend line again. Is it going to be resistant? It certainly seems to be providing a degree of resistance. If we go a little bit further out, of course, we know that the market is in a long time frame, long-term trend to the upside, medium time frame, range bound. And in the short time frame, yes, we had a big rally last week, but it's taking us right back to that trend line now. It's given us 1, 2, 3, now 4 points of contact on the daily chart up against that level. The more often it's reached, the more likely I think it is probably to be breached. But until that happens, I think we're looking at opportunities for potential opportunities for executions up against that level. We'll see that on the 30-minute chart here right now. All right, so here is that trend line coming across Friday's session, resistance, overnight session, resistance, pulling lower. This market is certainly presenting as weaker than the S&Ps this morning. We're starting to see some overnight inventory that's already kind of leaning to the short side. We're going to be opening below value, below any afternoon pullback low that we might have been looking at. So the market is certainly looking a lot weaker in the NASDAQ than the S&Ps. I was, kind of really hoping that we might have an opportunity to look for an execution up against this trend line at some time today, and we still may get that. The profile Friday, I should say, a normal variation day, neutral opening range, the dead ass low of the day. Buyers were in control the better part of the day on Friday and Thursday and Wednesday. We've come a long way in a short period of time, starting to see a little bit of a pullback now. Crude oil, or shot out of a cannon here this morning, as Eddie was mentioning. All right, so last week's weekly kickoff low in the October contract remains the weekly kickoff low. That will be adjusted tomorrow when we do move into the November contract. November is X. So we pulled down there last week. We couldn't. It was too cheap. Buyers came in, sellers backed off. We pulled off that level nicely. We added 13,000 in open interest on Friday. But again, because of rollover, that's very difficult to put into any contextual or directional kind of place, right? So today should be the last day for October, of course. I mean, we might even be looking at a little bit higher volume in November now. Still a little bit more in October. So probably tomorrow, the November contract, everything will, of course, be adjusted. But yes, last week, weekly kickoff proved to be too cheap for sellers. Buyers came in, long time frame structure, trending lower. I'm calling this long time frame structure because this takes us all the way back to the April highs, lower lows, lower highs, lower lows. The structure is still to the downside. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart and see if we're going to get any help from this. Market really trading right back to last week's high of 70.32. Overnight inventory was really kind of flat. Once the market opened up, we saw some of those buyers coming back into this market. So we did see a decent pullback on Friday. Probably some long liquidation occurred on Friday. It did put in a double distribution day to the downside, but overall value still remained higher. So this was probably long liquidation. A lot of those longs looking possibly to get back into this. Interesting level right now with that last week's high at 70.32. There was also a poor high from the 6th of September up here. Look where the market targeted that before the sellers came in and started to take profits. Week high up here got targeted on Friday. We also now have a week low from the 12th down here, right around 67, 88, 85 approximately is where that is. So if we can't continue to push above Friday's high, we start pulling back, a pullback towards that poor low that we put in on Thursday could certainly be targeted in the opposite direction. But I don't want to fight this. I'm not fighting anything. I'm more of a lover than a fighter. So I'm not going to be trying to fight anything here. Let's take a quick look at gold and we'll get down to business here this morning. So finally, after 15, 16, 17, 18 days in balance, finally on Thursday, we broke out above that balance on some pretty decent volume in gold. We've been saying that this gold market has more legs to the upside, and it certainly showed its teeth again when it broke out of this area of balance. Remember, balance to breakout rules. If breakouts fail, you go in the opposite direction and you look for price to return to the low end of the area of balance. But Thursday, we saw some pretty decent move. We saw some pretty decent volume on that push to the upside. That was a successful breakout from balance, and those are things that we want to go with. We're still in that mode where we don't know how far this market can go. So today we're monitoring. If we're already long, we're monitoring for continuation to the upside because the upside structure still remains in longer, medium, and shorter time frames right now. Take a look at the 30. All right. So we did leave a gap down below. There's plenty of weak structure down below in this market, but that weak structure is only going to become important when it becomes important. So the breakout above balance was again good. Overnight inventory, what are we looking at? We're looking at flat. We're sitting right at settlement, but really kind of holding above value. Overnight low, overnight high might be some interesting areas to look for some potential opportunities, as it's already set up the overnight range. Low 26.0120. The market opened, rallied, pulled back to that level, and it has not been able to breach that level, even with another attempt on Friday, another attempt of that last night. That area to me looks like kind of an interesting area for, again, a potential execution. The profile normal variation neutral. Normal variation neutral usually means that the market has used up a lot of its ability to facilitate trade in that area, and it may go looking for new levels to facilitate trade. Take your deep breath, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you remain humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And as always, pray for peace every day. Eddie, that's what we got.
It, Johnny. I like it. I like it a lot. All right. We're going to take a time out here. Fast market's coming up. Yes, it is. Get yourself buckled in. Star of Market Kickoff, Nick Vertick's going to be with us. Also, Coach Dakota, star of Slow Markets, and hosted the TopstepTV Wednesday through Friday. Yes, that guy. Nick Vertick, our number 9th ranked funded trader, and of course, Coach Dakota, number 6th ranked funded trader. So don't go away. We'll be right back with Fast Markets. Johnny, I will meet you at the water cooler. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get our top step, the unusual suspects in the gate. Here we go. Welcome back, guys. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. Welcome.
We are open.
Oh, shit, we're up. Welcome, everybody, to TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets, blah, 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 blah. We are open. Let's go. Ooh, I like that new Yeti, Michael. See some sellers
like
coming here.
How about this new thing?
Oh, yeah. That looks good with the green screen. Anyways, Hoag, what are we looking at here on the open on FOMC week, baby? What's up, Ed? What's up, Hoag?
Well, different stories here in the S&P and the NASDAQ. S&P is opening in the middle of range, in the middle of value, right at settlement. NASDAQ, however, is already down 115, 116 points, opening below value, below settlement. What I want to show you, Andre, is if you look at this daily chart, look at this trend line off the all-time high, off the recent high to right where we are now. I was really hoping for an opportunity up against that level here early in the session, but look at the overnight, traded to it, resistance. It's already taking to the downside. So if we were going to short something, I would have to say we would be looking for the NASDAQ, but it's rollover. Tomorrow we'll be trading the December contract. The volume is split evenly between both of those contracts right now in all of the equities, and it's FOMC meeting this week. So, you know, I'm really, especially after being off for the last three, 4 days, I'm going to try and stay patient, look for better opportunities as the day goes on. Opening range Still inside of it in the NASDAQ. We took a look above it in the S&Ps. Here's the S&Ps. Here's the profile. Here's value. Value high 56.38. Value low 56.2175. Right in the middle of it, right at the points of control. I wouldn't be touching the S&Ps with anybody's money right now. A little bit of a different story here in the NASDAQ. Value where we opened below it. We've left the opening range at the low of the session. There's lots of repair to kind of look at from Thursday and Wednesdays upside sessions. I'm trying to stay patient here. We've already taken out yesterday's low in the NASDAQ. So I don't know what these guys are seeing, but if I were going to be selling anything, it would probably be the NASDAQ.
All right, well, let's ask them. What are these guys seeing? Shout out to Dakota. Shout out to Nick for a tick. Holding down the fort last week as we were in a conference up in beautiful Wisconsin. So let's start with Coach Dakota. Marathon session last week. Thanks for filling in. What are you seeing today, Dakota?
Yeah, just like Hoag said, it's rollover. Not only is it rollover, it's Monday. We have FOMC on Wednesday, and then so Monday and Tuesday is just going to be a bit of a mess. I mean, that's what we could expect, right? But anything can happen. We are starting to sell off here, breaking through these 400s. I could see us reaching these 340s, 320s. We basically erased Friday, erasing Thursday. The low of Thursday is going to be right around, what was this, 19? No, that's low of Wednesday. Low of Thursday is right here at 350s, right? 350. No, we broke through Thursdays.
Here we go. Catch an ES short.
Yeah.
Trying to catch up to the NASDAQ.
And QES selling off here at YM. Shout out to Cannon, just doing what YM does.
Apple's down
right.
3 3/4, and so is NVIDIA.
All right, cool. Nick for a tick, what are we seeing there? We got the house account open. MP's got the keys to the house account right now. We're leaning on these guys here, Nick for a tick and Dakota. Give some trades, NQ and ES. What do we got, Nick?
The same thing. I'm going to be a little hands off. We had talked about last night, I expected to roll over yesterday. We were still seeing pretty split volume. In fact, I think even the U is still leading to start the session so far, but I'm sure that'll change as things settle in. So for me, sitting on the hands a little bit, albeit looking for maybe this new range. We basically had a similar volume profile for the last 2 weeks once we broke that old balance range where we were kind of sitting right now in ES. But you had some pretty good, a one-way type trade 2 weeks ago to the downside, and then almost a inverse of that last week to the upside. If you look at those two volume profiles from the last 2 weeks. So the question, I guess, will be, is this a new range that we are starting to establish in? We'll see, but for the most part, the weakness in the NASDAQ, I'm not kind of shocked by. I wouldn't be surprised if we retrace a portion of those last 2 weeks range, more or less, and kind of make a decision from there. Given its FOMC, given its roll week, given its options expiration, it's a great week to get chopped up. So be patient and look for better trades, as Hoag likes to say.
Sounds like we are in a range, and yes, FOMC is Wednesday. But yes, like Nick Fertick was saying, and Dakota, stay patient. MP, welcome back. Got the keys to the Ferrari, to the house account. We're going to be leaning on these two right here. Pull the trigger on some good trades, find some good levels here. But in the meantime, MP, what do you do when you've been away from the markets for a few days? How do you get back into your routine when it comes to trading it up?
Trading 101. I do exactly what the two guys, two of our top guys just said right there. Take your time, slow roll it. It's also a Monday. You're out of tune. I'm looking at. I've been out of the markets all last week. I just kind of had my ear on with you guys, and then also when the takeover happened last week. But yeah, no, it's nice and easy. It's a marathon. It's not a race. The whole line, and it's an opportunity to make your machine. That whole line, those are still there. Those are still present. So give it some time.
Yeah. Whole market's just turning red this morning.
Yeah, it is. What's up with that, Dakota? What's going on here?
I tested my hotkeys.
Monday.
It cost $78.
I heard something back there.
$78 to test my hotkeys
for a dusting, eh?
For dusting.
Did you guys notice how late ES was
The sell off
on the bear?
Yeah.
NASDAQ took off to the downside. ES, good opportunity to hit the short there.
Oh, yeah.
Take a look at the tilt.
Eddie.
Yeah, Eddie.
You up there.
Good to hear your voice.
We're talking about you. Good to hear your voice.
Glad you guys
Dakota,
Should we
what was
short a
that?
bounce? We short rallies today?
Well, let's talk
It
about
remains
that.
to be
How do you
seen.
determine? Go ahead, Nick. How do you determine that? If you're going to short a bounce or sell a rip? What? Or I'm sorry, sell a rip, same thing. Or buy the dip. What goes into that thought process, Nick?
It really depends. I guess momentum is a big portion of it. Just watching time and sales, kind of seeing who's in control. Is it kind of pacifying? Do you see more short covering that kind of gives you a reoffer to potentially sell? So for me, it really kind of depends. Another interesting thing is gold, or not gold, crude finally putting in a bottom off that like 65 type level from the end of last week, and now well into the 70s, basically shot out of a cannon pretty much in the pre-market there. So there might be some better markets to trade as we are kind of, between and split the two contracts right now. There might be better liquidity on some of the other instruments. So I'm kind of, like I said, we're going to be a little hands off here this morning, but I would not be shocked to see buyers on the NASDAQ step in, around 19,300. So a little bit lower than kind of where we made that low. Could be a spot that we could find, new buyers kind of coming in and potentially forming a little bit of a bottom to the early part of the session.
All right, 19,300 and Q. Whoa, they started buying it up at the 26s. We're gonna wait for 300s. The buyers stepped in at 326. It's popped up to 377. Oh, that was about a 50
I'd be
point
okay to
bounce
look
right
for a short around these 400s.
there. On 400s, MP check mark 19,000
Got it.
400 short. One check mark. Where would we have the risk there, Dakota?
For me, it's just let's see how we react if we
Okay.
do get up there.
Yeah, good adjustments last week, guys. I know somebody in here said it was better just having less opinions. The two primary guys, whenever we have on our folks, these are our top traders here at Topstep, Dakota and Nick Furtick.
Leaderboard. I'm the leaderboard, man.
Leaderboard,
The real deal.
yeah, the real leaderboard.
This is the real deal right here.
Real deal.
Leaderboard, you're legit.
Yeah, if you're not on the leaderboard,
What Dolby say?
What-
Don't talk. Don't come talking to Dolby.
I don't
You're
care.
not.
Yes, it was. We're on the bus. He's like, man, if you're an influencer, you're not on the leaderboard. I don't care. I'm like, what? I like that.
Oh, there's something to that as well. There's something to
Yes,
that.
it is.
Dakota and I really influencers, though. I just think we're traders.
Well, you're getting it. You're
I feel
getting
like
to
we're
point where
kind of the
people are
two
gonna listen to
opposites
you.
of that, where we're on the leaderboard, but we're not influencers because I'm not influencing. I'm just, participating and helping on TopstepTV because I like doing it. I'm not out here
What about
pumping a bunch
mentoring?
of random things.
Coaching, mentoring. What's the
Push back
better word?
real
Yeah, no, I
quick.
hear
Got a
you.
word.
You push
Kind of
back
a nerd
real
word.
quick on the influencing thing.
I'm not.
I'm not saying you are.
Coach Jay and I had some in-depth discussion on this, Nick. We're like, because we started off in Discord and we started learning everything, and we're traders learning how to become influencers or mentors in this space. I learned a lot last week running the stream for sure.
You guys were coaches. You guys were
You guys got
coaches.
mad respect for a production team, don't you? Mad respect for the guys and girls that are all putting the show together. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. But the chat says I'm only an influencer when I threw the cowboy hat and shades on Friday.
Definitely. I saw that black cowboy hat. That
Might
thing
have
was pretty
influenced
nice.
somebody on what they're wearing that night, Nick, on what you wore that day. That was a good look.
Probably.
You saw it.
Yeah, you're out line dancing here in Fort Worth. I'm
Oh, yeah,
sure
you
someone was
Oh, yeah,
influenced
you
by
are.
that look.
He can do a two-step.
No, Nick Dolby said it well. He said it well. Homegrown, baby. And that's what we want to do here at Topstep. So then you guys do not, everybody here, myself included, do not get led astray by somebody who is a great talker, but not can't go out there and an executor. And that's why the leaderboard really helps show who's here, who's right now, who's seen it, and trading it well.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we wanted to share. We had some good conversations over the bus ride that spilled over into the resort, that spilled over into the evening. Still feel
Good.
like it's
Yeah, you guys always need a.
And Dakota, Nick, yes, you are influencers, whether you know it or not.
I guess so.
Yep. Hoag. Yep.
Begrudgingly
we can put
accepts
this-
reality.
Yeah, Johnny's been an influencer for many.
Oh,
I mean, when you
he-
talk about Eddie and Hoag, they've talked to thousands. I'm telling you, thousands, like thousands of traders. Hey, tell me what's going on? Blah blah blah. Well, this is how and then end up building. And yeah, sure, it's influencers maybe more for the masses, mentorships more for the one-on-one. They did a blend of both of those. So, Johnny, you were the first influencer, I would say.
Really, Hoag. You were
Actually,
the
Hoag,
first
actually,
influencer in this space.
Eddie would be Squawk Radio.
Eddie.
Yeah.
Eddie was not
Yeah.
the first influencer. I'm
You know,
not-
as long as you're sharing positive views, and I think that's what a perfect influencer, mentor, coach. I mean, you can list them under all the same topic, the same names.
Yeah.
As long as you're sharing positive experiences with people that are looking for this kind of experience, and please tell me. I mean, it's like, when you're a little kid learning Little League. Coach, how do you throw a curveball? He's influencing you to show you how to do it the correct way.
Now they do all have influencers, Eddie. Just go to TikTok and learn how to throw a baseball. It's from an
boy.
influencer.
There you
Oh,
go.
boy.
There you go.
TikTok, you go to
Oh.
YouTube.
All right, guys, we're looking at
Don't
these
even-
19,400s.
Don't even get me started on the Bears. Not yet.
Yeah. That was
The
tough
Chicago
watch.
Bears?
That was a tough watch. Yes,
Big Bears fan over here.
Those
Big Bears.
Packers.
Chicago Bears,
pulled
my
that
Green Bay
out.
Packers are tied. At the end of the day.
Goodness.
Rather be the
Wow.
Packers. All right,
We get some
19,000. Hey, we got
Right.
we still like those 19,400s here at Dakota. We've got a guy we're trading 19,377 in the NQ. You perhaps looking to dip a toe in the water at the 400s, or you just
Yeah,
want to see how the
no, I
market
mean,
reacts to the
It's
400s?
still valid. Just waiting to see how the market reacts. Right now, it's going to be like hit the zone, like 400 to 417. But we are maybe making a higher low here this morning. We just at peak first 5 minutes, we came down to these 330s, rallied up to 380s. We made a higher low, maybe at 360s. Let's see how this market reacts.
this your-
I'm not
Is your
opposed to a
3-bar
short.
reversal in play? Dakota, is your 3-bar reversal in play?
Oh, always.
I like to hear. I like to hear. All right,
I'm not
MP.
seeing anything. I'm
Nick
watching.
for a tick.
I'm monitoring.
We're listening to Nick for a tick and
All right.
Dakota for house account trades. Last trade in the NQ 19,386. These guys are going to be watching what happens at the 400s here as we approach 19,400 in the NASDAQ. Looking at the tilt, nothing really showing. 64% long in the NQ. YM 71% short. This is roll week. This is FOMC week. Oh, how many points are they going to cut by? They're going to cut by 25 points. They cut by 50 basis points this Wednesday. Take a look at Fed Watch tool. We could talk about that later. I'm sure Jack's had one eye on that as well. Really going to do 50 basis points this Wednesday?
We're up
Can
to
also-
63% on the 50 basis point
Jack,
cut.
this is getting
So
crazy,
it's been
man.
moving. A lot
is
of the
getting a little
banks,
crazy.
a lot of the
Yeah.
bond folks have been jawboning them, trying to make the 50 the reality.
Is that what's happening?
Make your
This
own
is-
reality, people.
Yeah.
I don't.
There you go. All right, coming into these 19,400s. Last trade, 19,388. Nothing let the tilt. MP, keep an eye on the tilt as well as I know you always will. See the upper left-hand
Well,
corner
well,
of the screen. You know the drill right now. Hashtag Fast Markets. Hit us up at Twitter. Hit us up at X. Share some cool stuff you want us to turn around to the community here in about a couple hours, whether it be swag, performance analytic dashboard, trader setup station, anything you want us to share with the community. Memes, of course. We love those. You guys make fun of us. We love that as well. Again, at hashtag Fast Markets at Topstep. Okay, MP. We got to those 400s. Never got to the 400s, Dakota.
Yeah, I know. I'm thinking. I'm looking short around here.
Okay.
You see anything, Nick, on your end?
No, it's the
Because
same
it's-
general area up here. I'm just
I wouldn't be opposed to a
Let's go.
short on a break below 375.
it's getting a little jumpy, to be honest.
And Apple's still holding below 3%. Nvidia's 2.5. I'm gonna go ahead and hop into a short 378.
370, how many times? 378.
Just two micros. I mean, This is very small position, but I see it set up. I'm not very confident in it.
Is this
I'd
house account
rather
worthy? Or is this more of a tester?
No, this is
This
a
is
tester for me. This is
uh,
one
this
where if
is
it does sell
yeah.
off, I'm in it, but it's not an amazing setup.
Not Dakota. I am seeing some iceberging down at these lows in ES too.
Ooh.
Nothing crazy about 2000 or maybe 2700 negative delta, pretty much at these around these lows between
Yeah.
5620 to 5618. So it could
Yeah.
be a rough bottom trying to form, which is the only thing that makes me concerned about not wanting to short 400s right now. Are we just going to kind of range day to start the session?
Yeah, I
a
definitely
pretty
see
tight
that. There's
range.
a lot of volume down there, and I'm definitely seeing some icebergs down there.
Yeah, I
All
scratched.
negative
I
delta.
scratched that one.
Yeah, that was the only thing shaking me out of wanting to jump in with Dakota there. You know, albeit I would have probably wanted to get a little higher, but we're kind of holding that low, and we have been since, you know, breaking the opening range low or the 5-minute opening range, and kind of just hanging down at that low. So it could be a long right here on ES, or it could have been in the 20s.
I'm gonna wait.
Yeah.
All right, just
This is a
in
bit of a-
general, let's throw up a poll real quick. Just in general, let's take a temperature of the chat. Just see over on the day, bullish or bearish NQ. Not necessarily for the house. I just want to take the temperature of the chat, Michael. See what the chat's thinking.
Yeah,
Throw up a poll. Just
a little more
bearish.
specific. A little more specific. What, like close at the end of the day? In the next hour,
Good question.
we're higher from here.
Okay. Good question.
We'll give the autonomy. We'll give that autonomy and empower the who's ever on poll creation right now.
We got Dolby time up there.
Yeah, I mean, tilt right now is on the fence, 50-50, basically
showing.
across the board here.
Yeah, nothing showing.
It's also one of those roll weeks where I do back adjusted moving averages inside of some of my charting. But if you look at the moving averages, I think you have the 20, the 50, and the 100. Let me double check these dates for these.
All right, it's above the 400s.
Okay, 400s. Just 400s right here.
Yeah, I'm talking.
Yeah, the 50, 20-day moving average and the 100-day moving average are all within like 100 points on NQ. So also could be why we may just kind of pin.
I jumped into a short
right now
at 416. Still 2 micros. Let's see if we could get some market structure to reverse in this zone.
Right.
Yes, making a nice run top side north.
What price?
I got short Dakota behind you on the house account, 5 lots, just because you're on a micro guy, and I know you're testing the waters.
Fair enough.
I like it.
We're around the 11s, 19, 4, 11. You just let me know how you're managing that trade.
I like this.
Yeah, if I do anything else, shout it out.
All right, MP, what price did the house account get?
11s.
11.
19,411 even.
Short 5 times. 19,411. It's a quick.
The house account, guys, this is backing the ideas of our traders in our community. Most importantly, the ones that are on the top of the leaderboard. And there will be rain and there will be sun. There will be winners. There will be losers.
Rain or shine, Michael.
Taking notes.
Rain or shine. You got to go to check mark.
What are you looking for now? Okay, the house account got behind, and I know you're dipping a toe in. This is dipping a toe in for you, 2 micros, and the house account's short 5, which is a dip toe in for our house account micro experience. What are you looking for as far as like what's going to tell you you're wrong? What's going to kind of validate either adding or covering?
Yeah, so I'm watching this market. I'm watching the 100-tick chart, and I've zoomed into the 1-minute chart to see how price reacts around this zone. This is a major support and resistance zone of the last day or so, later last week. And so if we see some type of reversal like consolidation and then breakdown below, say, 400s even, then I might consider adding to this, like a breakdown below 400s even, and see if we could have a continue, maybe a move down. And I'm not looking for a new low of day. I'm just looking for maybe a higher low on, say, a 1-minute or a 5-minute time frame, maybe a test of these 360s, 370s. But this is an interesting zone. If we do start to sell off, it would make sense. It would be at a support and resistance zone. But yeah, it's like we just said Monday, Tuesday, right before FOMC. Anything can happen. I also do like the Apple's holding down -3%. Nvidia's holding down -2.25%. So that does have a little bit of an effect.
Okay.
I wonder if any of that has to do with the poor pre-order data that came out with the new iPhone. I don't think anyone was shocked by, but
What was it, Nick?
Seems basically just not as much interest, and you're seeing that kind of growth of pre-orders year over year. You're just not seeing that continue. Nobody wants the same exact phone, maybe with an albeit slightly better camera. There's just no innovation. I keep making this joke about Apple for the last months on TopstepTV. It's just you haven't seen it. And I kind of like the market finally calling their bluff of being like, we really haven't innovated. You're not really growing as much as you used to. So it's just not the bellwether that it probably had been in the past. Makes sense why even I think Warren, Daddy Buffet himself decided to lower his position a little bit.
Daddy Buffet. Oh, I miss you, Nick for a tick. That was well done.
They need to focus on. I'm real quick one. They need to focus on a speaker. Get a damn speaker so I don't have to put it in. Like we were out in the golf cart, I had to put it in something that echoed back.
Yep.
I want to whoever I'm golfing with. I want to let everybody just with a touch of the button. We're all jamming out, Caddyshack style on the golf course on the fairway.
Nick, that was a great catch. Seeing those icebergs in the S&Ps.
Mm-hmm.
You guys want to take a look at my chart? There's something else there too
that added my short.
My good friend Amanda pointed out to me. You see this afternoon pullback low from Friday, 56.21. Went maybe three points below it. That's where those iceberg orders were, and we've been rallying ever since. Amanda, that was great eyes, and Nick, great vision on that too.
That came in quick. It wasn't a lot, like nothing insane, but it definitely kind of just built right at that low, and then we just shot out of a cannon right out of it. So
yeah, and then we got that confluence with that afternoon pullback low from Friday.
Coda, what are you short average price from? And
416.75. I did add right here on this break right around 19. 419s.
We're still with the same 5-lot short back in your trade.
Yeah,
it is floating around this area.
Yeah, I will be tempted to close if we do break above this pivot right here at 28, 29, which we might just be getting there. Yeah, I'm out.
You were basically just, I guess I sold off, or I went short on Friday around that 56.40 rejection. I think I got 38.50, 38.75s on an ES short. So we're coming right back into that area. And if you guys remember from the old market prep, or even just looking at volume profile from a longer time frame, this is like a 15, 20 point range of a point of control on ES that has provided us. Let me jump back to a 1 hour or 4 hour.
ES catching a bit still.
It was catching.
Looking at this, that's a lot of volume to work through, which is why we've kind of been stuck around that range.
What level was that?
Basically 56.30 to 56.40 MP.
Okay. All right, cool.
Just the top of that high volume node.
Pretty much down there when we were trading 19,400 10s.
Yep, nice.
So it's sitting above the 400s. So Dakota, you're calling the 400s of like something around the 400s making a move. It was sitting there.
Yeah, zone. It's a decision zone. Support resistance, right? Whether we're going to break down below that or if we break above it. I was playing the short side because of this momentum and this sell-off this morning.
Mm-hmm.
We just immediately rejected.
Quick return on the poll here. We were trading on those 19,400s like the fellas were just talking about. We bullish or bearish for the morning session? 59% bullish. We were trading on 19,400s. Currently trading 19,439. The bulls are in control for the time being. Question here from Jimmy C for Nick for a tick. What software do you use for iceberg orders, Nick for a tick?
So there's a number of ways to look at them. That in itself is just delta by price inside of MotiveWave for me, but you can see them in Bookmap. You can see them, a variety of ways. Hoag, I don't know if you have another good way if you, let's say, don't have some of that capability inside of your charting software, because obviously we want this in Topstep X really bad. So hopefully that comes soon. But are there any other ways that you can think of to kind of read this, whether it be on time and sales or just other ways you could kind of interpret it that way?
Well, it's delta by price, and that's what the thing that I see on my market profile, volume profiles on T4, and really looking forward to getting it on Topstep X. I know we've been working towards it, and it's going to be great when we get that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's how I look at it: is delta by price.
Hey guys, speaking of price,
way to do it.
The price is extremely, not the price, but the buy is extremely long. Extremely long getting up here. We just had that push up through VWAP on the NASDAQ.
Yes, we did.
Yep. Yeah, I see that. We just ran through to 460, immediate rejection down to 430s.
75% long in the NQ average price. MP, what do you got for average price in the NQ? Average long price, 19,413. 413. Last trade, 437. Yep.
If that starts to build, if it goes 19,414 or 19,415, and it still stays heavy long bias, I've seen this before, and we're talking about the tilt. It's rolling on the very top of your screen. The bias kind of pushes the action rather than the markets fading them.
Yeah, I did get into this short again from 430.
430 MP, you get it. Boom. 432s.
Yep.
Or 5.
Yeah, so we're there with short 5 times from 32.5.
32 hook.
80% long, 75% long.
Wow.
We gave it a good run up.
These are having a little bit of difficulty holding above the overnight high, so be cautious if you're long up there.
Thank you, Hoag.
I'm just looking to test to where we were at, like these 415s, 417s, that zone.
All right. Take a look. We watch your tilts. Should we run a poll here, MP, on this one?
Let's run polls. I like running polls. Tis the season to run polls.
Yeah.
Lots of polls are being run.
That time of year, weather's getting cool.
Yeah, it's fall, Dakota. Get your pumpkin spice
yeah.
lattes ready to go, Michael.
Pumpkin spice.
I'm going to be on the golf course a lot more.
All golf is beautiful. All golf is
Get
beautiful.
shut down.
Hey, Dolby time if you want. House account. Q 19,432. I just want to say long, short, if you don't mind. There, Dolby time. Great seeing everybody up in Wisconsin last week. Great team building. Great camaraderie. Vibes are at all-time high.
Somebody asked
we were
in
watching
here,
these
are you guys yeah. Somebody asked in here, are you guys brokers? Absolutely not. We are prop traders, a prop firm. We are not a brokerage firm by any stretch of the imagination. We do partner up with a bunch of brokerage firms. Somebody else just says, I'm getting Dakota for my signals. I am not getting Dakota for my signals. The house account is getting our funded traders that are on the live leaderboard for its signals. Not my account. I've retired my account. I am a washed up trader that is backing other more talented traders. Other more talented
You're not
traders.
washed up, MP.
I learned instead of picking trades, I'm going to pick the ponies. Find great traders. Did that back in 2010 when we created the industry. I'm like, there's got to be somebody more talented, more smarter, blah, blah, blah. I've been trained since I was 1997. Sheesh. Yeah. Have it account for 20 years without ever making a deposit in it. That was the count I just.
It's pretty good. All right.
Washed up. What's the definition of that word? Just
ask him, Dakota.
I don't know. You know why I said it? Because I'm starting to see a lot of these these old football players, McAfee and things like that, on their little profile. It says washed up NFL, punter for 9 years in the season, something like that. I'm like, yeah, I like it.
LeBron's been washed up for 10 years, and he's still scoring pretty good.
He ain't washed.
I'm a washed big tech consultant, so it's all good.
Are we all washed?
That one doesn't hurt so bad, huh?
No,
that one's fine.
That was fun with me.
We were watching you guys. I think you saw that. We were watching you guys All of Top Step was watching you guys hold down the fort last week. Big company-wide meeting. Before we started, we had Nick Furtick and Coach Dakota up there.
How did it go? Did you guys? I mean, I know you had some fun doing offsite stuff. Meetings good. Everyone, feel like it was a good week to go to get together. And I used to have a lot of those type of offsite meetings back in that old washed up world that I'm coming out of. And sometimes they were valuable. Sometimes I felt like this could have been an email type. Some of those 3-day sessions. But I would imagine for you guys, it probably brought a lot of value.
We don't work. Dakota, keep you posted on this trade. We don't work on when we get together.
Good.
And there's 100 and something of us that were there. 2 mega buses that were like rolling. It felt like Boiler Room, less the Boiler Room, but in the same industry, the trading world. Of the 2 buses, the very beginning of the movie Boiler Room, everybody's kind of on the bus going wild. We have 100 new people. Like, I think it's like 100 new. And getting to know them, I'm like, name tags everybody. And of course, I'm the boss. So I'm like, where's your drink? Let's have a good time. Like, I'm looking at it as like, we're at a picnic together. Like, we're shooting the breeze. Yeah. I mean, work picnic. My old man used to have those at his company too. Work picnic. They're so much fun.
It was very good.
Yeah. So and then it's just like all the old legacy folks or founding teams and all that get to know and get careful what
legacy folks.
and then a lot of the new folks in there, and they're blending together. We did a couple team building events. That was really cool.
That was fun.
All
right, here comes
how
the
you like
sellers,
this?
MP.
Here we go, MP. Here we go.
I was trying to get
Dakota. Talk to us, Dakota. Here we go.
I'm looking to join bid right here. I joined bid at close sum at 48.
I took 2 off.
All right.
Nice. Let's see if we
All
get
right,
any follow through.
House account short.
If there's no follow through and it comes and hangs out above the 50s again,
I dare say
I should say just any level because I'm the washed up guy. What are you thinking right now?
This could have been an email.
This could have been an email.
Go ahead, Dakota. MP update the house account position short 3 right now. Short 3.
You did just short 3 now. Yeah, we scraped a couple off, and Dakota is looking at that.
Yeah, you were able to get some off. I didn't get out of as much as I wanted to right there.
You joined bid. I heard you say join bid. It was moving really fast, and I did a couple market orders.
Nice. No! I joined bid right at 07.5, and it didn't fill.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Well, I don't know if it really would have mattered. I got 18, so it's like, I don't know.
Nice.
Slippage happens.
You put that on a shirt.
Slippage
happens.
It sure does.
What else did we went golfing? We drove all the way out there. Or sorry, we got bussed all the way out there from Chicago to the retreat or Lake Lawn. What place? I don't know.
What is it, Michael? Where do we go, Michael? Where do we go?
No. Lake Lawn Resort. We all got out there.
Yeah.
There was no drinks on the bus. When we got there, then we had a golf. All of us did a scramble. It was awesome. And of course, I was buying bunch of shots. So those mini bar shots and leaving them in the pin.
All right, here the buyers just stepped in there, man. That was the cover.
Casual 50-point rip
Okay.
off that.
Yeah, it was Nick.
What
How
do we
about that? Man, welcome to
I'm
the
still
net.
looking for us to consolidate. Maybe some more chop between 30 and 50. 430, 450.
All right, last trade 19,000. What do we see? We saw 75% long for around 19,413. 19,413. We saw about 75% long in the NQ.
Yep.
They got puked out just to see push higher here. So it's quick, right? How that one happened, Michael.
Yeah, it is. Till 69, 70% long.
% long. Let's go look at some of them. Oh, here we go. Just to recap that house account NQ 19,432. The poll 51% like longs from 432. Thank you, Dolby. 78% long now in the NQ. I'm going to tell average price 425, about 25 points in the money.
JD, you were correct. Only the team behind me took advantage of me doing that multiple times, and that was Jack.
Nice to be Jack.
What?
Left
am I
him
gonna leave it
Jameson. I
there?
left you Jameson shots in the hole.
I saw.
Every time we would end, we would leave one there for you.
Nothing like a nice roasty airplane shooter at Jameson on a blazing hot day.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, it goes down real nice.
I wish I was behind you.
Also, at the pin to the top of the chat, you got the Topstep daily levels. I know I got them open on my screen. Make sure you have them open on your screen as well. We're constantly looking at those. Apparently, last trade, the S&P's 5636. 5636 takes us into zone 2 right now.
I'd
Right,
be-
we're trading around these
I'm looking
50s.
at- yeah, stop loss is going to be right around 64 for me. 64, 65.
Consolidating in this area between what, the 30s to the 50s.
Yeah, 30s and 50s. Starting to chop. Barcode.
Ready? Man.
Longs are coming in on
Oh,
tilt.
no.
Oh,
Starting to feel a little bit like Thursday and Friday.
Eddie, my man, I forgot to go to you, Eddie. I'm still a little rusty. We got to shake the rust off here. Eddie, I was taking, Eddie, you didn't even remind me. What is on tap? What's on the calendar today? We're looking at the house calendar, look at these trades, look at these heavy tilts. But hey, we had some stuff on the calendar. What do we got, Eddie?
We got some stuff here.
Okay, good.
Something for everybody. Coming up at 10:30 today, we got a 3-month bill auction, 6-month bill. We do have, that's about it. Double checking here. We had our numbers earlier this morning. And the thing is, I think we're really going to be holding back on a lot going on here. Even our crew, our team in the levels room and saying this is going to be a chop. So really nothing here. Really nothing to show. Empire State earlier this morning coming out to well skewed 11.5 versus the negative 0.4 or negative 4 they were looking for. But that's about it, Andre. Thank you.
What?
Thanks, Eddie.
I just never thought about it till right this very second because I used to always take off the roll week. This is roll week. Right? This is roll week. We're rolling this week. Or is it next week?
Correct.
He goes off the board. Next week he goes off the board.
Friday.
Or this
Equities
one.
go.
Right.
They expire on Friday.
We should next year. Next year I'm going to talk to our people team at Top, change it to where we're. How about that, Johnny? We'll be gone, and Eddie will be gone when roll week happens. Roll week's not a fun week to trade.
Why is it not fun, Michael?
You have 1 foot in the front month, 1 foot in the back month, and you have people getting out, and the positions, the moves are choppy. Like Eddie's team, Levels team was just saying about Chop Fest. Chopped up, guys. It's going to go up. It's going to go down. It's going to go up, and you just get caught in all that. So,
Yep. We
back here at the 32s, 19,430s right now, Dakota.
Yeah, I'm still okay with holding this. We're just consolidating. My stop loss is at 65, and let's just see where this goes. And last thing I want to do is just in and out, in and out, in and out throughout this chop and get chopped up. I'm still looking for us to push closer to the 400 level. However, I'm not opposed to closing some off down here at the bottom of this consolidation range.
Maybe I'll try to get those 07s that you were trying to get for the house.
Okay, I mean, I'm not
Tasty
opposed to these
07s.
20s. Yeah, I'm not opposed for getting out here. I just closed a small portion of it right there at 22.
All right, we got out of 2 of them. We have 2 on. Are you flat? Why is my screen?
No, I'm still short.
All right, update that position, MP. House account short 1 or short 2?
Short 2 from 32 quarter.
Okay. 32 quarter. Short 2, 32 quarter. Yep. Dakota, we are barcoding a bit right now, looking at the 5-minute.
I just had a good question coming to me in Discord, and someone just asked, like, hey, Nick, is it a good idea to maybe already be not looking to trade, roll week as a whole? And I'm like, yeah, roll week is already a terrible week to trade. Roll week on OPEX, even worse. Roll week on OPEX with FOMC.
Woo!
Maybe just, go on vacation.
See you next Monday.
This could be, it kind of doesn't make sense to trade full size. We're back to what Dakota and I think have been saying for weeks, which is, given some of this illiquidity at times, maybe just trade the micros if you really want to feel like you need to feel something and you need some action. Maybe throw on a one MES to just to feel alive.
Or just watch the Bears game with money on it.
Oh,
There you go.
so bad.
Oh yeah,
bad.
you guys. That never plays out well for the Bears fans.
Dakota. It's a tough watch.
They always do a laundry list of like the 45 starting quarterbacks we've had in 14 years or whatever it is.
Yeah. What a tough watch, man.
There's nothing more to say than that, Andre.
Oh, speaking of
Nothing
air
more to say
horn, I think we got air horn for the Dow here. Record highs in the Dow, 41,786.
Oh my.
Yeah, Dow is just chugging along here. So, hey, crude buyers in the house as well. Last trade, $70.51. High of the day, $70.60. So about 9 cents off the highs there. Gold, hey, how about it? Gold above 2,600 now. Last
Yeah,
trade,
that was
2609. But I missed that last week. When did we crack
Yeah,
That
that,
was
guys?
last week, yeah.
Yeah, it was
Okay,
Thursday
gold.
night. Thursday night.
Neat.
We got a lot of other people in here liking other teams. So if you guys are a fan, and I like seeing your guys' name, and then if I recall later on down the road, like, oh hey, that's Tommy123. He's a Bears fan, or he's a Chiefs fan. I'm going to talk crap.
Yeah, there's the
I don't.
Packers.
This is
There's the Pack
fun.
fan.
So put your favorite team in here. If football, it's football season.
Who do you rep?
Try to remember this. 70% long bias in Topstep right now. All the traders with an open position. How do we know this? Because we evaluate all these traders with open positions, and we're letting you know at the very top of your screen, rolling to the top of the screen, what their bias is at this moment in time. This very, 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 very moment right now. All right, we're up here in the 40s, 5s, 19,445s.
Yeah.
And 50. You have your stop where-ish?
65.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, this is just
NASDAQ tilted about
salvation and
70% long here.
Ooh.
Yeah.
What price, Eddie?
19,422.19.
Yeah.
422s. Okay, so they're in the money there. Last trade 453.
Ooh, look at all these.
Shots, bit of consolidation. See, a
All
lot of
over.
Cowboys fans. A lot of Cowboys fans in the chat there, Michael.
Oh.
That's Nick for a Tick
America's
Country.
team.
That's Nick for a Tick Country.
240 million just to go 9-8 and lose in the first round of the playoffs.
I mean, Jerry just can't help himself.
Jerry's cursed until he steps down as GM.
This kid runs it, right?
Yeah, he's not.
I mean, someone not from any other GM of an NFL team with the levels of mediocrity of season after season, first round playoff losses would have been fired.
Get out of here, Nick.
times.
You know how much fun it would be to own a team and be a GM of a team and just walk
Real
around
life.
and
Real life fantasy.
It would be amazing, but I can hate on him all I want.
Yeah,
Instead of putting
that's
him in
true.
a real GM.
I would absolutely love that.
Yeah.
I would do it.
Yeah.
1,000%.
Well,
I'll
hedge
be
fund
ready to
legend.
buy the Angels one of these days. If I can ever make a few billions of dollars.
He loves his Angels, man. I love it. You are a diehard Angels fan.
Be
Love it.
careful. David Tepper is giving Jones a run for his money for ineptitude at making football decisions. Different market. You got to specialize in one. Stop me if anything happens immediately during this, but a few things to point out. FOMO. I have a chart here.
FOMO.
So this is a chart of the S&P 500 going back to 1960 or thereabout. And what it's showing is all the instances of when the S&P was down 3% a week and then up 3% with the rally and what happened after that. And 10 out of the 11 times it's kept going. People think they missed the pullback and they start chasing. So something to think about there. This rally's been a little bit different in that the Mag 7 has been lagging behind. Granted, this next one only goes back to July 22nd. It'll be up there in just a moment. There we are.
Okay.
We've been seeing more breadth since the since July 22nd. The rally we've had here essentially has been led by not the Mag 7, which is that bottom black line there.
Wow.
Which is interesting. And I think probably a good thing overall when people feel more comfortable not going into just the premier countries that probably won't let you go bankrupt. And if you don't want to go bankrupt, Robert shared, there are AI prompt jobs. You can make up to $335,000 a year You don't need an engineering background. You just have to be very
Need
vigilant
internet.
with ChatGPT prompts.
Really? How about that, Michael?
And where was this stuff when I
I
was a
mean,
kid?
that should get
Dakota,
everybody.
seriously.
Yeah.
Where was this?
Finally, Michael, you mentioned the golf. We did get one from Chad
Yep,
showing
I
MP
found
on the
that one.
links. Not
Yeah.
not far off from the truth.
Yeah.
People holding up an airplane bottle of Jameson. But this is a lead into the important story. We are missing a 3-wood.
Yes.
I imagine it went something like this. If you know where the
Where's this
rented
3-wood?
3-wood went from the resort, you are hiding it. We're gonna find you.
Where is this
Uh-huh.
3-wood?
We're gonna
Where
step
is
on your
this
hand with a
3-wood?
golf spike. We're gonna find this 3-wood.
Okay.
Short
Okay, just leave it
1-3.
at the front door.
No questions asked.
No
Just
questions
leave it
asked.
there, and we'll move on. We are.
How's everybody doing in the
You know-
market? NASDAQ is just chopping everyone up.
Yeah.
The
You
less
still got that
seasoned,
short on,
the
right? Didn't trade out to 65 4, right?
Yeah, I still have that short
Yeah.
on.
Same here. House
Nothing's
account, still short with
changed for the past 30 minutes.
Really hasn't.
you, right?
That's why we're talking about a lost 3-wood right now. But yes, after the golf outing, there is a 3-wood
Yeah, the golf.
on the loose, running from the law. We're looking for it.
Totally
Fugitive.
fine. You accidentally grab my keys or my wallet. I get it. Just leave it at the front door. We've all had a good time. Next
Watch
day,
it.
you're like, what's in my pocket?
Where is this 3-wood? Yep. All right. Sellers stepped in a little bit here in the crude. Last trade $70.43. High of the day $70.70. Like these guys said, we found Nick Fertig was talking about this on market kickoff. Where we put the floor in around $65, Nick, in crude. $65 was it? I finally put the floor in.
Yeah, right around there. I'd have to look.
And yes, these guys were on when gold cracked above 2,600. Last trade 2,607.
Yeah, we had some air horns in gold last week.
Wow.
Yeah, that was fun. That was fun. It was just a normal scenario where we're getting chopped up in the NASDAQ going back and forth, and we're looking over the fence and the grass is greener.
Yeah, and gold
Traded
just
another
super clean,
market.
just having a very simple breakout that I'm kind of like, wow, why am I not
Yeah.
trading that?
Just a beautiful.
We always
rally.
called that the grass is greener too, Dakota. When we're in the Dow pit, the Dow pit went quiet, volatility went low, markets would open, and then we'd sit down 5-10 minutes later, start playing Uno because it's so quiet. This is like I don't know. There's always a phase where the market goes just completely quiet. Guys would leave the pit and go over to find another pit that was really busy, really active. We called it chasing the money, or grass is always greener on the other side. But you still had to go over there, and then maybe that would dry up then. So you just like, by the end of it, the guys are just stuck in the same pit doing the exact same market, being so in tune with one market only, ended up being the best traders that I saw, hands down.
Yeah,
And the ones that floated
Very
around
decent.
pit after pit.
It's easy to just switch charts and say, "Oh man, I wish I would have just been trading gold because it was such a easier or a more consistent market." And then we sat there watching NASDAQ all morning, getting just as you guys could see this right now.
Was it this? What was this?
Yeah.
Well, we those 65s were a pretty important number because you're
Yeah, I'm
stopped.
going to close out of half
area.
my position right here at 22.
Let's trade.
Just
Did
the
you get the
bottom of this
22s?
consolidation.
Did you get them?
Did you get 22s?
Yep, I did.
Nice.
Oh, shit. I did not. I thought, all right, now I'm sitting in a house account one lot short right now. When
Just a runner for the big one.
uh,
All right, Dakota, if you're flat, Dakota, if
Nope. I
you're
still have a
flat,
small position on.
okay.
Nope, still
Excellent.
a couple. Seeing if here's
Still have something
there
on?
we go. Yeah, I still have something on. Still have a little something.
A little something,
I
something
need
like
a little something on.
something.
You know what I seen last night? I reviewed someone's trader statistics. They made $4,000 with 5 micros on Wednesday,
Love it.
Yep.
and that was just absurd. It was crazy.
Yeah, I got the same froze, guys. I got you.
There you are.
Ladder.
Just
And chart.
Oh yeah.
We're with you guys. Everybody
How
sees
about
the
it?
exact same time. This is where we remain calm. Stuff does happen.
Oh, they're just gonna go nuts in the chat.
No, guys. We gotta have patience. This happens a bazillion times
This
in
happens
the
with
world. of trading.
all platforms across the entire globe.
It could be the data feed from the CME.
There it is. We're
There it
back.
There it is. Could be the data feed from the CME. It could be the pipe from the CME to CQG. It could be from CQG to you. It could be your, like. But when everybody says it frozen, then we're like, okay, it's
Reset.
widespread panic, something like that.
It just
Good
refresh.
band. The members
Refresh.
of Wise.
And you'll be good.
Yeah, we're back. Moving. Oh man, they are feisty this morning, Michael. They are feisty.
Always have working orders too. Their server side.
I mean, if your chart's
Dakota, please update your position.
I'm short 2 micros at 49 and a quarter, or 49 and a quarter.
2 micros at 29 and a quarter.
49 and
You're still like
49. 49.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm still short 2 micros at 49 and a quarter. My stop loss is the same. Right at 65. But nothing's really happening. Your charts could freeze, and an hour later you could come back and we'll be right here.
Right.
Speaking of frozen charts, Dakota, your charts got disconnected. If you can reconnect those when you get a chance, man, that'd be greatly
How's that?
appreciated.
How's that, Gabe?
Gremlins in the internet are working on overtime right now. It just
Yeah, we're back. Thanks.
okay, we're good. Yeah, just little things here and there. All right. House account short a 1 lot. Dakota short 2. Nick for tick, you're flat.
Yeah, I'm flat. I just had my quick little scalp earlier, trying to catch that same short, but I'm basically scratched on the day.
All right. You're frozen. Andy in the chat
Lucas
says, you may
Drew.
think your charts are frozen, but actually rollover week is just a snoozer. Snoozer can be expensive snoozer though when you get chopped up.
Yeah.
All right,
well, let's
here's
do
your below your 30s, where we were short from. Dakota, you're short from 49s.
Yep.
Market's traded up to 64s. Didn't go really too much past that. Consolidated between the 30s and the 50s. 19,430 and the 19,450 consolidated. Now we're pushing the downside of that
There we
consolidation, and we're at 400.
Here it is. Michael, talk to us. Do a little play-by-play, Michael. You missed it.
Oh, Musburger. Can I do it? Can I do it? He's at the party.
I'm going to go ahead and just flatten it.
Okay.
There's an argument to be made to hold this and trail it to see if we come down and test these 380s, 370s. Yeah, I mean, I'm flat. It's a scratch day for me.
Good eye on that one. I mean, the market's going to push on things as it always does. But it did technically roll over, and that's the move.
Yeah, I would recommend just flat. Just be done.
Who here short? Oh, or in the chat. Anybody here short from the 40s, 30s, 50s up there still?
Look at the tilt here.
Was.
Looks like
Well, I
it's
guess
like
it was me.
50-50.
There you go.
50-50 across the board, yeah. NQ. See some more sellers here. Did step beneath 19,400. Saw 399, 398s perhaps. Buyers stepped in lightly. Last trade 401.
Our contract's still pretty split,
Emery.
50-50 volume-wise. I haven't checked.
Yep, right now. Tilt's 50-50. It's
Tilt's
70. It was
I
70%
meant
up
volume.
there. Oh,
Volume on Z versus U.
Oh, good call.
I just wanna
Hoag,
see
what
if
do you
it's
see?
made slowly making
Hoag,
that
what-
switch.
Just about dead even in the S&Ps.
Yeah, I hate that. Okay.
I'm actually going to
Just about dead even in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ's actually a little higher in the December. So we'll all be trading December tomorrow.
I usually roll on the Sunday before today, and that volume changeover hasn't happened really yet the way I would like to see it. So usually that kind of happens on Friday to give me confidence to want to move, but we haven't yet.
Yep, I'm going to look for a long
Trading
term
in the
now.
3 handle now. 19,393.
Yep, and I'm looking for a long.
Looking for a long now, Dakota.
Yeah, I'm playing consolidation. It's a consolidation day for me.
Right on. It's range bound. Range day
Buy
consolidation
low, sell high.
on repeat. All right, last trade 19,383.
Let's see if we go.
Duh, Andre. Buy low, sell
56.
high.
Jump long from
20s.
388.
Just on repeat, man. Yep,
I'll jump on that one with you. 380s.
380s plus
5 lot.
Yeah, it's one of those days. I think it's a live 380s. 380s, Michael, for house account plus 5.
Yes, 380 halves. 19,380 halves.
All right.
Five guy. Nick, what do you think about this? Chat, what are you guys thinking about this? This consolidation day that Dakota's talking about. Guys, we're not a signal provider. Disclaimer, not a signal provider. Don't follow our trades. Don't fade our trades. Don't do anything with our trades. Don't watch. Don't listen. Listen, do watch. All that kind of.
Please watch.
All the
Please
disclaimers are. All the disclaimers are out there. To each their own is the name of the game.
like that.
Plus, it's delayed.
Yeah, we were talking about this last week. MP Dakota and I we're like, you guys are on a 15 plus second delay, so don't follow. Gosh, you're just going to get ran over most likely.
100%.
Topstep is an evaluation company that evaluates your trading and funds you when you trade well. And Topstep TV just puts a spotlight on all those people that are trading well.
All right, Dakota, update us with your position when you get a chance.
Yeah, 5 micros at 386. 386. I mean, essentially, that's what I'm doing. Just going to play this as a consolidation with a little bit wider of a stop loss than a normal day. Giving the market room to breathe and seeing where we could go.
If you like adding, or if your stop is somewhere, let us know.
Okay. I actually just added at 73. That's more at 36.
Okay.
You have
talked a little earlier.
80.
We talked a little earlier about the S&Ps having trouble over the overnight high, and now we're right back down through the overnight low, looking at the session low right now.
I'm going to add some more if we can get back above 80.
All right.
You're
It's
playing
not long.
consolidation day. I like that. I like where your head's at.
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, and we break and sell off. But
I just realized it's like 9:30. I feel like this has been a very long first hour of the open.
add it again at 79.
Nick.
It really does. I feel like we've been
I
here
know.
much longer, but I guess nothing's been happening, so it feels longer.
No trading. Yes. You're still being patient. You guys are trading light right now. House account trading light.
400.
There you go. Talk to us, Dakota.
Yeah, I'm looking for 400s. Maybe close some out at the 90s. Let's see. See what we could get here.
See profit, take profit type of
S&P's
days.
traded right back down to that afternoon pullback low from Friday, 56.21 to the tick on this pullback.
Wow, 56.21, Hoag. 56.21 looking at Topstep daily levels. 56.21. That's in zone 2 still.
That's not going to be on there.
No, it's not. Vince value low, 56.21. The orders.
Sick of seeing all this chop, huh, Nick?
I mean, it just reminds me of some of the episodes of Topstep TV towards the latter half of last week when you and I are trying to make entertainment out of chop.
Is this how it was?
It reminds me of Benihana. Benihana's
Go
restaurant.
on.
That's what.
Go on. This is gonna be good. This is gonna be
At
really
the end
good.
when they go chop, 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 and they flip it into your mouth.
Yeah, the shrimp.
When somebody says chop, the markets are choppy. I just picture myself sitting there and seeing the chefs chop, 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 chop. All right, what are we looking at on this this long that you're at right now? As far as
yes, I'm still in long. I think I'm going to be closed out if we do break below these 50s.
Last trade 19,358.
Yeah, the finger on the close button. I'll let you know.
Okay.
S&P
Because this very well could be a trade where I close it out, and then if it sets up, I'll just re-enter.
Yeah,
you guys watch
those ones
Thursday and
that-
Friday. I get chopped up a lot. Sometimes I've been getting chopped up a lot. Actually. Yeah, I'm out. I'm out right there.
All right, we're same. All right, so the markets traded up to the 19.430s and traded around the 350s. Or sorry, 19.430s, 19.450s, played around, danced up there above the 400s, and now 50 handles later, or below the not 50 handles, almost 100-point handles later, the market is pulling, and it still could be in this consolidation mode too, right? I mean, like nothing's telling you
I
it's
don't
out of
mind.
it.
Yep, and I'm perfectly fine getting back in if we do break back above these 64s, 65s. 64 and quarter is where I'm going to re-enter.
There's Nick, you seeing anything?
No, I'm wondering if we're going to go kind of roll down towards 300 280s on the NASDAQ if we were to break that low.
Yep, I see that too, Nick.
On our lows in the S&P 5617.
S&P's
evens.
All right.
Right on our
All
lows.
right, we'll see how we react around these lows in the S&Ps. Dakota, well, very thin in the NASDAQ. Looking at the ladder, here comes some buyers stepping in. Gold seeing some sellers. Let's trade 26.04. Very low today, 26.02. So about a buck and a half off the lows in the gold. Dakota, please get a quick update on the P&L.
Yes, minus 650 for me. 650.
650. Thank you.
4968 down on the house.
4968 on the house. Yep. Eduardo in the chat says, going to watch Apple. If it breaks the highs, this market will reverse big to the upside. Keep an eye on Apple, Eduardo says in the chat.
I'm going to re-enter this long on a break above 360.
Okay. We got a plan here.
So when you say that, like I'm a new trader, just started yesterday. I'm like, why wouldn't I just buy it now if it's going to go up to 360?
So yeah, it's just waiting for the confirmation where we're not just buying it as it's just selling off now because we're getting close to the lows. I'm just going to be waiting to see if this market does reverse and does turn over, then I will.
And there's a perfect example of why if you got the confirmation above the 360s, it didn't happen. You wouldn't have, hey, I should get in it right now because you've been smoked just right there. While I just said that 30 point floor. You're like, well, you just said you wanted to get long the 60s. Yeah, I want to get long the 60s. Confirming
we never did get it.
Trade above it.
Yeah, we just
never did it.
We just smashed through it. Yep.
Yes, we did.
Let's watch this tilt a little bit too. Lots of folks got long up there. I can only imagine if I was trading at Topstep long, trading in my personal brokerage account, I'd probably have the same position on, or similar. Very, very close to being motivated to be the exact same bias on my personal as my prop.
All right, last trade, 19,306.
Here we go.
Yep, more selling. Big acceleration in the downside here. 56.11. Last trade in the S&Ps. Low of the day, 56.09. So about $3. $2 off the lows there. Buyers just stepped in. NASDAQ. Nick, for a tick, what are your thoughts on this price action right now? Do you see anything that confirmed any of your beliefs coming into it? Are we just watching and observing at this point?
Watching and observing, it still looks like we are just going to consolidate in a wider range. So on ES, potentially going back towards 56.05, 04, depending on what the rough spread is. Yeah, 60. Let's call it 56.05 would probably cap some of the downside for the time being. NQ, kind of like I said, that 280 area, what I'd be looking for potentially to want to long this, unless we get back inside the initial balance.
I see that as well.
Yeah, Nick,
do we have a break and continuation, or do we have just a break, and like a lower low, and then we just go right back into that range?
There's a naked TPO point of control from Thursday at 19,288. That lines up nicely with your level there.
Yeah,
Nick.
Nice catch, Hoagland.
We're below the initial balances. Initial balance low on the NASDAQ, 19,326. Initial balance low in the S&P is 56.18 quarter. long as we remain below those levels, we may see more continuation of the auction to the downside, or we could see a failed downside auction. We don't know yet. We got to wait. We're back above those levels right now. So this could end up being a failed downside auction and a rotation back higher.
I like it. I did jump in long right there at these 330s. This is a little bit bigger of a position size than anything else I was trading this morning in 2.5 contracts, 2.5 minis, 25 micros.
330s.
There was some pretty swift rejection down below that IB low.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking for this to continue up to these 50s.
Little touch and go.
Yeah, it was, Michael. Man,
Bounce right off that.
little 50-point bounce right there in that cue. If you caught that, good on you. Nick, I'm loving the patience over there today. Nothing really.
I mean, I'm up like about 300 in each one of my XFAs. I might just give it its roll week. This would be almost 5 days. This would be day 4, I think, of $200 winning days in my XFAs. So I may take that and run unless I really see something.
Great work.
I'm planning on taking a payout this week. I would like to. So
good for you.
Pay Z-Man his money.
69% long in the NQ from average price.
Question for you, Nick. How do you look at payout? Like, do you look at it as like, I'm going to take a payout every other week or on the schedule, or is it just depending on how the market goes and how your trading is?
it really depends on how I'm trading, what my confidence is, the level of, I would say, safety net that I built in the account. When I had gotten, I would say, really hot in the first part of this year, I was taking payouts weekly, almost bi-weekly, probably more realistically, out of my either my XFAs or my live account. Lately, I had really been focusing on my live account and taking payouts from that. So kind of getting back into this train where every 2 weeks I would like to take out a good, I can take out a good 10 grand. That's kind of what I'm trying to get back to doing, like every other week.
Fair enough.
Strategy.
I like that.
Our last trade in the NASDAQ, 19,333. Dakota, you got what? You got? I got you down for
8 micros now. 8 micros.
Average price of what?
313. I did get in on that breakout. Built in that. It was really quick, so I couldn't like just say, all right, this is a house account trade.
I know that. That's fine. I mean, yeah, if we trade down to 01s or evens, 300s, bounced.
Well,
it's I'm still playing this as a consolidation day in terms of not looking for a big move and continuation in any direction. So for us to get back into these 380s, I mean, we see a lot of consolidation there early this morning when we broke out. We did see a lot of buyers step in when we started to sell off. So I could realistically see us get back to these 380s.
Back to 380s. Our last trade, 344. JD, if you're ready, let's come on in with some P&Ls and payouts. If you're good to go, then we also want to share some cool photos from our offsite from last week. But in the meantime, let's go to JD. JD, how are we looking on P&Ls and payouts, my man? What's up? Good seeing you last week, man.
Yeah, man, that was a lot of fun for sure. Good times.
Duct tape lightning.
Duct tape lightning. Yeah, we killed the soapbox derby. Never a doubt on that one.
Never a doubt is right. Absolutely crushed it. All right,
we got some good video of that. All right, let's take a look at Friday's live funded P&Ls. All right, here we go. Pinson right on the top. Pinson spread his trades around 3 different markets on Friday. Made about 21.60 in crude oil, just over $5 grand in the NQ, more than 14 grand trading gold for a total of $21,460 in profits for Pinson. That's a nice chunk of change to be taken out of the live markets, folks. So big shout out to Pinson there. Next up, our guy Rafa, number 1 on the leaderboard, close to 4,400 trading the S&P. Tariq was trading the Dow on Friday, took home close to $3,600. David A is back. David had spent some time on the leaderboard also back in the day. He took 3,100 out of the NQ on Friday.
And Ben rounds out the live list. Ben had a nice day trading the S&P, $2,300 to end the week. Again, these are all live traders taking real money out of the live markets. So remember that.
Live traders
Trading.
taking real money. JD, perfect. That is exactly true. These are the ones that we sign, bring up to the live account. When you're funded, you get the same. You're on an express funded account, or if you're kicking ass, and then the risk management team has their own proprietary way of which they call you up. Think about calling you up to the pros. You're literally a professional. You're trading real capital. You're backed with real money, and you got to pay for professional data fees that the CME charges. They call it professional.
Do
data
that on a
fees. Anytime you get
Friday,
backed.
man. That's amazing. And
I heard you say,
while you guys
yeah,
were
on that
gone,
one.
I seen some of that from Coach Robert, and to me, there was a clear difference between the XFA traders and the live traders, where the live traders were just consistent, regardless if it was a very volatile day like Wednesday or if it was a chop day like Thursday or Friday.
So right there, guys, just trying to be as transparent as possible. These are the ones that are trading prop firm capital. House account is prop firm. House account likes to go with our best traders, and you're looking at some of them here right now. But that's the leaderboard of them as well. I do see Rafa on there. I'm sure you'll be talking about him shortly.
Yeah, just to add on to what MP said, futures trading is what they call a zero-sum game. So for every contract traded, there's a winner and a loser. So for every winning dollar, there's a losing dollar. So in theory, the $35,000 that those 5 live funded traders took out of the markets, there's some traders out there that lost $35,000. So keep that in mind. That's it's a reality of trading in a live market. All right, I'm waiting for the XFA overlay to update. In the meantime, though, I've got last week's payouts if you're interested.
Oh, all week?
I got the weekly totals right here. Give me the over-under. Call it.
2.9.
Oh, come on. Do a little better than that.
I like the low ball. 3.3.
I think I have the over on that one.
I got the over on that one.
3.3 million. What do you got, Eddie? 3.8?
3.8.
3.8. Any other takers? They got 3.3. These guys got the over. JD.
I'd even say 4.5.
4.5. Man, they crushed it.
Coming out swinging. Well, the data I have only goes back to the beginning of the year, but last week was the largest week I have seen on record.
Hot damn.
$4.625 million in payouts last week.
A lot of money.
Yes.
2,000 payouts.
Look at that average.
2,000.
Average payout, $2,200.
Do you know the vision at Topstep is the path to a better lifestyle? We did this whole vision, mission, values thing. And they're like, hey, Michael, why'd you create Topstep? Why'd you create the funding industry? And because we did in the very beginning. And I'm like, well, trading in general, you do trading because I wanted to have a better lifestyle, and it was right there, and I knew I could go out there and eat what I killed. That's really showing that we're driving towards our vision as a company. And that's what I really love. Now, our mission as a company, why we're doing all this, is to help you become a better trader through healthier habits. And that's really the mission, vision, values. When you put together a company, you should always have that so everybody can rally behind, kumbaya. Here's what we're trying to do. That is delivering on that. 2,000 people, 2,073 people got an average payout of $2,200. $2,200 is taking a first-class flight to Aspen. Come hang out with me. I know that. It's you can do your own math wherever you are and how far that gets you. But you also saw the big payouts, but then there's also ones that are $500, or there's ones that are $200. There's ones that are closing accounts too sometimes because they're on their end of their funded levels. So all that being said, congratulations. 2,073 people that took money and had it brought into their account. Good job, guys. That's trading. We're not here to trade. We're here to make money trading. That's what I always heard.
Man.
All right, real quick. Can we burn through these XFA P&Ls real quick? And then we'll bring Gabe in. All right, Here are your XFA P&Ls from last week. First up, Anand. Anand ripped up the NQ for a $30,000 winner on Friday. John K. John was trading all the equity index futures markets on Friday. He took $5,000 out of the Dow, $600 out of the Russell, $3,900 out of the S&P, and more than $14,000 out of the NASDAQ for a total of $24,366 in profits. He definitely saw some opportunity in other markets and took full advantage of it. Way to go, John. Then we've got Hung and Jerome both trading the NASDAQ, just over 21 grand for Hung and just under 21 grand for Jerome. Then Danielle with just about $18,000 trading the ES, Micro ES, NASDAQ, and Micro NASDAQ on Friday. Big shout out to all these traders. None of these traders were trade copying. These are all single account XFA traders from Friday.
Yeah!
Wow.
And that's it. All right. Pass it over to Gabe when he is ready.
Come
Yeah, real quick, JD, while you're here, what's going on, everybody? Hope everyone had a great weekend. Happy to be back. I've got breaking news here. I don't know about you, JD, but we might need some more clarity on this. We've got a screenshot or a picture from the Chicago Tribune related to violent crime. Do you have anything to say about that? Are you a part of violent crime being reported, or what's going on there?
I have never participated in a violent crime. The Tribune also doesn't have permission to use my likeness in this particular article.
Put his video up. Put his video up while he's talking so you can see the correlation between the picture, who's talking. If you can. I don't know if you can.
JD.
Oh, not at the moment. Not at the moment.
Oh, not at the moment. You can't do it. Just so everybody's on the same page, that's JD out in the wild right there. Just randomly getting a picture taken of him getting on the train.
Are you robbing or getting robbed?
Day. Who knows what day this picture could have been taken, but it was definitely a day after a long production stand meeting after a TopstepTV episode. I do look a bit disgruntled, but I in no way committed any crimes associated with this article.
You heard it.
That's good. That's good. You got to also give us some depth on the actual building concept to your race car that ended up getting you guys first place here. I got your
there it is
from the weekend.
Yes.
Yeah, that's me in the background there. We went a little bit off script. We had they broke it up to engineering teams, building teams, and then everybody had to take part in a obstacle also. But I was on the building team after the engineers passed it over to us. We just kind of threw the plans out the window and we went with our natural gut instinct. We used an entire roll of duct tape. We doctored the thing up well. I know I mentioned this in the video, but we did have the best duct tape team in the tri-state area, and we went on to win first place. And our victory prize was a shot at the Community Lodge bar afterwards. So thank you for that, MP.
Oh, man.
That's excellent.
Very impressive. Very impressive.
It was an absolute blast. And I got a couple other moments. So, MP, you had mentioned that you were dropping some little gifts in the holes for Jack. So I got a little video of that I want to share just so people know what we're doing here.
So I got a little special something for Jack. He's playing right behind us. Jack, we're done with this hole. When you're done with a hole, show that you're a real good buddy. You leave him a nice little treat. So, there you go, Jack.
So generous. So generous. Wow.
We have
Go show the videos on the back nine, trust me.
No, man. We'll lock those. We'll save those for a rainy day. They're in the vault for sure. But we got plenty of content coming out this week and later today. I got one more I want to share with you guys. We'll get right back to the markets here. But we had not everybody joined us from the production team and TopstepTV team. So we were missing Robert and Eddie, but we did get a nice team pick of those that were there. So we just wanted to thank you guys so much for helping us get to 100,000 subscribers. And if you haven't already, drop us a follow on Instagram. You have the Topstep and the TopstepTV handle. Stay tuned, but we appreciate the love and support. And Andre, I think somebody called you out for wearing some Yeezys. Looks like you said staying young. Andre wearing
so
some
hip.
Yeezys. He is, man. He is hip.
Those shoes are cool. Yeah, I like them. Thank you for noticing.
All right,
Absolutely.
I'm sending you $5, Jack. I was over here saying checkmark long NQ, and I was on mute.
Oh, no.
Man.
Yeah, buyers kind of stepped in right there
Yeah,
on this bounce low. I saw what
there's
Dakota was
$5.
seeing.
Man.
Still
Setting
long?
up a failed downside auction.
Yep.
No, I missed it. I was in and out. I'm okay with the checkmark NQ if we could get back to, let's say, 340s.
340s. Okay, let's get right back into it.
Yeah,
There's a bit of a lull. Market woke up.
Yeah, I'm looking for a continuation up towards these 90s, maybe even a test of 400. So looking for
340s,
an area to
Dakota.
get in long.
Okay. Check mark 19,340. Nick, for a tick, what are you seeing over there? You want those buys
I
in
was
there as
actually
well?
looking to potentially reoffer around that iceberg level from this morning, 5620s, and we did sell off from it, but then it just got immediately bought back up. So interesting spot. I think it's worth the long off the initial bounce low area for kind of that traverse of value type play.
I'm in long now. I'm in long at 355, 2 micros.
55 MP.
And I will add to this position and scale into it.
Okay.
Also looking
We
for
are
a
into
failed
it.
downside auction. Okay, here we go.
Yep.
What price? What price, fellas? First go to Dakota. Dakota, what price did you get there?
53 evens, just added right here at 48.
All right. Long 10 from 52. Average.
10, 352. Long 10 from 352. Dakota, what's your position? You are long how many?
6 micros from 51 now. 6 micros.
51. All right.
51. Yep. And I'm
Well,
going to
we're
add until
preemptive
I
for
get
the
into
failed downside auction. We got 7 minutes to prove it. And we're going to learn a lot in the next 5 to 10 minutes here.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you see those icebergs, Nick? And what are you seeing?
Good question.
Oh, we're below them now. I was actually looking to potentially use them as a reoffer spot right around initial bounce low, but NQ looked a lot more bullish than ES did at the time.
Yeah. So essentially, I'm seeing the same thing we seen earlier when we was chopping between like these 530s to 560s. I'm seeing that down here, and then I'm actually going to be looking for a move back up towards the middle. So we chopped around and sold off. I'm seeing us as us chopping around and then rallying right back up.
Chop. Rally. Chop. Chop.
So once again,
Rolling.
wide stop, looking for 19,400, maybe even to consider pulling some off at these 380s, 390s.
Yeah, 390s is what I would look for. Let's see.
The
Okay,
house
how's it
account
going?
in, and
Go ahead, guys. You guys take it away from here.
yeah, I was just looking to see the house account.
House account's long with you.
352.
Yeah, okay.
For 352.
Tilt's getting a little long.
There we go. I was gonna say I wanted this above point of control on the day, right? That 360 area.
360s. Last trade 362.
Yeah, if we do break above these 70s, my stop loss is going to be at 337 to 338.
Hey, MP, go full screen when you get a chance.
I do.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
I don't think you guys are on me. Now you're on me.
Oh, thank you. Let's trade 351.
Don't look for it to move too fast or anything too exciting, because just like what we seen up there, where we chopped around for a while, that's what I'm expecting down here. Lots of chop. So not a very fun, fast, or exciting market. It's going to be easy to just get in, get out, get in, get out, get chopped up.
Chop's only fun at Benihana's, right, Andre? They'll still exist.
You're loving this joke. You're loving this Benihana's joke, man. That's the second time you went to that well.
Every joke around Benihana's is great. The restaurant. Yeah.
I went to Benihana's about 3 weeks ago, believe it or not. The onion volcano still gets
here.
Swear to God, I was really there. The onion volcano gets me every time, Michael.
Every time. Bunch
Really
of jet fuel on it, and then you eat it.
Yep.
Jet fuel on it.
Yep.
Andre still sits there with a Joe Rogan type reaction whenever the guy does the onion volcano.
100%, man. I love it. Why?
You're talking about that meme when he was watching a UFC get knocked out or whatever, that reaction?
Yeah. The best
Yeah. Did anyone catch the fights this weekend and see how they did the sphere? That was pretty cool.
No, I didn't.
This sphere, they need about 100 of these new sphere things around the world. They are blowing everybody's minds. It's crazy.
It's really cool.
They're doing more than just the one in Las Vegas?
No, they need more because like
Oh,
they can't jam them in fast enough to the Las Vegas one.
They're creating. Someone was trying to create bars like that where it just is like that's kind of the main screen
has
in the
something
front,
like
and then it's like restaurants or sorry tables and booths and stuff kind of all around it. Interesting concept as you're making a more immersive type experience. Immersive, excuse me.
Immersive, yeah.
Yeah,
Isn't
I've
it,
always
like,
said that
just
about
super
bars. Bars just like
pizza?
you go there and you sit there and you look at your buddy and you stare up at a screen that's this. Like make these like interactive. Then you started having these start to show up in
Here
Chicago.
we go. Here we go.
Arcade bars, right?
Yeah,
Putt. There's putt golf bars and things like that.
those are fun.
You probably took
The Sphere's
your
super
date to that one
expensive
after
though,
Penny
right?
Hunter.
And it just burns through a lot of power.
Yeah, like Nick was saying, I saw a bar in LA has a super immersive screen. We were watching a Man U game, Manchester United game. I felt like you were sitting there. It looked like you were like on the sideline watching this game. Pretty cool. All right, let's we got NQ 72% along and on the tilt here. Looking at NQ, you'll see it scrolling across the top of your screen. You see that yellow sticky, that yellow banner says that tilt data that you're seeing across the top of your screen. That's 10 minutes delayed. The tilt data we're looking at here, Nick for a tick, Dakota, Michael Patak. There, we're looking at the real time only on Topstep X. It's exclusive to Topstep X and Topstep X only. Again, we're looking at these tilts again. NQ long 73%, average price 391. Oh, that's a nice price. Oh, actually, no, take that back. 391. They're taking heat.
Who here has been to the Sphere? I want to see this.
I've been to Vegas a couple times, but have not been there. I have not been to the Sphere.
Outside looks cool.
You know what? We've tried to rent it out for a Topstep trading league and make it so we'll put the ladder up on there, the dome up on the screen.
Can you imagine?
Oh, during like an FOMC.
Oh man,
seizures.
Yeah, you could be drinking a Pepsi, and I bet you feel like you're tripping watching that.
Rips, Rips, Spears in my backyard. Hey, we're gonna take you up on that, Rips.
Yeah, there you go.
Wild.
Have we had an update on Topstep Trading League for
2025? It's happening. VIP Experience is giving us our little dress rehearsal on how it would go down to do a trading league. We got to get the coaches. We have coaches, but we want to get more than what we have right now to do the league. It's going to be a good investment, but it's going to be within Topstep X because they can build it all within there. It's just going to be bananas. So you'll be able to find a trading buddy in no time. You'll be able to see what teams are trading well in the league, what players, who's a great coach, helping motivate their team.
VIP has been amazing too. I've been watching it.
Yeah.
And it's nothing short of. We've been doing updates here as well, right?
Let's our stop here, Dakota. What are we thinking?
My stop's gonna be 314, and I'm gonna add to this position as well. Like I said, I'm gonna look at this be almost identical to that chop that we seen right at the open between 440 and 450.
I'll just add it into it. Update when you get a chance there.
Long 15 from 4.7 half.
Okay, long 15 from 4.7 half.
So the S&P's just opened this next 30-minute bar below its initial balance low. 56.18 quarters, the low of the initial balance. We remain below that. It's a short.
Okay. Oh, which one?
S&P's.
Oh, that was S&P's. Okay, cool.
And I did just add at 317 right there on that bounce lower. Now at the lows.
That was a good little fill.
Was. Take a look at I like that new Yeti you got there, Michael. Very, very snazzy Yeti you got there.
Holds way more coffee, so I have to go 50-50, a little decaf and jet fuel mix when I fill up. All right, we're trading 20s.
I don't oppose to what you're saying, Hoag, where if we do break, I just have to bail out quick. I'm still looking at this as a range bound where the market is really good at getting us to get out and run stops. So I could see both happening.
What do we have, Nick, in Nick in chat?
Oh yeah, let's do chat.
I mean,
go ahead, Nick.
we're right at initial balance low. We need to get above that, as soon as possible. ES has been bearish since we entered this trade. Like I said, I was looking at that 56.20 as a potential spot to reoffer, but NQ had been hanging kind of well into the range. So I would love to see us kind of pop back into that 340s area, like right here, right now. Otherwise, I'm a little nervous.
So then what are we looking at as far as risk on this trade? What would you say confirms that the longs aren't looking good?
I mean, this could go tag 280s and pop back into the range. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, that's a little steep on that one.
It is.
And then Dakota, you're still liking it in the around this range right here? Your average price is what?
Yeah, I'm just so the best way to play that range from earlier was to sell when we bounce up, and I'm thinking the same thing down here is to buy at the bottom of this range. But like Nick said, we could if we make a run to like 297, and then we turn around and run like 90 points. But there is an argument to put a stop loss at like 308, 309.
Okay, 308, 309. Last trade 325.
Get in here, chat poll. Chat poll.
Yeah, so poll
28.
28. Going to add into the longs. We break above 28. Last trade 324. 326 is now. Sellers came in there down 322. Very choppy, guys. Man, it's thin.
Yeah, seeing more volume move to Z.
Is that true?
Mm-hmm. It seems like the flip is starting to happen.
Yeah, here's your little
but it's still pretty split.
Where take that. Okay. If you guys get your 80s, let me know.
2 ways press to get back in.
19,305s, 3 even, 300, 302s, 19,305.
Choppy and whippy right now. It's all good, Roberts. We'll pull that. No worries on the poll here.
19,000. We're 3 handle above the 300s.
Yeah, I did add right at 308.
You added at 308? What are you looking at as far as your stop?
It's going to be probably around 297. I'm actually going to go ahead and.
I will take that one with you.
308s.
Yeah, we'll cover 397s if those do hit.
All right. Plus 5.
We're long from 318s, 20 size.
20 banger. Okay. Stop at 290. Yep. Long with Dakota. There we go. All right. Long 20 from 318. Hoag, it's past 10 o'clock here, Central Time. What were you looking for? What were we trying to preempt? What's your take on what the price action is showing us right here at about 5 minutes after the top of the hour?
Well, it's really kind of split. I mean, if you're looking at the S&Ps, we broke below the initial balance low, which is 56.18 quarter. We opened the next 30-minute bar below that, leaving single TPOs. That's excess. That makes the S&Ps more of a short look as long as we maintain price below this 56.18 quarter IB low. The NASDAQ? NASDAQ, we did not leave any single TPOs below the IB low. The IB low is really kind of centrally located in the current area of chop that we're in. The IB low is 19,326. Well, so we don't really have the same excess above price in the NASDAQ that we do in the S&Ps. If it's going to remain range bound, I kind of like the long here in the NASDAQ, but again, in the S&Ps, I need to see us take out these single TPOs below the initial balance low before I'll start looking for anything long if we get a pullback near the lows. Just trying to look for cheap opportunities here.
Yep. Mm-hmm. I like it. All right, Dakota, talk to us about this trade.
Nope, stop loss is still the same. And this is just, like I said, very boring, just like what we've seen earlier. where we're just chopping around, and I'm looking for us to chop around. Now, we must always note it's anything can happen. Like we could just tank and break through this. So 297s is my stop loss. However, we do break above these 30s. Yeah, I like a return, and it's really realistic to see a return to like say 350s, maybe 360s or 70s up the top of this range that we're consolidating. But it's always nervous when we're at the bottom, right? And you're long and you're at the bottom of the range. Guarantee you, everyone who is long at near these lows is sweating. I'm one of them.
Yep.
A little bit. Nick for a tick, do you ever get nervous when you're in a trade? Do you ever get nervous in general, Nick? Always, really?
Not really nervous in general. No, I'm always. I'm kidding. No, I usually don't. It just depends. I mean, I trade reasonable size, guys, and if I were to blow up from one trade, blow up an XFA, it is what it is. I guess I go into it, knowing what my max risk is, what even a daily loss limit is possible on a single trade, for the day, $3,000 because I'm an idiot. But I don't really get nervous entering. I've been trying to not trade with fear. I do feel it though if I've had a good day, or like a day like now, where I'm up $400, let's call it, and I want a winning day out of this day. I would be nervous entering another trade and potentially turning that into a red day when I'm already green and I can, basically lock in a payout at this point.
Okay. These 50s.
Speaking of payout, we took half of it off just because it's a big size down here. But we're long 10 still down there with you, Dakota.
Okay. Be slow at taking profits. Be slow at taking profits.
That is good. Good input.
Let's see if we get into these 50s.
The S&Ps took out those single TPOs. Back to looking long now.
Nice.
It's got to stay above that IB low.
What's that price, Hoag? What's the IB low? Initial balance low. What's the price?
56.18 quarter.
Right, 56.20 last trade. Kyle Meyer in the chat. I'm sweating bullets, fellas. Hang in there, Kyle. So are we. That's what trading's all about. Hang in there, man.
Yeah, para papada. Just blew my account. Don't sweat it. I know it sucks and all that kind of good stuff, but I'm hearing there's a lot of red on the leader or on the live trading and funded level. This choppy week, man. It's a choppy week, guys. Mm-hmm. We do not have a FOMO sale doing flash sale. None of that. Take off the whole week. If you just blew your account, do not jump back in. That's a word of cool off. Like journal, go for a run, do something disciplined outside on like health wise. I always like to run further than I did the day before if I have a bad day. So to each its own on how you want to do that.
Yeah, let's see if we could.
You are not alone.
48s into the 50s. I'm really liking a play back up to the top of this range, which would be 60 to 70, 360 to 370.
360 to 370. Looking for a push. Last trade 342. Go around the horn real quick. Looking at gold. Last trade 26.08. Low of the day 26.03. So about $5 off those. Here we go, Dakota. We're starting to push here in the 50s. Can we get into the 50s?
Yeah, if we do, I mean, we're in a great position to leave a runner on to see if we can rotate all the way back up into those upper 400s or those mid 400s. 440 to 450 would be like a runner target.
I like where your head's at, Dakota.
Dakota, I missed. Did you stop out of the original one, or did you continue to kind of scale in?
Oh, I scaled in to the bottom of this.
Okay.
Have you taken any profits on anything yet?
Yep, I just took off about a third of when you. Yeah.
Okay. All right, we got a 5-lot runner.
I like that.
What?
I like that.
390s. God, it was. See, guys, did you all feel that? I don't care how long you've been trading. Everything in your body, you're like telling you like this is not a good spot. You should, blah blah blah. Be careful. And 9 times out of 10 in trading, that's just my take. That's not even a real probability number. I feel so. Those are the best times to actually take that tough trade. That's why we always talk about
trade should scare you.
Trade should scare you. And when people are like, you're fading people that just because it's 80% of the people are long, majority doesn't always rule in this world. 20%.
Yeah, I like a break. through 400s now on this move.
Hold this thing.
We're in 5, right? In the house?
We're in 5, correct.
Okay. Yep. I like a break and a hold to see if we get to these 400s and maybe retest 430s.
Into the 70s now. Last trade 19,370.
So
Now
next
just kind of chilling.
That's why we shared the tilt, right? We share it because we see it in the trading pits. You see everybody getting long, everybody getting short. If everybody was getting long or short, a lot of times you can't tell. Tommy got long, Johnny got short, blah blah blah. But when the whole there's a like a tilt of like the whole pit tilts over to one side. John always said, "Hey, just look. You can tell by the whites of their eyes when they're all wrong. Then they all got to get out, and then they all push the market in a different direction.
Correct.
Doesn't always work that way. Sometimes a strong bias.
The whites of their eyes turn red.
Uh-oh.
When they're all the wrong way.
Uh-oh. Yep.
Oh, man.
Got to figure out what's their next move. Go ahead, Dakota. And house count long, Dakota long.
Just imagine if we held 20. Let's do some traders. What if there's some promo? Good trade.
Dakota, you and I were long, weren't we long off the Wednesday low, basically, that like 550, 560 NQ area? And I covered for about 30, 40 points. And I think you did the same. And it ran another 700.
I like this play to break above 400s. I do see us getting to 430s.
I mean, taking a few off right here mean anything to you guys?
No, don't. This is a runner.
Not at least until, I guess VWAP's right there, a little higher.
I can make an argument to take 1 or 2 off, but not a flat position.
Yeah.
Again, house count long from 318. I believe Dakota was long from 308s. Dakota, where'd you get?
Yeah, I mean, I scaled into it with micros.
Here we go. Eduardo in the chat says, Michael Patak, it's a runner. Hold for 2 hours. This market is going to rip 300 points to the upside.
MOC,
Eduardo.
baby.
MOC, baby.
Yeah, leave one for the liquidator, as we've been saying.
Auto licks,
well,
yes.
Liquidator.
R1 should be 5 with this account size.
Got it. Okay, that's fair enough. Would you move your stop to break even right now, or would you just keep everything as is?
My stop is at 325.
325.
And yeah, it's fair to trail this up. But
hey, real quick,
range.
5,000 people watching right now on TopstepTV on a Monday. We got roll week, OpEx week. We got FOMC week, big week coming up. Choppy, gonna be thin, like Nick Fertig was saying. But 5,000 people watching right now. Please click like. Please click subscribe. We're closing in on 120,000 subscribers. Just insane. It's insane that DC is about to be the front month as well in the year of 2024. Where is this year gone?
Someone's saying, why am I feeling so all this conviction? It's Monday. You could see where we came down to these lower 300s. We rallied up to 440, 430, consolidated for a little bit, sold off, consolidated. Playing a consolidation day, we could rally up to 440, 430, and just back and forth. It's that's it. And we're in a good position that, if we do get a break up there, it's take advantage of it. It's like the risk reward, right? Where it's easy to close off profit here, but why get flat and why limit your profit if you have a good position and the market's going in your favor? We did close. We closed like 75% of the position
15.
off already.
Yeah, we have five on.
Yeah, so
I do want to, so we're all on the same page. In those folks that are in chat, when we get to certain levels, focus more on what's being discussed, how we're doing, than being judgmental. And I'm just going to say that really quick because people, you're gambling. Trading is going to come off like this if you just look at somebody and all that. And yes, we had loser during the day, and then this is a big winner. And yet we're down 8,000 realized, unrealized, we're up 5,000. It could still be a down day. But the whole point of the story is stay looking at this as a marathon. Quit looking at it so short, all this stupid stuff that comes out and like how quickly you can get funded, how quickly you can just how quickly you can do everything in this business is not
There he
quick.
is.
The business is actually the opposite of quick. It's the long game
Yeah.
that you get paid. So look at Nick for a tick sitting here the whole time. Did he talk about where I could find a cheaper, faster, easier way to get funded? Something's going on in my head in the background on that one, as you know. And search for the next shiny object that's going to. No, take your damn time. And it's why Dre told me this one time.
What
I
did I
go,
say?
good trading is like watching paint dry.
Oh,
So
I did say that.
all that being said, that's why we created Topstep TV, so you could have some tradertainment along this road and journey and path that you're on, and it doesn't feel so lonely. So keep those judgmental comments to yourself, so then we can at least have productive conversations in the chat. That's all I'm asking.
According to chat, I've been gambling all month. If that's the case.
So when Nick for a tick and when the Rips and the Dakotas, you guys are doing a takeover, were you guys receiving strays from the chat? Or was chat generally just pretty nice to you guys?
Strays, you're calling them strays.
Strays,
Yeah. Not Wednesday, but like Thursday and Friday, I was a lot. Traders were saying gambling, because we had a lot of very messy price actions, similar today. And sometimes if traders are not really seeing it the way they see it, then they have a different opinion, and maybe they're getting chopped up, and it feels like gambling, which it really can. It really can feel like gambling. But you see my chart. You have the performance stance. I've done this live every day in front of you guys.
Real.
For months.
That's not gambling. It's not.
Show him, Dakota. Show him, Dakota. Hey.
You know how many influencers couldn't do that right now? What you just did right there? You know how many
how he made like $3,000 Wednesday, Thursday, Friday total while running the entire production is amazing. That's all I have to say.
Like
there's
that's
five, though. Insane.
That's times 5. That's I'm up.
Love it.
Yeah, I made 100,000 last week, and I'm up about 30,000. Wait, wow, weeks go by so fast. 100,000 the week before, then like 30 or 40,000 last week, and yeah, I'm up 5,000 now in this trade.
So yeah, that's just our
stop loss for me has now been moved to 333.
This is awesome. This is how you guys do it. This is how pros.
You wouldn't even peel any off right here. Interesting. Okay. You guys are talking the 90s.
Not at least till previous day low.
Okay.
400s. If we get above 400s, though, I'm with Dakota. Like, I would be looking for the full kind of traverse of value.
You could pull one off.
It's 390s, right?
Yeah,
it's 390s right now.
Here. Yeah, 1 or 2 off right here would be okay. Because there was resistance here. There was resistance here on the way down at these 380s, 390s.
NASDAQ 80% long here in the tilt.
Nice catch,
2 on. Thank you. Nice catch, Eddie. NASDAQ 80% long. Lots of longs coming in the 19.3, 70s, the 80s, 90s level. Right here, right now. Lots of longs. This could be the shorts that got puked out.
80%.
And they're not coming back in, which means more longs are still in there. You could just be thinking about all the dichotomy of like how the dynamics of trading works. People are short, people are long, but in general, there's a bias. The bias is super heavy long right now. All the open possessions here at Topstep are 81% long from the average price of 398.
398,
they're
right.
still below water in those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're taking heat.
Man, shorts are pissed off.
Shorts are pissed.
Mm-hmm.
Quick shout out here in the chat. Mr. Black Notebook just passed a second combine. Good day for me. Good day for us, Mr. Black Notebook. Yeah. All right, got about 10 minutes till the bottom of the hour. 70%.
Dan Edmonds passing 7 combines today.
7?
Really, Danny. Good job. Good to be back, he says.
Yes, it is. Good to have you back.
Dan's been with us for a while here.
If we do get into the 400, then my stop loss will move to 360. 360 would be my stop loss if we could break into these 400s.
5,000 people, 5,100 people watching live traders, real trades, real accounts, real execution, real payouts. You guys are watching real traders. I got trades.
And barely a real VIX, too.
Oh, Dick for a tick. What happened with the VIX?
I mean, it was over 20 last week. Now it was on its deathbed again this morning. Now it's hovering in the 17s.
Is it showing signs of life?
It's temporarily real, showing some signs of
Nick
life.
for a tick. You have the little trader Eeyore in you.
It's so funny, man. Nick for a tick cracks me up, man.
I love it.
I gotta do something to entertain myself, man.
I trade buddies like you. He reminds me of Burdell, Andre Burdell. Like,
Big
even
time.
if he's rocking and doing well, he's like, yeah, but look at the market, man. It's just like
I know.
he's always just like that. He just goes head dead.
So good, man. You remind us of one of our trade buddies. Pretty good.
And then you'll tap him on the chest, dude. You're crushing this year. He's like, he'll give you a little smile, then go right back to that.
He's like, I know.
That's me.
He knows it. He knows he is low key. He knows.
Yeah.
But
I'm
humility.
very
That's
much
what
a
Andrew
what
from
have
the
I
house
done
account
lately
get.
for myself type trader. Where it's like I have a big day.
Yeah,
All right,
that-
on to the next.
Big time.
Yeah.
S&Ps are really struggling here. They're really not getting the same lift as the NASDAQ.
73%
What entry did
long.
we get in the house account?
18s.
What?
House account
Just
locked
looking at the
18 or
entry for the house account. 318?
19s, yeah. It was 18s and 19s and all that, but it moves your average price on the FIFO or whatever it is.
Yeah.
319.5.
I was been chilling out a little bit. 73% long on the tilt in the NQ. We just see it up to 80%, and not much of a pullback in actual price action.
Are you guys? Are you going to the mall? Are you guys see the?
Going to the mall.
It's from Billy Madison. You don't even know. Are you guys enjoying this different approach that we're trying to take with the house account?
I'm
either
thoroughly
way-
impressed, man. You just jumped in there with 20 at the bottom of that consolidation, and
Coda loves it.
everyone was sweating. Like, that's something where everyone, like, cheeks were clenched.
There's
Yes.
zero credit goes to me anywhere in the planet except for making the funding industry. I'm
Execution.
gonna
The
always hang my hat
execution
on that
credit
one.
goes to you.
Push higher here.
In a weird way, like that's kind of if you want to have success trading NQ, you kind of have to trade it that way. Like you kind of have to just get in. Like you can scale in at certain spots, but sometimes you need to just not full port it, but get in at an area that makes a lot of sense and not think about it and just kind of enter and go, and then be ready and manage your risk from there. When you talk about it too much, that entry sometimes is gone.
That's why you
The-
don't
the-
pay
what-
YouTubers.
Yeah, when I put the last one on because we got stopped out up there, and then we let it roll out a little bit, and then you're
Those
talking about
screws,
putting it back on. Then you had a kind of a defined risk that you had, and that risk was within 20 points of it. That was the reason why I pulled the trigger to go back in with you because the NASDAQ does shimmy and shake, and we talked about chop, and we talked about it coming back into a range or consolidated market where we were talking about earlier. So if it's still going that direction, great.
Yeah.
Looking good.
Great. We're still in how many? 4?
2.
2. Okay.
MOC
Finally seeing a little bit of lift in the S&Ps here now.
in the 400. Yes, we are, Hoag.
We were-
Spoos have finally taken the top off a bit. 5,100 people watch. People are coming back to watch the house count process move smoothly. We have some of the best traders in the biz. Both these guys are on the leaderboard. You're on the leaderboard. Don't talk to
You want
Dolby.
to take one off at 100 points, MP?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd say start peeling
You
a
just
little
have a
bit.
100-point trade in the house account.
I would just call that a day. $1,000 down. Nice turnaround, Dakota. Nice trade, buddy. Nice trade.
Yeah.
Great trade.
We were down 15, and that was not just from that one downside trade. It was also from just kind of in the day. Things weren't lining up. So that's a great read. Nice read.
Nice trade.
See how, guys, also see how he dances around the market until he finds certain spots where he sinks his teeth into? That's one thing he's pretty damn good at. More I've kind of watched you trade.
Yeah.
Nick, I'm
I
getting
mean, if
familiar
you
with.
see-
I'm getting more and more familiar, but I'm not on here enough trading with you. But I know you're like top of the top.
Nice
We're
cover.
talking about you on when we were golfing, and all that kind of
Cool.
great stuff. So getting more familiar, but your patience is bar none probably the best I've seen, hands down.
Yeah, if you've seen
Very
Thursday
cool.
and Friday, that was a complete chop fest. And
Yeah. I got
yeah.
chopped up. Dakota, I think you did in the early part of the session. It just was like nightmare trade. And then we got the breakout. You and I were playing for that long. I think the entire like 3 hours trying to get it.
Yeah. And how many times did we get chopped up? It was like
I got stopped like
6-7
3
losses
times
in a row. But then you get into a position like this. It was almost similar to this, right? Chop, 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 and then get into a great position, and it worked out really well. Same with this morning. It was short, right?
Yep.
Short, chop, 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 and then boom, great position. And then now it doesn't always work like this because the market could do the opposite of what you're looking at. But when it does, you want to take advantage of it, which is exactly what that was.
Nice cover there.
Nick,
Well
good
done.
read. When you're kind of the conviction that when you go, yeah, this is probably a good spot. It was 20 handles higher 2 minutes ago.
Yes, we were. All right. Well, we got about 3 minutes till Euro close here. 75% still long in the tilt and the NQ, 69% long in the ES. Just see some sellers come in. We kissed VWAP in the S&Ps.
What did you
56.25
close
was
that
VWAP.
out
We're
at?
about 5 points lower. What's up, Dakota?
What
08s,
exit did we
03s.
get on the?
Yeah.
Bro,
that was
08s,
nice.
03s. 08s and an 03.
That baby.
Oh, wait, eh? Woo-hoo.
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I was just looking at that. The high of that was
12,
410.
12, 9,
It's a
12.
countdown.
Someone large came in there.
I could sense
All
you
right,
guys, both of you guys. I could sense both of you were like, yeah, it's probably that's
Run out
good
of
enough
steam.
for 100 point move.
Yep.
Well, it'd be like you can hold the runner, but that's where, you need to start taking off the core of the position.
Yeah, you can see there's a lot of resistance right there.
Are you more of a runner holder if you're up on the day than you are by getting loser, 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 loser? Then you get a nice trade that gets you your day back. Which one are you more? I mean, I know what my answer to that would be, but what do you guys do? Do you guys, does not matter where you came from, so to speak?
No,
If you want
I'm
to put a
big
runner
on. If I go from red to green, I may hold a runner, but I more likely would like to reset the day mentally and kind of be positive and look to take the next trade versus letting that runner kind of ride for a bigger payday and hope that it doesn't come back in theory and keep me red. So I'd rather get out, reset, come back either the next day or for another trade, a few minutes later, hour later, whatever.
Fair enough. Yeah, that's perfect.
Great discussion. Great execution. Great thought process.
I don't really care. It depends on what the market's doing, right?
care.
Like if it's being chopped like yesterday, and it's like I don't have that luxury to have a runner because the market's been so choppy, and I see profit, take profit. But then you get into a position like this where it's like, oh, my entry's at 318 at the bottom of the range, and we end up breaking, and it has the potential where I can see some targets. Then a runner's valid, and then it depends on how big of a position, right?
Exactly. I agree with Dakota though, because if I was long off like near the low of the day like that, and now we're kind of in the middle of the range for the session, I think you probably should be holding that if you're still in it, at least a runner.
Hey, we got the London
Just based
close
on
here in about a
location,
minute.
though.
We're closing 1 minute. Thank you, Eddie. Hey, just a quick note there on that till. We saw it 80% long NQ. Remember 80% long?
Remember we were just talking about that up there?
Yep. So take that for what it's worth. Anyways, I'm gonna throw it to my main man, JD. Eddie said, yes, we got less than 1 minute till London close. See how that plays into this market. But right now, I'm throwing it to JD. JD, what do we got? Hot streaks?
We got some hot streaks. Let's take a look. We haven't. I guess we haven't taken a look at these in a couple days since most of us were gone. We didn't have the capacity to do compliance checks while we were all in Lake Lawn. So these might look a little new to some of you, except for Delesh, of course. Okay, Delesh just making a statement at this point. This guy just won't give up. Picked up another 34 clams, trading the micro NASDAQ on Friday to extend that streak to 49 days. He is now our unofficial winner. According to our new standards, though, we do require the leader on this list to be eligible for a payout. So if you think you should be on this list but don't see your name, it's because you are not eligible for a payout. Delesh is what we're calling a legacy member of this list. We'll let them keep going until they run out, but the real Hot Streaks winner will be eligible for a payout. All right, next up, we've got Arthur. Arthur's been carving up the 10-year note. We got a curve trader. 22 trading days now, worth $3,200. Trading the 10-year for Arthur. Nice job. Bo crushing it right now. Bo switches off between the NQ and MNQ. Now on a 21-day heater with $17,440. That's just about $830 a day. So nice job to Bo. Keeping it consistent. big days every day. Next up is Jonathan. Jonathan made $400 trading the NASDAQ on Friday, extended his streak to 20 days. And also at 20 days is Michael. Michael rounds out our top 5. Michael has been trading the MNQ and has a hot streak now worth just about $2,100 across after the last 20 trading days. All right, here's a peek at Friday's biggest payouts.
Oh, boy.
There's a nice way to start a weekend, huh? Michael T.
Wow.
Nice.
33 grand out of a pair of XFAs. Yulin took 19, almost 20 grand out of a single XFA. Romello, almost 16 grand also out of a single XFA. Jonathan, almost 15,000 out of 4 XFAs. And Laurent, $14,463 out of 3 XFAs. Hope you did something nice for yourselves, everyone.
That was
all right,
nice
give me a
today.
few minutes. I got a few things to clean up with the leaderboard, but I'll be back in just a few minutes with that, so sit tight.
Nice.
Thanks, JD.
I'm still in this. I moved my stop loss to 375.
375.
So you're
like
still
that.
long from down in the
318.
where we initially.
18.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Nice trade.
Just one micro. Just nothing crazy.
That's not even a toe in the water. That's a
Yeah,
toenail.
What is it,
something just
Michael?
to keep me interested.
Toenail.
Michael?
Would that work? Under a toenail?
Sure.
Would a toenail work?
That works. That works for me.
Oh, no.
Okay.
All right. Well, as Dakota keeps moving his stop up, that's professional trading. With that stop, just keep trailing it, grinding it higher. He goes off pivots. So we'll talk about that on the other side of this announcement I got from Eddie. Dakota, after this announcement, I want to talk us through how you move your stops up, how you progressively move your stop up higher, and what methodology you use and what you look for these stops. But in the meantime, go to my main man, Eddie. Eddie, Euro close came and went. We got some announcements from my main man. Eddie, what's going on, my man?
All right, you know what? I got a few announcements here. First one is regarding, hey, you want to be on Topstep TV? I know a lot of us here in the chat want to. A lot of us are saying, no, I'm just going to sit back and watch. But hey, if you're looking, we are looking, I should say. And if you're looking to get on Topstep TV and trade with us, share your story. Everyone's welcome to apply. Get your name in and get your shot to trade live with us, with here as our Topstep crew. I'm going to post that link in the chat. I've got a few other links here also. So let's get these links out. Also, if you have not partied with us here in Discord and you like what we're doing, you want to interact with other traders, with the Topstep community, join us in Discord. All right. And I'm going to put that link here in the chat for some of you new people are wondering, oh, what's up with this Discord stuff? I'm going to get that in there also. And also, our TV Topstep TV, Instagram. So you want to see a lot of behind the scenes footage, our recent in-person gatherings and so forth. Follow us on Instagram. Lots of cool and fun stuff on there. Lots of good informative stuff. And of course, I've got that link for Instagram also. So I'm going to post these other 2 links here. Copy them or whatever you need to do. Log into them. But one thing I just want to point out here, get on Topstep TV. Let's have some fun and get your name in, get your shot at the trade live with our crew. And it should be a blast. We're looking forward to a lot of participation from our traders in the chat. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie.
Look what just came in, Andre.
Look what just came in.
Got this.
Oh, nope. We don't have those anymore. Put it on.
Oh, we need 35 check marks before we make a decision.
35
We were
check
getting
marks.
torn apart. Build the plane in the air, guys.
I might
Iterate
just
as
opt
you
out now.
go.
Right. 20 minutes left here on Fast Markets.
Oh, man, time
choppy
just went
Monday.
by so
Choppy
fast.
Monday. Yeah, if you're up money, you're down a little. Consider that a victory. So far on a day like today, it is choppy. It is thin. Like Nick's been saying.
It's going to be I think the theme of the week there, Andre.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, until Wednesday anyway.
What do you think, Nick? Nick, what are you thinking? 50 points, 25 points?
25. I don't think it's I don't think there's any way. Unless
Okay.
I just can't see them doing it.
If they do, I think the market's gonna just be react in such a negative way. If
It's gonna
we
react
get
such a negative way at 25.
What you're gonna Michael says they're gonna react negative on 25? These guys are saying it's gonna react negative on 50 points. This is
I think
wild.
it's going to react negative this week anyway, and then whatever digestion early next week is probably what's more important.
Yeah, I mean, right now, if Jack's down, Jack,
I'm here, baby.
Is it still 50-50, Jack?
Jack, what is it? Tell him. What's the Fed watch still saying?
61% of a 50 basis point cut.
1%.
What?
Yes.
Yeah,
it went to 60
over the weekend. There's been a lot of pushing for it. Now, I will say what's going to be very important is the dot plot, etc. Because now there could be a situation where they cut 50, but then say they're doing less in the future.
They're done for the year in theory.
Yeah, we'll get a hawkish 50 basis point cut, and everyone will lose their minds.
The same people who thought we were going to have 7 cuts this year.
Yeah, good call, Dakota.
I remember sitting here with you, Andre, and I was saying I'm in team probably don't rate cut this year whatsoever. And like some of these people were talking about hundreds and hundreds of basis points in 2024.
Where are they at now?
They don't move quick. They don't move quick, but they need to do something.
If they do fit, they're damned if they do.
Hold on. They do move quick because remember how quickly they raised them? Wow.
Yeah, 3/4.
Bananas.
3/4.
25 doesn't do anything. You need a 50. You need to have 50.
I would just be so shocked if they actually did 50.
I know, Nick. Me too. Me too. Because it looked like they're playing
Andre,
catch up.
we're going to be talking to Peter Tuchman coming up here, and he mentioned last time 25 was probably the number, and if we did 50, there might be a little panic in the market. So maybe we ask him again today and see what he's got to say.
Good call, Eddie. We'll do. Again, it's coming up.
We could just ask. We could ask Jeremy Siegel to see if he still thinks a 100-point emergency Fed cut during the Bank of Japan fiasco was necessary.
They love bringing them on here, flipping out. Like, Rick Santelli had the best flip out ever on CNBC. Created the Tea Party. Remember that one?
Created the Tea Party. Yeah, he created the Tea Party. Wow.
Why don't we just throw it all in Lake Michigan? Went crazy on it. It was like 2008, something like that, October. Everybody. And then now the Siegel, was he like a professor at Harvard or something like that? He just goes off like,
dude, he was nuts. He was nuts, man. Nick, he lost his shit. He was.
We were like green on the day by lunch when he was making that call. It was just like, dude, just relax. If you not like, show me you don't see how markets actually trade intraday right there.
Yes.
TV does not want lukewarm takes. Right? True. You're not going to get on TV being like 25 basis points. Get that out of here.
Yeah, nuance.
You're right. It's not good TV, but it also probably isn't the best thing from a professor of young minds at one of the best business schools in the country saying that he has no idea what's going on.
I do see something set up here. Coach Jay just pinged me kind of the similar is if these shorts start to covering overnight highs possible. I do like that. We had a breakout. This was a major resistance. We're hovering right there at this resistance. And let's see if this resistance can become support. I see these 360s having a possibility to become support. And now it's just going to be waiting. If we do break above these, say, 370, we could see another move, right? Another move up to the long side where I'm looking for a higher low. We already made a higher high, right? This is a high, and this is a higher high. And so now what I'm going to look for is, I don't know if you want to argue that this is a low and this is a higher low. So I'm going to be looking for some type of higher low in this zone. So whether it's going to be even there, maybe we have some type of reversal, or if we could come down to like, say, 340s again and make a higher low, I'm going to be looking for some bullish market structure to see if we can get that move up back into this where we consolidated in these 440s, 450s.
Okay. All right, MP, did you catch all that?
I
I got you. I got you. I got you. He's looking for a long hair,
baby.
I can tell. I can tell it. I got you, buddy. I got you, man. No, that's my job. That's my job is to translate, filter, and send it to the executor. Looking for long hairs, looking for his zone, though. Dakota's going to start shouting out when he likes these prices. He's watching price action right now. We got 16 minutes left in fast markets. Dakota, talk us through these perhaps as long. Coach J ping Dakota, looking for a buy setup.
Yep. And we don't know where it will turn around. We don't even know if it will turn around. But if it does,
What
we
if
want
those
to be in it.
97s, those 390 or 297s stop?
97 stop.
I always pretend as if I still had the trade on right now.
Like that.
What I would be feeling.
Yeah, I'm at
Hey,
two micros at 59 and a half.
Two.
I will join you on a 5-lot.
House count long from
So we're
56
back in the
at
runner.
the
huh?
orders. Back in our runner, yeah. 56 in the
56.
orders.
you.
19356.75.
I'm going to add if we could
Five
break above
guys.
these 60s.
One from 56 in the orders. 56 or 57s, Michael? Sorry. 56 or 57?
56 at the orders.
Thank you.
I don't know why they don't say 56 3/4, but they say at the orders.
Hoag would know the answer, or Eddie.
Trading.
They would know that one.
Yeah. Takes longer to say.
Orders. It's the orders, 3/4, the orders.
And wait, let's see. I'll add if we could get back above these 360.
All right.
But we could
TD,
see
T Dimon. Fading y'all short for 360. All right, cool. Fading, targeting 300s. I like that, TD, because it's not talking
We're on a
trends. It's just
signal.
like,
Yes.
I mean,
This is a
love it.
signal.
Yeah,
It's
I like
signal,
it.
and we're
I
just
mean, if
choosing.
someone has the
For every
opposite
buyer,
opinion,
there's got to be a seller.
love it.
Uh-huh.
Like JD said, it's a zero-sum game. Man, we're hitting all the ring-a-ding-dings today, Michael.
I added.
Ring-a-ding-ding.
I added.
Okay, go ahead.
I added more.
What are you sitting with right now?
6 at 59 and a half. 6 micros. In clips of 2, so 2, 4, and 6.
What's your
Final
risk
ad's
on
gonna be a
this?
break above these 65. Yeah. My confirmation is going to be a break above 65.
What's your on the downside?
If we do break, say 36, I could bell and then set it back up.
Set it back up.
I mean, this feels just like it was earlier, where I'm okay with bailing and taking a loss, and then if it sets up again. But I really do like if we do get a higher low in terms of a risk reward.
House count long 5. Go to long 6 micro.
Now 8.
Long 8 micro.
Long 10.
Long tail. Average price for the house?
52, 53 even. 53 even.
53.
I really don't. I don't love this one as much as I love the first one, just given the weakness in ES personally.
ES has been weak.
But, yeah, ES outside of initial balance and kind of looking like it made a lower high there, and now it's going to potentially go roll over to that low of the day. But I'm optimistic for you guys because I am flat. I'm planning on
Thank
staying
you,
that
Nick.
way.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Still providing how I'm reading this.
Seeing
Fair
things
enough.
the same way and
And
feeling
there's
the same
nothing
way.
wrong with that,
Optimistic
Nick.
for you guys.
Yeah, I'm not trying
What's
to
that,
fade
Eddie?
you guys. I'm not trying to, get along, but I'm just giving you I guess the opposite point of view of that trade. That's all.
Yeah,
That's what we should
fair.
always be doing.
I do
Yeah.
see and I understand that. This is
A little dicey. I got to stop down here at 32 because you said 34s.
Yep.
Straight 3/3.
Show us.
Yeah, volume's still
50 on the
pretty terrible and split between both contracts.
70s.
I'm going to add if we break above 43s.
Into the 43s. Okay. So we still got, we got Series 3 coming. We got some appreciations coming. But right now, House of Count Dakota in a trade. All eyes on that.
When are you taking your Series 3, Nick?
Probably during nesting season in October. We're gonna have a baby soon, and things are gonna be winding down in the Nick for a Tick household. So I'm going to utilize that as some studying, and I think I need to pass that before the baby comes. Otherwise, that may get pushed out a few months.
Nick for a Tick household.
So it's like pass it now, or I'll.
I think I can dedicate some more study to it here in the coming weeks. Try to pass it at some point in October, and be done with it.
Dakota, did you get out, or are you still looking at this in a range play?
I'm still long. I mean, I haven't seen anything that's told me to bell yet. Just the way this price action is.
Stick with the Dakota. Well, what convinces you the otherwise? So the house
It's going to be
risk.
Like a nice hard break. Man, how do I explain this? Just give me a second while I can think of how I could explain what I'm watching and looking for. Every little tiny push down, we've been seeing buyers step in. It hasn't been like a nice long run that we were seeing earlier on the sell-off. And I'm actually buying as we get down. So I'm now in 10 micros, and I'm going to add if we break above 340. And yeah, so I just added right there. And I'm just watching price slowly go down. And this isn't a true break, and it doesn't look like there's any volume to this. But then, now I'm out.
You're out of everything?
I think I'm going to, I'm going to get back in if we do break back above these 41s.
Okay, cool. We're up. This pullback, we had the 19s sell off. It was trading, or it was long 80% or bias 80% up there, wasn't it? Way up there.
Yeah.
Again, how?
I'm back in.
You doing that?
Yes, it was.
All right, joining you.
Let's go back in. Hey, real quick,
we're long 20 from. Let me see. Take 5 off. 20 right here. We're on 20 for 41.75.
20 or 15?
15.
Hey, for those asking about the hat, the 5K hat, I'm wearing. You'll see MP wearing it every now and then. I'm wearing it right now. I saw Robert put the form in the chat there. Robert, one more time. Justin Davis. Hey, guys, who do we email about the 5K hat? You came to the right place, Justin Davis. We think we might know a person or two that can hook you up. We'll throw that form. And there it is. Look at that, Robert. On point. I saw you do it earlier, but I got to give my man Robert a shout out. Good job.
Let's go.
Yeah, we're watching to see if we'd hold these 40s. These 40s, mid 30s. If we could break above 46, this is going to look really good. I'm okay with a stop loss at 24, 25. See if we could get some buyers back in here for a push towards maybe these 360s, 370s. My finger's on the close button if we do break these 30s.
Cool.
Let's see. Let's see if this is going to be the higher low that we're watching. And it might be messy and choppy. Feels just like that trade earlier.
Sure does.
It sure does. Really messy and choppy.
342, 342. 2. All right, we got the leaderboard coming up here shortly. And then appreciation. 6 minutes left here on Fast Markets. TopstepTV. 5,000 you guys watching all morning long. We cannot thank you guys enough. Click like, click subscribe. Watch real traders take real trades and real accounts with real execution. Only Top Step. You look at gold. Gold's kind of trading sideways right now. Last trade 26.07. It's been right around there. Been about a $4 range for the last 25 minutes or so. Yep. Go 30s, 33, 33s.
That
Last
was
trade.
bought back up. That was immediately bought back up.
Right. There's your 37s. There's your 40s. There's your 41s.
I'm adding to this.
Let's see.
Confirmation is going to be a break above 48s. Here we go. Let's see if we
about
get
48.
momentum for us.
48.
Yeah, look
There's a
for
48
I
flash.
don't know if Hoag's in the background. That whole spot here on ES 5620s is still about a negative 4,000 plus delta.
Interesting.
Now I am looking for these 70s to trade. These 370s.
29.
And there's
Nothing
even
on
going
tilt?
to be an argument. There's going to be an argument on this trade to hold it back up to those 400s, maybe 390s, if we can get the break. Because these
48s are
330s
right here. Didn't find much love above your 48s yet.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, this is still a great trade. To me, the risk can be right there above below those lows, like 25, 24. Let's see if we could get this break into the 50s. Now I don't like peeling. I don't like peeling off until we get to maybe 70.
All right.
Really?
Executor? Execute, yep.
Yes, I've heard. Hearing.
Fun fact.
I just keep hitting my center button on my
There we go.
ES is popping those icebergs. Let's see if we can actually push back above 22, 23.
cancel. Ooh, cancel. Should not hit cancel.
Oh, sorry.
Are we in, you said 20 or 15?
15 right now.
Okay.
You were talking about the 60s and 70s.
Mm-hmm.
And we're long from 4-1. We have 15 handles into it.
Yeah.
There is a pop. I
like
would be take off a little. I'm thinking about shaving. So if you guys have a shaving point.
Be slow at taking
Mach
profits.
3.
So, Mach 3.
I mean, probably not
Or
till
Mach
at least
4 came
380
out.
MP.
Mach 5, Mach 6.
Yes. 6 minute
I
abs, 4
would
minute
say
abs.
68 to 69 to shave some off, MP.
Just shave some right there. Just shave some
All
right
right,
there.
we have 5 on right now. We have 5
There.
on.
You know, I'm not going to argue with that one.
You like this as
doing that.
keeping this on, Nick, for a tick, or do you like it?
I'd like that.
Towards 380s at least. Make the run at 400 again. Let's see. But I think you could definitely. What do we have left? 5?
We have 5 on.
I'd hold it.
Off.
I'm liking how AES is finally getting above that consolidation that we've been sitting in for hours.
Yeah, there's the 70s. Oh, wait. Okay. So we peeled them off already then. Is that right?
Just one guy more right there. Coming off to the end of the show, too. So I'm kind of
fair.
I want to take this in.
What a conclusion.
Time is,
what a finish.
All right, we're out. We're up $57. Nice trade, guys. Let's go.
Of 57.
There you go.
I got 5 minutes left.
$57. Oh shit.
That was the
All right,
exact situation that we were talking about, which is, hey, can you get back to green and just kind of reset
Yes,
after a bad morning?
Yes, 100%.
Nice
Well
chip
done.
away. Nice
execution.
chip away. Nice read, guys. Good day.
Yeah,
Someone will be
nice
like, well, you win the hole. You should have been up. No, we were in the hole out of the gate during the day. We never built a cushion. Then we got ourselves out of the hole for the most part.
Yeah, we did.
And then put the next trade on in an unrealized fashion.
man, we
and then
nailed
got
those
ourselves
70s.
Oh, yeah, I covered
all
68.
right.
59.
JD, all right, hey, let's get these. All right, we're all talking about the leaderboard. We're talking about the leaderboard a lot. JD, I want to throw it to you. Let's get this leaderboard out there. We got some guys right here that are on the leaderboard. But again, if you ain't on the leaderboard, don't come talking to Nick Dolby because Dolby doesn't want any time with you.
I don't care.
JD, yep, he don't care. JD, hit us with the leaderboard. We'll save appreciations for another time. That was great house account training. But before we get out of here, let's do the leaderboard. Let's go, JD.
Let's do it. We're going to burn through this real quick right now. Here's the bottom half
Love
of
the
the
leaderboard.
top 10 list. All right. Number 6 is Dakota. Dakota made about $4,000 trading 5 XFAs on Friday. Jumped from 8th place up to 6th. Same lost about $12,000 trading across 4 XFAs. Held on to 7th for another day. Nick for a tick trading in 5 XFAs on Friday for a total of $15,000 in profits. Moved from 10th up to 8th place. Irene with $6,700 in profits across 3 XFAs. Moved from 11th up to 9th. And Boo was trading 3 XFAs for a total of $49,103 in profits on Friday. Moved from 27th place up to 10th. Eddie, the fastest drum roll ever right now. Let's do it.
The fastest one ever.
You know, ladies and gentlemen, you'll come for the entertainment, but you'll stay for the canned ham giveaway.
Nice job.
Beautiful. Perfect.
Wow.
All right. Starting down at the bottom there, Marco in 5th place. Marco made $10,500 trading 5 XFAs and 1 live account. That's 6 funded level accounts for Marco. Moved up a notch. He was in 6th place on Friday, 5th place today. Jacob also moved up a notch. Jacob was in 5th place on Friday, now in 4th place. He had a $12,000 winner trading across 5 XFAs. Matthew held on to 3rd place for another day, trading in 5 XFAs. Small ball made $250 across all those 5 XFAs for a total of $1,250. I should say $250 per account for a total of $1,250 in profits for Matthew. Drayton, 5 XFAs down just over $15,000, still held on to 2nd place for Drayton. And Rafa, our king for the day, again, 1 live account plus $4,400 in profits. If you noticed, all 10 traders on the leaderboard are in the 100K club right now. So, big shoes to fill. If anybody's thinking about
We're
jumping
trying
on
to
that
get them,
leaderboard.
guys. People just say, hey, why don't I see this person coming on? It's on the leaderboard. Raf is an example. You got to realize what Dakota and Nick are doing is Topstep actually, or not actually, very much thanks them, because when somebody trades really well, it's very, very hard to get in front of them. Dre, you knew that down in the prop firm world. You can pull a guy aside and say, hey, can we talk to you while you're during your trading day? Very, very hard for some people. Some people thrive on it because they have a coaching or mentoring or give back type of personality. Other ones are just lone wolves. They're in the room and they like the quiet, they like the privacy and all that. We respect all of it. So we try to hit up everybody. We even throw them some money if we want to. Say, hey, come on, I know it's a waste of your time if you want to look at it that way, but what about this? And still, they're like, why would I take that when I'm doing this? So to each their own. Again, going back to that whole thing on your journey as a trader, but that's the top leaderboard, and we're going to get those folks that keep making the top leaderboard, so you guys can get to know them in person too. So we're going to try.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah.
Well, we're a little bit tight on time. We got, who's coming up next, Mr. Peter Tuckman. But before we sign off here, I want to say thank you so much to Nick for a tick, Coach Dakota, MP in the house. Those two guys down there in the bottom. Hey, some of the top 10 on the leaderboard. They're the real deal. Thanks for holding it down, guys, last week. Any last words before we jump out of here?
Trade for tomorrow.
Trade safe, guys. It's going to be a wild week.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
MP, real quick, we'll get MP. Get MP in here. Michael, what are you appreciative for before we get out of here and go over to power players? MP, go ahead.
Being back in the saddle.
Hell
Exciting.
yes.
And everybody. Yeah, and I'm really appreciative of Nick for Tech, Rips, Dakota, Robert. Man, who else was doing? Eddie, you jumped in last week. I know you were working on some other big projects, but really appreciative of you guys holding down the fort and getting much love for all the hard work you guys did last week. So good stuff.
Awesome stuff, guys. Great communication there. You got to watch some professional trading going down. Anyways, we got power players coming up next. Mr. Peter Tuckman, the Einstein of Wall Street, the most photographed man on the New York Stock Exchange. Maybe he'll be on Wall Street today outside the exchange. Maybe he'll be inside on the floor. You never know. Make sure you tune in next. Power players coming up next on Topstep TV. every Monday, every Friday. You know this guy joins us here on TopstepTV. He is the ultimate power player outside of the New York Stock Exchange. Look at that smile. I miss that face every weekend. Mr. Peter Tuchman. Yeah, look at that view.
What's up? How's it
I
going?
love it. I love it. I love it. Mr. Tuchman, outside New York Stock Exchange, thank you so much for joining us. You're very, very generous with your time. Let's get right into it. We got FOMC this week, 25 points, 50 basis points. What say you, Mr. Tuchman?
Okay. You know what? Look, it's the ultimate. There are two parts to the question. What is it going to be, 25 or 50? And then how is the market going to react to either one of those, right? Did we have that rally last week after the worst? Look, every week is either the worst week ever or the greatest week ever. We're in that kind of a crazy mode, right? The prior week was the worst week for tech since March 2020. And that's a crazy mouthful, right? Think about that. That's a really major statement to make. And then last week, we had the best week for tech since, I don't know, August 2020. Who the hell knows? So everybody, we're getting these blips back and forth of greatest days, greatest weeks, all that kind of craziness. Was last week's rally pricing in a quarter of a point cut for this Wednesday? And is it already priced in? Or are we going to see a 25 basis point cut on Wednesday and the market's going to react super positively? Or is there going to be a 50 basis point cut? There is a probability it will happen. I'm not clear about that. But then how does the world react to that? Is the world going to go, you know what? We really need 3 this year. That's what they're kind of talking about. And we might as well come out of the gate strong with 50. Or are people going to go, oh shit, if we're doing 50, that means that things may not be as good as we think, and that's sort of a radical move, and that maybe the Fed missed the boat about a July cut, and that they're trying to play catch up. And the Fed does not like to look like they've got ketchup smeared on their face. It's never a good move. However, I just was talking to a guy on the floor named Tim Anderson, super smart guy. And he said, the way we have to look at it is this. We know we're getting somewhat of a cut. Historically, when we get cuts, they're not one-offs. It is the beginning of a cutting cycle. So this is going to be the beginning of a cutting cycle. We're going to have 3 this year. They're sort of telling us we're probably going to get a total of 1 basis point cut by the end of the year. How does it pan out? 50 this time, 25 November, 25 December. But all that being said, it's the beginning of the new cycle. We had 18 consecutive interest rate raises when we went into the raise cycle. And that was how we got ourselves out of inflation. Now we're flipping the narrative on that. And this is probably going to be the beginning of a longer term situation. 3 this year, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 next year, trying to get us back to some semblance of sanity. So overall, that's a good thing. If we're starting to cut, that's going to help real estate, credit card debt, all that kind of stuff. So people need to look at in the overview that net, this is a positive. How they react initially is anyone's guess.
Yeah, when you talk to your friend Tim Anderson on the floor over there, and he says 50 out of the gate, when it's a continuation of a cycle, that's essentially saying that they're not going to pause. Once we start to get the ball rolling, we're just going to keep doing increments of 25, 25, 25. Is that essentially what Tim Anderson is saying there?
Exactly. He's saying that this is the beginning of a longer-term situation, and they've made it clear that that's what they want to do. This is not just a one-off. They're not saying we're doing 3 in 2024 and then we're going to stop, right? Their goal is, look, we're at whatever, 5% in change. That took us a year and a half of 18 consecutive raises to get to that point. Well, obviously our goal is to get back to whatever is, whether it's 2% or whatever their obvious goal is. So this is going to be a continuation of the cycle. It's a good thing for markets, a good thing for economy, good thing for everybody, it seems. And so I think that's what it is. But look, at the end of the day, I think there's a lot of enthusiasm around the market, right? We are getting a lot of mixed messages around the economic data that comes in, right? The market is really not clear, even though I kind of feel like I'm a forever bull, right? And, look, if you think about it, look, there are people who are forever bears, right? And those guys are, they're always the I told you so people. But if you think about it, those bears have only peeked out from behind the curtain about 4 times this year. They peaked out in April, pulled back 10% after the best quarter in 2019. They peeked their head out in July with this big "I told you so" bullshit. They peaked out on August. They peaked out on August 5th, and then they peaked out on 2 weeks ago when there was that worst week since right. So that's 4 times. I don't get the "I told you so" garbage because net this market has been doing nothing but go up, right? Some rotation, a couple of minor pullbacks, but I would say it's been one of the most extraordinary bull markets that I've seen in my career. So I don't know what everybody's, there's no bad time to buy the market. I think you're seeing tech bouncing back again. Yeah, think about it. The way they took tech up is the way they're going to take tech down. It's fast and it's furious. Everybody does not need to run for the hills the minute NVIDIA goes down 30 points because the story has not fundamentally changed. NVIDIA is the start of a revolution. AI is a revolution. Trillions of dollars. I told you, I talked to my guy, Dan Ives, probably the smartest guy, the number 1 tech analyst in the world, right? He says we are in the second inning of an extraordinary game, a long game, right? Everybody should get the bag of popcorn and a long, tall soda and just sit back, relax, because it's going to be a great ride. And I kind of go with them.
I'm excellent. I'm more of a plain M&M's kind of guy, Mr. Tuckman. I don't know about yourself. Anyways, with that being said, one last question. What do you make of these super exaggerated moves?
We got something to talk about. It's Wednesday, September 18th. Wall Street Global live free masterclass on technical analysis risk management. Also talking about futures funded trading accounts. Holy cow! Topstep, what an amazing collaboration. Topstep X, Topstep regular, Topstep small, medium, and large. Wall Street Global Trading Academy. If you want to learn to trade futures, come and join us on Wednesday night, 8 p.m. Go to the link in my bio. You got to register. We're going to be talking about Topstep a lot, talking about futures. At this point, Wall Street Global is literally 78 to 80% futures. You guys have completely turned us away from equities and into futures, and that's an awesome thing. So that basically everyone needs to know. The barriers to entry are down. You don't need to lose a lot of money to learn how to trade. If you come and hang out with Topstep and Wall Street Global, you're in the right place.
Amazing. Mr. Tuckman, thank you so much for your time. As always, we'll see him again on Friday. But yeah, go check out the webinar on Wednesday. That is Wall Street Global Trading Academy this Wednesday. Webinar coming at you. Mr. Tuckman, live outside the New York Stock Exchange. You are the man, Mr. Tuckman. Enjoy your week, and I'll see you again on Friday.
See you later. Good luck.
Enjoy those M&Ms, Mr. Tuckman. In the green room, you might be wondering why we're talking about the M&Ms. He was snacking on a couple M&Ms in the green room. I asked him, "What are you eating there, Mr. Tuckman?" He goes, "I'm having M&Ms." I go, "You a plain or peanuts guy?" He goes, "I'm a plain. Plain's the only way to go." I happen to disagree. I like the peanut M&Ms, but hey, it's another conversation for another day. Let's go look at these markets here. Last trade, 19,342 in the NASDAQ. Definitely chopping, definitely in a range here. Nothing showing on the tilt, really. We got ES, last trade, 56.17, chop around range a bit. My man Dolby's going to be joining us here shortly. I'm sure he's wants to sink his teeth to some of these range-bound markets. Look at the YM. YM, after making all-time highs today, well, we've pulled back about 270 points. Last trade, 51,525. Again, 41,525 last trade. All-time highs, high of the day, 41,786. Looking at crude oil here, we are beneath $70 again in the crude. Last trade, $69.80. Low of the day, $69.54. Looking at the crude, I take that back. My chart was a bit messed up. Anyways, $69.80 last trade. Take a look at the gold. Boy, 26.07. It's been stuck on 26.07 for the last hour or so. But market's kind of moving a bit sideways. We'll bring in Dolby time here shortly. And we'll take a look at some of these ranges. Got the house account open again. House account, big comeback today. Nothing makes me more excited than a comeback story. House account was down about $15,000. We stayed to the strategy. We stuck to the strategy. Actually, believe it or not, right before fast markets closed, house account's up $57. How about that? Down $15,000 to up $57. Obviously, it doesn't take into account fees and commissions, but net, we consider that a scratch day. Well, here we are. You heard Mr. Tuckman. Go check him out this Wednesday. Wall Street Global Trading Academy, the webinar on Friday. Again, he'll join us on I'm sorry, that's Wednesday, and he'll join us again on Friday. So whenever we're ready, let's get Dolby in. We got another guest joining us as well. I'm not sure if they are in here just yet. Oh, in Michigan. Excellent. New first time. Dr. Hack. Dr. Hack joining us, hopefully in a little bit. So that being said, let's do a recap again of what Mr. Tuckman said. He's saying a 50-point basis cut, very likely. And then it will be a series of more 25 basis point cuts to come. What's up? There's my partner. You see him on Power Hour. I just saw him in Wisconsin at the company offsite. And he has believe it or not, lo and behold, a Jewel Osco receipt as the background. No one does it better than Nick. Dolby time. Dolby, what's up, Dolby time?
Oh, Trey, it's good to be back, man. It really is good to be back looking at these markets. I got to say, Topstep X on my phone on the bus, though, was pretty tight. I got to say, that is a pretty sick mobile app. So really fun trading that and watching TopstepTV on the way up and even trading with them.
Dolby time was chopping it up on the bus on the way up to Wisconsin. He had the mobile friendly Topstep X open. You made about like $1,000 if I remember correctly.
I was chopping up in the practice account. I was trading responsibly, but it was very much fun. Good execution. Everything felt great. So a little bit of size, some dollar cost averaging going on. It's craziness, Trey.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of size, I see a 70 lot sitting here in the NASDAQ on the 19,330 even offer, 74, 77 on the offer right now. All right, Dolby time. Let's go around the horn. Okay. All right, we've been away from the markets for the last 3 days or so. Obviously, you're on the mobile, but we're kind of getting away from some screen time. How do we get back into these markets? What are we looking at? It's been choppy, it's been thin, but it looks like we are in a range. So, what markets are you have your eye on right now? We got the ES, we got the NQ, we got the YM too, if you want. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I was looking at the NASDAQ, and I had to go to a really, really big time frame that I haven't done before. Right. I got all the way up to the weekly. And I normally don't go there, but I just couldn't find a good range anywhere. And then I found the weekly. So my weekly range is 18,357 to 19,573. So I'm actually bearish the entire week until we can
bearish.
I'm bearish. I want to see if we can get back down to 18,350-ish. I think it's almost 1,000 points, but I think it's possible.
Walk us through the structure. Is this the weekly you have open right here, Dolby?
This is the daily. Sorry.
All right, go to the weekly. Show them what you saw.
This is what I'm looking at. So we kind of got 3 candlesticks starting from September 2nd that have kind of dominated the following week, and I think even this week as well. So that high is 19,678. The same low of 18,070. We couldn't get above last week's previous high, which was 19,580. So now I'm kind of thinking we're stuck in a weekly range going into this whole rate decision, which means to me that I'm looking for either the low or the midpoint of the weekly range. The midpoint would be 19,000 evens, let's say.
Midpoint of this weekly range. Okay.
Yeah, that could, this is when you're weekly, like it's give or take a lot of points because there's so much wiggle room. But depending on where you draw it, the midpoint is approximately 19,000. So I could see us getting back to 19,000 at the very least.
What's the low end, Dolby? What's the low end on the weekly?
Let's say 18,400 for the sake of evenness.
So we're looking at about 1,100 point, about 1,100 point range. This is the weekly, everyone. He's talking. You really zoomed out here, right, Dolby? So why'd you zoom out?
Big time.
So wait, Dolby, did you do this? I don't think I've ever asked you this. So do you start with like the 5 minute, then go to the 15, 30 hour? Do you work your way small to large or large to small?
Typically it's large to small, but I'll start at the daily and then I do daily 4 hour, 1 hour, 30 minute, 15, 5 minute, 1 minute, 30 second. So it's kind of like a lot of stuff, but I'm just trying to find a range anywhere. And I'll look on any time frame until I can find one so I can get my levels. But for this week, it was the weekly range is the one that really stuck out to me because the daily doesn't have enough candlesticks yet. 4 hour kind of had some earlier today, but we've already broken down. And then 1 hour starting and then 30 minute starting as well. So we're starting to get some ranges, but like overall, like macro speaking, I'm looking bearish.
Interesting.
Until we can get above weekly range high.
Some of the chat people in the chat here are definitely agreeing with you. Yeah, chat's agreeing with you. Day Trading Journal, interesting idea. Completely agree with Dolby, Miko. Wizard talking profits to Wizard taking profits. I say I agree with Dolby. I think Dolby's correct. A lot of people think you're correct, Dolby.
Dude, this is great. I don't even need to put on trades, Dre. I'm just going to talk like I know what I'm saying.
Let's get back into this thing. Enough talking. Dolby said enough talking. Let's get the trades. Let's get the charts up. All right, we're looking at the We're looking at the NQ here. Last trade 19,330. I got the 5 minute up, Dolby. Looks like we might be. I mean, are we in a range here in the 5 minute?
I'd say maybe not the 5 minute quite yet. I would pop it up to like the 30 minute though, Dre, because now you have all those candlesticks. You have like 4 candlesticks all kind of smushed together. You can even draw it on the chart here.
Let's do it. Also, real quick, see the pin to the top of the chat here. Group coaching with JD. Get those group coaching questions. You got JD and Robert coming up in about an hour or so. We got group coaching. Get those. The form is pinned to the top of the chat. Get those questions in. Make sure you tune in for that. But let's do this, Dolby.
Yeah, so I'm just drawing in all my levels right now. So RH is range high, RL is range low, and then obviously 30 minute. And then so we kind of want to play levels that are as close to the biggest range we can find. And I would say that the 30 minute is probably the one that we want to play. So we're trying to look for either longs around 313 or shorts around 19,400. So we might be a little bit further past trying to get short unless we're looking for a continuation trade. But even then, I'd want the midpoints of that 30 minute, which would be about say 19,354 for a potential short. Mark it down.
354, like it. 19,354. Okay. Short here. Let's start 354. Okay, what?
355.
355. Okay, sounds good.
355. Yeah, that's the midpoint of the 30 minute range. So we might be able to get like a pullback to there and see what happens. I've been experimenting with midpoints of ranges a lot recently, and they seem to be pretty interesting as far as levels accepting or rejecting. So we're gonna
First of all, why? But first, the question is why. What made you want to start looking and examining the midpoint of levels, and also then what were your findings? What did you see?
It seems to be like I was trying to find a way like sometimes you will get these big runs runs that shoot down or shoot up. And I was trying to figure out like why are things bouncing at like certain levels. And what I was looking at initially for this whole midpoint range thing was the 4-hour chart. Mm-hmm. So I just modified a fib, and that could go from low to high and just keep the 50% move. And every now and then, it seems to hit. It's very experimental for me right now, like how I'm going to use it. But it's been accurate enough that I'm
up to 55.
I'm going to keep an eye on it and see.
All right, coming up to these 19,355s. We're at 356 right here, right now. I think you're taking. We're at 357s now. We can jump in here, Dolby, if you want to do the scale in. Let's talk to them through how the house account handles something like this. We got the level came in. We got the check mark.
We got a lot of lower highs on the 5 minute, starting at 9 o'clock. Let's see, 10:20, 11 o'clock. So let's see how the market reacts here. So far, nothing is ranging. It's just the 1 minute's very strong. So maybe we could get 380s if this midpoint doesn't hold. Also, really wicked too. Yeah, NQ 380s.
All right, we're gonna get a poll going here.
Yeah, let's see what chat says.
19,380, long or short? All right, get the polls up here.
You can try
poll in the
379.
379s. Okay, 379s. You got one working. All right, poll house account NQ 19,380, long or short? 19,380, long or short? Last trade 19,363. Yeah, we'll be nailed at 355s, middle of the range.
Yeah, Jay was saying 50% retracements for the win. Yeah, I think that's just like a big psychological area. It's like it's the 50%. And then, so I have my this order in to sell, and now what I'm doing is I'm going to bigger time frames to see how it lines up against larger time frame levels.
Okay.
So 397 looks like the best short opportunity. So 397. Let's say 380.
Yeah. All right, we got that. Let's get that pull up. 380s.
Coming up.
355 middle of the range.
397. 397.
397. 397. All right. Should we change the price on the pull from 380 to 397, Dolby?
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Eddie, Eddie, let's change it to 397. Holsters.
I still like 397s.
Okay. Chat's a lot of conspiracy theories going on in the chat right now. It's very interesting to keep one eye.
Oh, wow.
What's happening in the
worrying about?
I don't know. Hey, S&P's just got up. I don't know. Like, I catch bits and pieces. Bits and pieces. I'm not sure what they were talking about, but yes. All right, S&P's went right up to VWAP 56.23 3/4. VWAP is at 56.24, so essentially right there.
Yeah, we're just gonna hang out. We don't want to diddle in the middle here. But there could be other markets that are kind of interesting. What's crude oil doing? That's in a nice range. 5-minute range.
Gold too.
Everything's waiting, Dre. We really should have come back next week. Don't you think?
Yeah. I think MP was kind of alluding to it. I think we're gonna look at maybe do. There we go. 397. Pull is up. Good job, Eddie. NQ 19,000 397. Long or short? Yes, I think MP was kind of alluding to the fact maybe we'll do Lake Lawn over Roll Week next September. Over Roll.
Oh yeah, that'd be fun.
He was just we got another 52 weeks to figure that out. But yeah, I mean, I get it.
Yeah, it's roll week. It's so chill. If the market's gonna be so choppy, it's really gonna be a chop fest. Great time to trade micros and size down.
I like that. So is that what we're thinking? We're gonna trade micros or we got minis? This is the house account.
I'm trading
right?
minis straight. Come on, it's the house account.
House accountant does minis. Yeah. All right, we got the pull up. Interesting.
Let's get some boats in here.
Yeah, what's up, Eddie? Eddie, what do you see on the poll with the early returns?
Let's cook it. Well, you know what? We're almost 50-50 again. Long at 55%, short 45.
It's fine. 50-50 is fine. That is a position.
All right, we will end this poll. Get ready for another. 53.47, 53 long.
Okay, well, Dolby, that's at 97, so 50-50 there.
Okay. We'll work them if we get up there.
Yeah, just where do you want to work? You want to work a little 1 lot, 10 lot, 5, 20 lot? What are we trying to work up there?
Probably a 1 in NASDAQ. And we can size in quickly if we can get up to 397.
Yeah. What's up, Eddie? I heard you over there, Eddie. What's going on?
All right, just scale it in. Start with the 1 and see what happens.
1 minute.
That's a long time. Eddie, how many traders do you think you've coached in your lifetime? If you just had to guess, thousands, right?
I don't know. Maybe I've been doing it for a while.
Yeah.
And the thing is, what do you consider? Do you consider group coaching or one-on-ones?
Yeah. All of it.
Both?
Yeah. Trade reports. Anytime you've looked at another trade, yes.
I was doing that for years. I'm going to say maybe close to, 10,000 maybe.
I believe it.
Wow.
I believe it.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I was solid every day of the week for years. At least 7, 8, 9, 10 a day. Yes. That adds up. And then plus, if you go back to the Squawk Radio, we were doing that also. So it's good to talk to traders.
It is.
It's great to talk to traders.
Well, Dolby time. I think we saw the range there. We do have a guest about to join us.
That'd be fantastic.
If we want to ring the door. Yeah.
Rejected. Yeah, if we can get him in.
Yeah, bring him on in. I see he's in the green room. He's ready to go. There he is. There he is. Dr. Hack in the house. Welcome, Dr. Hack. Welcome to Topstep TV.
Hey, how you
Welcome
doing?
Good. Welcome
What
to
is
Power
up?
Players. You are now officially a Power Player, Dr. Hack. First question I asked when it's your first time on Power
Sweet.
Players, how did you find Topstep and how did Topstep find you?
Oh goodness. So I was, messing around, trying nothing to do because I'm a chess coach, and I kind of been doing that for about 20 years. And I was thinking in my spare time, what can I kind of pick up? And so I started looking around, and I found some guys trading futures, and I said, hey, cool, let's try this. So I, threw my own money into an account like everybody does, and blew that pretty quick. And then started looking for another solution.
One of us.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
trade
everything I
this
do
morning?
is, yeah, I did okay. I'm up about Hyundai. I don't know.
You're up a Hyundai? Like
if
a
you go-
car?
It's over in a practice account right now. Hang on.
Oh, okay.
Like a car.
Yeah, just trading a 50K combine. Nothing special at the moment here, but
Yeah, it's
thinking real hard about the FOMC meeting coming up here, and just when I think about markets and things, I kind of run it through my chess filter. I don't know if you guys have a filter that you run things through, but yeah,
please go on.
No, I just I have this kind of, because I've been teaching people kind of a complex system or a complex game for like 20 years, and so when you look at the markets, it's just a complex system of things happening. It's very, very kind of similar in the way you might learn it and pick it up. And one of the things that I teach my students is that there is two kind of ways you can make a chess move. You can make a threat. You can threaten to do something, or you can actually do something. And so I think about the FOMC guys, and I'm like, they've been posturing, they've been threatening to do something for a really long time now. Are they actually going to execute on that threat, or are they going to let the threat be the threat? You know what I mean?
I don't actually.
So,
go on.
like,
Explain it in more detail. What do you mean by that? The threat of the 50 basis points or 25 basis points?
Yeah, I mean, are they really going to change it by the 50? Or are they going to change it by
Connect
the
4 over here.
Like, are they going to back up and go, wait, our threats, our posturing was really good. It actually did something in the economy that we wanted it to do. Are we now going to have to just go back to flat, and just say, hey, no change? That's what they've been doing to us all year. They've been threatening to go up 25 or go down 25 basis points, and then no change. So so the threat is sometimes greater than the execution in chess. Maybe not in the markets. I don't know.
Ooh, I don't know. I'm gonna get so many chess analogies out of you.
Yeah,
that's what I do.
What
I
is
do.
Chess. Yes.
What is like the risk management equivalent in chess as into trading? What's like the personal daily loss limit equivalent in chess?
It depends on which way you're looking at it, I guess. I have students who will, because the rating moving up and down is what gives you the gauge of how you're doing there.
Right.
And so some people will play just a few games, and as soon as they start tilting off points, they'll quit. That kind of thing. But I believe that there's a greater skill level that you're gathering, and then as you gather more, your rating improves along with your skill, which is pretty similar to what I'm seeing here with the markets as well. The better you get at it, the more you're able to make and execute good trades.
Right.
So, yeah.
Okay. Well, I was actually going to look up my chess.com rating in the meantime, but we got a show to do here. Dr. I was looking at my rating real quick. It's like the 600, 700. Nothing special, but I do enjoy playing. Yeah, not bad. I like to play.
Yeah.
Anyways, all right, we're looking at the NQ. Dr. Hack, what do you trade? Let's get to know you as the trader. What part?
Oh, yeah. So this morning I was trading almost solely oil, and then I switched over and traded a contract of ES later in the morning. I really like trading YM. I really like trading the Dow better than anything. But right now, it's just it's the way that I trade. The more volatility really hurts me. And so when it gets just past a certain point, I just have to let it go and say, I got to come back to this one. It's moving too quick for me. It moved 1,000 points earlier this week in one day, bottom to top. Or last week, I mean. So that's actually a lot for the Dow. So I had to kind of step back and go, let's wait for this thing to cool off a bit. But oil's doing great. I really like trading that. Yeah.
Well, you happen to be talking to one of the old school OG crude oil traders here at Topstep, Mr. Dolby Time himself.
Yeah.
Likes a little crude himself. But right now we are focusing on the NQ. Look at the upper end of the range at 397. 397. Dolby, looks like the sellers Looks like the seller stepped in around. Oh hell! What's the price they start selling at? Start selling at the 70s. The 70s they stepped in. They hammered it down about 30, 40 points. So
We're
got the
we're in a
97.
Dorito.
Whoop.
I need my Dorito glasses. Hold on.
Yeah, Dr. Hack, he needs his Dorito glasses real quick if you don't mind.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Yeah,
I'm
I mean,
actually
look at this 15-minute NASDAQ.
having a hard time. Right.
Ah, there we go. Everything.
I'm actually brand new to Topstep, to the X actually.
Okay, well,
Here's
welcome
the
aboard.
platform.
So getting through it, yeah.
It's pretty straightforward. There are some nuances to it that are different from previous ones, but it's pretty straightforward. But
Yeah, I found it very intuitive.
Yep, intuitive. It's more updates as we speak. Hey, Dr. Hack, if you have any suggestions in terms of roadmap, features, requests on what you have, click on that little question mark on the left-hand corner where you see all those icons. Click on that question mark and go suggest. Give us some feedback. You can see the changelog and roadmap. Yeah. You can see what's coming up next. Give us your feedback. Vote thumbs up, thumbs down on some feature requests, and we can go from there. So, yeah, welcome.
Yeah, so what I'm looking
at.
You guys already have some ideas in the NQ right now? Is that where you're working on?
Yes.
We
Go ahead, Philby.
put some stuff on a chart. We got some range highs drawn and lows, and we have a midpoint, and then I have some Dorito lines drawn. This is coin flip territory.
Dorito.
We're in a Dorito. We're in a Dorito on the 1 minute and on the 15-minute. Actually, maybe even like 15-minute. So there's just nothing going on, and we're hanging out around the midpoint. 355 for the last 15 minutes. So I don't see a lot of trades happening right now. There's no value. Everything is fairly priced, which is not a great place to be.
So when I zoom in close on that 100 tick chart, one of your Dorito patterns is really prevalent. It's easy to see it. Okay, and I have been following your Dorito idea for a while. I love it so much.
Oh boy!
If you look at I don't know if you can see my screen or not. But if you look at this little kind of wedge I've got, I call it a wedge, not a Dorito. I don't know.
It's what it's really called, Dr. Hack. It's really called a wedge.
Yeah.
Wow.
But you can kind of guess how far it's going to go, how much this has. In my opinion, it happens enough of the time where it's significant to me. And that is if you kind of measure from the top of here to the bottom, you can see how many points that is. So we're going from about 22 around this blue line up to about 71.
So your chart is
That's
not
big.
up, but I have the 100 tick chart up on
There
my
we
screen,
go.
so I can help annotate whatever you're saying. So if you give me the full price range,
Yeah.
I can tell you.
Yeah.
the market now.
So going from the 70s, like 370, and then if you see the bottom of the most recent Dorito pattern is at 324.
Yes.
And if you take about half of that distance,
I'm just gonna get out of the way.
Take
I'm
about
just gonna
half
get out
that
of the way here,
distance, when
folks.
it
Go ahead.
pops out of one side or the other, it's going to go about that far most of the time. Now it could go much further because sometimes they just start something and it just goes crazy.
Yeah.
Right. We all love this pattern, but it's going to go that far most of the time. So I can sit here and draw now a target above and below that Dorito pattern, so you can get
So
both
what would
sides
be
of
your
it.
target? What would be your downside?
Yeah.
Sorry.
So if I'm looking at the downside target, that is 20 to 25. Man, I got fun.
Sorry, if you move your chart and your mouse, it's going to cut off your talking. So what is the level?
I'm thinking. Hang on.
All right. Seeing chest
It's
over there. Time to think.
25
Trying to think about the
points
next
down from here. It's going to be about 315 is the bottom target, and it's going to reach that almost 80% of the time once it breaks.
Oh, and you have stats? Where are your stats from?
Just from watching the pattern again and again. Now, this one happens to be within a range, so those aren't as powerful because you're trending sideways for a while here. So when it goes, it's probably going to go right to the bottom of that range. That's pops at 315. But if you can go the same distance to the top as well, which is going to be, it's going to be around 85, maybe 86, somewhere around the top of that.
Yeah, no, we're definitely
So
on the same
what
page here.
you probably see happen here is you probably see it zip to one of those, touch off of it, maybe go below it a little bit, and then zip back to the other one. And so you touch both targets in a short amount of time.
Yeah. So do you have any trades on right now? Is this no trade zone for you?
I did really well today. I'm not really going to trade at the moment.
Okay.
I'm up 1,300 on a 50K combine. I mean, you can't do much better than that.
That's pretty much perfect.
Yeah, that's pretty much locked. I mean, it's $200 till max, I think, profit of the day.
So if you run a desert island, what would be your desert island indicator? You only get one, or it could be formation. Doesn't have to be.
These two guys, for real. These two. Go ahead.
No, that's a fair question.
It is.
Actually, I don't use. Ooh, I could do it without any of them. I think the one that I like is I like to throw them on the bottom of the chart. I use tick charts, and I want to know where that bar is going to change. So when I see it come up to like 100 ticks on the bar, then I know I'm going to get a new bar. So if I had one, I would use that one because that's what I can tell get the most information out of.
So you could totally function with just that on a desert island and Topstep X on mobile with Starlink.
I think so, but I like indicators. I like other ones.
You only get one though.
All
right.
Yeah, I mean, I use a lot of the Fibonacci stuff. I do like Elliott wave counts, believe it or not, on the bigger charts, not on the tick charts.
Yeah,
that'd be awful to try to do that.
Cool.
Yeah, I do have a VWAP on my chart.
Oh, you do? Nice. I do not have a VWAP on my chart. I just ask Andre or chat.
I'm the fellow VWAP. And speaking of, we got a poll in the chat here. What do you like better in terms? You like the wedge, quote unquote, wedge pattern or quote unquote Dorito pattern? Interesting.
Oh wait, I need a
interesting pull up. Yeah. Anyways, all right, Dolby. Well, we're still looking at the 97s, perhaps upper end of that range in the NQ. Nothing really showing on the tilt right now. Man, we only got 12 minutes left in power players.
Still leaning
Heck,
short.
welcome aboard. You like the short?
Are you bullish or bearish right now?
Dr. Hack.
On NQ?
Yeah.
I haven't looked at NQ. I'm actually not sure.
That's fair.
I was bullish on ES.
Okay.
You want to translate that over? Go
Yeah.
ahead.
You want to translate? So are you?
I mean, I was bullish ES. So if I was taking a trade, I would take a long it to 82.
Got it. 82.
And the stop out's real close. I mean, the stop out's just at 10 points down from where we are now.
Like 40 points, like 4 to 1 on that. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I usually go. I like more than 4 to 1, but I almost never make it to my target. I'm really bad like that. So I'll get a 4 to 1 going, and it'll run halfway there, and I'll look at it and I'll go, I'm risking 3 to get 2 now because I'm halfway to my target. And so I'm like, well, that doesn't make any sense. So I start going, I need to lighten up, or I need to get rid of this, or whatever.
Okay, let's see if.
And so as soon as I see a reversal at that point, I dump it.
Yeah. Let's see if I can get 41. So we might not get it.
Yeah.
But even if you caught that, that's still only about a 10-point move. So not a whole
From
lot
41?
going on right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is long.
The longer it stays in the Dorito, though, the faster it pops out usually. So that's nice.
I know, that's the scary part. Like, you don't know which way it's going to end up going.
Yeah.
50-50 are not bad odds if your risk reward is greater than 1 to 1.
Yeah, once it's broken the first time out of the top of that Dorito, then you can set your stop pretty easily down in the 35s.
Yeah.
But that's more than 4 to 1 at that point. You're already way. Yeah. So we'd have an aggressive entry where we just were, and then you have the normal entry about 6 or 7 points above where we are now. Okay, and it just dropped on me. So
I know, it's so funny. I'm watching that 355. So I'm like, what's going on at the midpoint here? And it's like, oh, buyers hopping on the bus, getting this momentum, and then just head up straight to 355, and everyone turns around immediately. There has to be like 5 people hitting NASDAQ right now.
Yeah, the volume seems pretty light. Average true range has. Look at that. What do you like better in terms, wedge pattern or Dorito pattern? It is 50-50. 262. How about that, Dolby? We still have life for Dorito gaining some traction, actually.
There's still life.
Oh, is it?
There's life,
Dorito,
yes, Eddie.
yeah.
Eddie.
Just pull open.
Like
Keep it open. Keep it open until Dorito wins.
Once it goes 51%, we stay with Doritos.
Yeah.
All right. Yes, markets are trading sideways. Dr. Hack was saying, kind of wait and see right now. Holding pattern for the pretty much all markets. Big FOMC meeting rate announcement on Wednesday.
Are we streaming that, Dre? Or we should send you to that. Do you want to go?
I would love to go. I have a couple questions. I would love to get in there, and I will wear my Topstep. We'll bring the Topstep microphone in there and get a media credential, and let's see this in the front row.
What would you ask them, Dre? You get one question. What are you asking them?
Do you like wedge pattern or Dorito pattern more, Jerome Powell? Which one do you prefer?
That's what you need to ask.
What's with the purple tie? God, come on.
Which one do you prefer, Mr. Powell? Wedge or Dorito?
We're gonna give you.
He would say when I'm wearing my red tie, it's definitely Dorito.
Yeah,
yes, like nacho cheese. Yes.
We're gonna give you an
All
earpiece,
right.
and you're just gonna have to say whatever Richard Harris tells you. Just tell him.
Richard Harris, yes. Richard Harris is my ear.
He's got to be in chat. Yeah, look at you. Good question.
Yeah. Back up we go.
Back up we go. Look at that last trade. 19,353. Dolby said 355s. Middle of the range right here, right? Dolby, is that still holding true?
It sure is. That has not changed. Nor has this range on any time frame.
All right, so let's keep it right there then. Yeah, let's keep it right there. Dolby time. If the range is still intact and it's still holding true, can we revise what our upper end of the range? We said 397s. Is that being a little, I don't want to say greedy, but is that being a bit too ambitious to take a short? If we actually get to 397s, is there another price that we can reevaluate, perhaps taking a short if we do get to the upper end of this range?
I think that's a great short. It's just going to take forever for it to get there because we're so locked up right now. I mean, this is like some lunchtime.
You got a little poke through, kind of a break on the tick chart.
Yeah, okay. I wonder
could
how
be
fast
breaking out.
sellers are going to come in. Yeah, our sellers are going to come swooping back in. This is the problem, right?
They might stomp it.
Yeah, when you have Doritos and ranges like this, and you're in the middle of a range within a range, and you're just like Russian dolling it all the way down, like it's just not a lot of good odds in your favor. The risk reward is like 1-to-1. Everything's a coin flip. This could go any direction at any point in time. And any direction would be right. That's what the market wants. I just don't see a good place to manage risk, unfortunately. 40s were worth 20 points.
Yes, they were. So when we do see that wedge of the Dorito pattern forming, Dolby, that means the ranges are getting narrower and narrower as we keep moving right, so to speak.
Yeah, higher lows and lower highs. And then eventually the
pinching. You're essentially pinching.
Whoever's participating, they gotta, once everyone's settled up at that price, they gotta go find a new price somewhere. So it's not gonna last forever here. So we're just kind of like
KTH. I like what KTH says here in the chat. See green, take green. I like that. All right, here we go. We're starting to pop up here.
Yep.
Let's trade 19,370. Dolby. We selected 97s, 380s. Do 380s do anything for you, Dolby? Or Dr. Hack? Looking at the 5-minute range. I'm looking at the 5-minute chart here on NQ.
You're looking short, aren't you? I see what's on here.
Yeah.
We have no trades on right now. No trades. I'm leaning short.
I would
like a long time frame though. Like very long time.
Yeah. I still like the long coming out of that triangle there. Or the wedge.
Yeah. Are you more of a range
I think I would be
trader,
cut. I would be cut 80, just over 82.
Yeah.
I'm definitely a range trader. Yeah, definitely. I think if I go into momentum trading, I eventually flip the wrong direction and just ride it the wrong direction. So
these two, man,
range traders for life.
Yeah, this is the gang.
We knew we had a vibe going. It's because you're a range trader.
Worse things can be said, right?
Oh, absolutely. All right. Well, I got an eye on the ES here. Just taking a peek above VWAP, or it's right on VWAP, but about a tick or two above it at the moment. 56.25 last trade. I got 56.24 half at VWAP, so about 2 ticks above. And Q catching a bit of a bid here. These guys are looking at the upper end of this range. Look at the 5-minute last trade, 19,375.
Yeah,
Dolby's eyeing the
short.
Yeah, Dolby's looking eyeing the 380 level. I do know that. I need to suggest perhaps scaling in, starting small, and then building yourself into a position. I always think that's prudent. We About 4 minutes left
for
here.
some kind of reversal before, or are you just going to go right in?
What I would probably like limit order in at like 377s. I'm looking at the 30-second chart to see if we end up like slowing up at the top of 380s. I want to see what the price action's like. And then if it ends up just like ripping right through, then obviously no trade. But if we kind of waffle around 380s, there might be an opportunity to nab a short for at least 10 points. Risk 10, make 10 at the very least.
Risk 10 to make 10. All right.
We turn here, we're stopping original target. So
let's see. We can definitely try to get something in here.
we could be flipping, yeah.
All right, let's see if we can sell 375. Oh man, too fast.
Yay.
Fast today.
That NASDAQ. Now you see it, now you don't, Dr. Hack.
You're going to get another shot at it. It's bouncing off the top of a level here.
Yeah, I'm going to see if we can grab 375s. We'll risk 10 points. That'll put us at 85 for a stop, $200. Even 340s wouldn't be that bad of a target. Okay, so here's our second chance. Let's move it up just a hair. Let's try 378s.
378s. That's straight 376 half.
Yeah.
I always get wary about this particular because I do have that VWAP on my chart. If it gets near that, it sometimes does some funny stuff because people are looking at that thing.
Where's it at right now?
At things. On the tick chart? It's 377.
Oh, all right, cool.
It didn't bounce off the 100 tick VWAP. I'm not sure they all are. Some of them are like the bigger time frames have a different version of it, I guess.
Yeah. We got 5 minutes left. I'm gonna pull this trade. I don't think it's worth it. So
we got 2 minutes left, Dolby time. We got 2 minutes left. Also, we got shoulder tap coming up. We got group coaching again. Pinned to the top of the chat, the form. Submit those group coaching questions with Robert and JD. Shoulder tap coming up next. Got Jack and Ben in the house. Good seeing Ben up in Lake Lawn. Had dinner with Ben. Yep. Had to pull some good trading stories at dinner. It was Ben. Dolby was there. JD was there. Gabe was there.
Very fun time.
James Harden was there. Oh, man, we had so much fun. All right, we're up to these 80s now. 19,000.
There's closing the original target on the trade of the triangle break.
Nice.
Right there, actually. Paper trade, it doesn't count.
What was your entry on paper for that one?
I got in when we were talking about the original. Gotten in. Where was that?
Okay.
42.
42s. Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, that's
Just
awesome
below
entry.
where it broke out of the bottom tick chart triangle.
Let's see if this holds up here. This might get some resistance.
Somehow I have another level drawn in above that at 93. I don't know why I have that. It's probably something similar if you're looking for shorts.
3. Yeah, I see. I think this is still middle of the range for me. I think the better short is still up at 400s. Right? It's like I want to look at the chart in a small time frame, and then when I'm looking at an entry, I want to zoom out and see where that entry is relative to long time frames. And a short at like 380 still puts you pretty much dead center in the middle of a 30-minute range. So it's still coin flip territory. I don't think we'd have serious sellers come in, or I would say I don't think we'd have serious longs cover until maybe 400s or 410s, and that's if they want to cover. Because then you start getting some selling pressure coming in if they're unhappy with the price action from being long 19,400s.
Let's keep an eye on these 400s, guys. We unfortunately, this went by quick. Dr. Hack, this went by quick. I think we're going to have you back on because I think there's a lot more to unlock with you, Dr. Hack. You know your stuff. I want to hear some more about the chess. You got the seller step. Dolby time. Oh, man, that went fast. No trades taken just yet. I'll keep you posted. You will see Dolby time. We got Power Hour coming up, Dolby by Hamid and Hoag and myself. Anyways, for right now, we got Shoulder Tap coming up next. Jack and Ben, I always stay tuned for that. Dr. Hack, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to see you again. See if we can get you booked again.
Yeah, thanks for having
Dolby
me.
time. I'll see you in Power Hour. But up next, we got Shoulder Tap, Jack and Ben. Let's go, Topstep TV.
Hello, everybody out there. Welcome back to Shoulder Tap. We've been off a few days, but we are ready to tap shoulders, give kudos, and all that stuff. I am Jack, joined by Topstep's head risk manager, Mr. Mick. Mick, how are you doing?
I'm good. I'm here ready to tap shoulders, Jack.
I am too. It was nice getting back on a Friday and then having the weekend to kind of be zen. At least that's what I did.
Yeah, I didn't get too much easing in. We had guests in town for a bachelorette party that were staying at the houses, and it was crazy. Not a relaxing weekend after a relaxing week with the Topstep crew at Lake Lawn in Wisconsin. But here we are. My relaxation came when I got to go horizontal on the couch for the first time in about a week to watch the Bears unfortunately lose against the Texans last night. Not much of a game.
Yeah, pretty sloppy game in general. What about our live funded traders today? Are they slopping around or are they doing something good?
There's a little bit of back and forth, but there's a lot of green on the boards today. Nothing too huge. I mean, we haven't had the biggest range in the equity indices, which you and most of our viewers know are where the participation lies from our live accounts and just our traders in general, specifically that NASDAQ and the S&P. So it's a bit of a mixed bag on the boards. I don't really have anything in the way of sharing like large notable P&Ls. We've got a lot of people up at the low four-figure range, that is, but nothing in the five-figure range, at least since I turned around. And I don't imagine there would be since we're kind of, not doing too much here. But I do have a couple shout outs. I want to give a shout out to Jourdain. He's up 4,200. And shout out to Eddie. Eddie's someone that we've talked about quite a bit on this segment and also with the shout outs and whatnot. He's up 4,200 as well. Everybody else is around the $2,000 mark, which nothing to scoff at if you're up. But if you're down, it is what it is. We had a couple people, and I'm going to talk about one of them, someone here who lost their account today. And we got a number of people that I'm not featuring today that did lose their trading account with having lost $2,000 or more, but they only had a couple $1,000s to play with, and then they used all of that cushion, aka their remaining account balance, and risked it all in a single trading day, which is something that myself, our other risk managers, always dislike seeing very, very much. If you've got $2,500 left in your live account, why risk that in a single day? We want to say, I got 2,500 left. I'm going to split it up over the course of a few days. Whether you risk $500 a day and give yourself 5 swings at the plate, or, you take that 2,500 and split it up over 2 days to, take a $1,250 loss today and still have a little bit of wiggle room for tomorrow. I'm seeing that from like 4 different accounts today. And it's always something that, I hate to see. Not what I want to see out of our live traders, and not what a mature trader would be doing if they didn't think that they'd just be bailing themselves out, via a trading combine or an XFA. So if you've got a live account and you whittle your account balance down to a low value, doesn't mean you need to swing for the fences and risk what you have left. We do want to see you kind of grind it out, because some of the best success stories that we've talked about here on this segment, Jack, have been people that kind of had their back against the wall, buckled down, put their nose to the grindstone, and, traded it out and turned things around, start taking payouts, start seeing, that they've got a lot of trading days under their belt in the live account. And that is where you get better as a trader. You're not going to get better saying, oh, I've got $2,500 left. Let me see what happens. Flip a coin. Heads I go long, tails I go short, and let's see what happens. If it doesn't work out, I'll just go back to a trading combine past that. That is not how you're going to get better as a trader. You're going to get better saying, I only have this to work with. This is what I can do with it. Let me give myself a couple chances. And you know what? If you give yourself a few chances and it still doesn't work out, that's okay. At least you took it seriously and put a little discipline into your trading. And that is what helps, as Hoag says, forge good traders or better traders, which we're all growing. We're all growing.
Mm-hmm. As I'm looking ahead at the cards, I think you could call what you just said foreshadowing for at least one of them.
Yeah, Paul, excuse me. Yep. Paul is what kind of sparked this. Let's talk about Paul a little bit here, Jack.
Paul
Paulie P. Paul spent 4 short days in his live account. Today was day 4. Lost his account on day 4. This is a good example of how you do not want to start in your live account. There's a lot of things here that should have gone differently. Paul, like I said, it's day 4 today. He had 0 winning days in this account. His net P&L, average P&L that is, was minus $3,800, and that's over the course of the first 3 days. He is one of the people that had $2,800 or so left in the account, I believe, and used it all up, $2,482. So there's really nothing good here, especially when you look at the, not only the average winning days, that's that. And, there's nothing wrong with that. Who's to say that you are doing something wrong if your first 3 days or 4 days are losing days? But to the degree that these were losing days of exceeding that daily loss limit because they're trading larger position size than they should be on an account that started with like $14,000, trading 10 lots and stuff like that. Not what you want to be seeing. And on a per trade basis, average winning trades was not even $90 on the profitable trades, yet they were losing $1,200 on the losing trades. I'm not going to talk a bunch of shit here, but this was not a good start for a number of reasons. As you can see, I feel like I've been talking a lot. Is there anything you want to mention here, Jack, around this small data set or sample size that we have to look at here?
This card is really just the short story. It's like that Ernest Hemingway thing about somebody bet him to write a story and what was it, like 5 words or something. This is a story of a man completely giving up. I can't see the one today. You tell me he lost the rest?
Yeah, he lost the rest today.
Yeah, that's not surprising. Yes, yesterday was when he gave up. I'll tell you why. Like, once again, this stuff is hard. Don't want to rag on this individual. Just to point out, because we say this every day, is if you have $14K in equity, I would not be losing $3,700 on the first day. And then if I did that, I certainly wouldn't lose another $3,300. I mean, you're risking 30% of your account a day, and then followed it up by losing like 2/3 of the account, down $43.88, which means they encountered some slippage. And here's the thing. This is what I mean. We can't always tell what they do from these cards, but I can right here, because that $4,300 day was just one trade, 20 total contracts. That's giving up. Paul flopped on a 10 lot and said feast or famine, and it was famine again.
This is something that gets brought up regularly. Paul put a 10 lot on yesterday. Jack just shared what the P&L was. He spent 1 minute and 19 seconds in the market yesterday with that 10 lot on. It goes back to what we talk about a lot. It's like if you're going to be trading size like 10 lots, 15 lots, even stuff that's a little bit less than 10 contracts, scaling in is a very good thing, because if I put 10 lots on and the market goes against me, which it did, with Paul here, my back is against the wall, and that $3,000 daily loss limit can come extremely quickly. So if Paul were to have, maybe said, hey, if this starts working for me, I'm going to, try to amass a contract size or a position size of 10 lots, fine. Let's start with 2 and do that 5 times. Add to it as it's going in our favor. If you have we talk about cannonballing, and we don't want people cannonballing, which is adding to a losing position. There's that age-old term, losers average losers here. And with futures, you don't want to be doing this. This isn't buying stocks over the long haul. If he had a 2 lot on, he could have, watched that market go against him, however he was positioned yesterday, or Friday, I should say that is. And, taken very little heat and potentially been able to stay in the trade. I shouldn't say potentially. damn well certainly would have been able to stay in the trade a lot longer than a minute and 19 seconds. And, if it did turn in his favor, he could have added another 2 and added another 2 and added another 2 and amassed a 10 contract position. But he did all in and he went all out in a minute and 19 seconds. That's not what you want to be doing. I can't stress enough. It's kind of boring to hear and people don't want to hear it, but it's what you need to hear is early on in the account, we should be trading slowly, small, slow, get your grounding. Would love to see you, making a few winning days or have a few winning days under your belt before you're trading 10 lots and, risking 70-something, 80-something% of your account after 3 trading days. This is someone who wasn't thinking at the time about longevity and survival in this account. And yeah, yesterday was like, I'm going to slap on a 10 lot and see what happens. I think it can go here, but there was so much that wasn't thought about and implemented with the trade management there or the directional bias that they had. And they could have done a lot more there to manage the trade in a much more mature, better way. We might not be talking about Paul today if that were the case. And we might have been talking, if he did something differently, we might have been, giving him a shout out today as opposed to a shoulder tap and sharing with the group that he lost the account.
Just doing living to
while you're doing the math, living to trade another day. There's a lot to be said for that. As I started off with, that's how good traders are made, doing the hard thing and not doing what you want to do. We got to take all these accounts seriously, especially when it comes to, having the ability to take a payout. That's real cash in your pocket that you're really just, drilling holes in your pocket before you get a chance to, line them with anything.
Yeah, it's just a matter of leverage. I sometimes wonder when I see cards like this, and I've seen longer ones too, where, okay, so like if he had 6K or thereabout in his account yesterday, before that, trading 10 contracts and the numbers will be worse. Is that how he went out today with another 10 contracts?
No, we traded. We shaved his position sizing due to the scaling plan. So we're not going to let someone with $2,500 in their account trade 10 lots. So no, it wasn't a 10 lot trade. That would be a poor decision on his end, but even a poor decision on Risk's end if we allowed for that scenario to unfold. So we don't let that happen.
If you have 6K in your account, right? Trading 10 NQ futures, it's about $3.8 million of exposure to the NASDAQ. Take 6K divided by that. You are trading at a leverage of roughly 1,000 to 1. 1,000 to 1. And the thing is that you can't string those together. I see folks that try and do, once again, big boys and big girls. You can trade however you want within the rules here. But it's, when you're trading with such leverage, even when it works out, it's just you want more, but you're like that person who hits on the it's been so long since I played roulette, on the double zeros or something, and then doubles down. Get it again. I mean, eventually you're going to get wiped out on it. It's just the probability of it. This isn't how nobody who ends stuff with money, besides maybe if you win the lottery or something like that, right? You can make money once with 1,000 times leverage, maybe a couple times, but you are going to get completely chewed up eventually. That's just probability, just stats. You're significantly over leveraged, and you can make a lot of money with just a few contracts. Like, the house account that I had like 5 on, and I was kind of like, that's a sizable position.
It is.
6K one contract is a sizable position. Anyway.
Yeah, well, all good stuff to share so our viewers out there can, learn from other people's mistakes and, see what you don't want to do. Speaking of what you don't want to do, the last little note that I have here is when I was looking at Paul's trade report, I noticed that he has, guess how many trading combines are open? There are 55 open trading combines on Paul's account. I have no idea what the intentions of that are. You can't even, I guess you can trade copy across 55, but you're only going to get 5 XFAs if you pass those trading combines. But while I'm curious about, what possesses someone to do what they did here on the last day of trading, or even on the second to last day of trading, I'm pretty damn curious what 55 trading combines is going to get someone. Just so everybody knows, we don't want to see people in that many trading combines. I don't know what the end goal is or what that does for you, but we being, this organization was founded, by a trader, by traders, molded by traders and stuff like that, and continues to iterate around good ideas that our traders have. We like listening to, everybody out there and taking feedback. What are you doing with 55 trading combines? I don't know.
That's a lot.
Sure don't understand it. 5 I get, 55, 11 times that, I'm not sure. So anyways, I think that, part of the reason that they didn't really care too much about this live account was, hey, I can go bail myself out. But Paul's not going to get better for bailing himself out by trying to pass trading combines. You can't take payouts from the trading combines. I don't know what 55 trading combines are going to do for you. So anyways, I think it's time to move on so I don't get too hung up, Jack, on the 55 combines. Let's go and talk about Pin. Pin is one of our live traders who I'm sure everybody's heard about quite a bit. He was someone who has who's been in our 100K club, 6-figure account balance. However, they haven't been trading too well over the course of their 131 days in the live account. Now, I say not trading too well. Trading 131 days in a futures account in and of itself is a success. So this trading card is neither a purely a shout out or a shoulder tap by any means. I tip my hat to anybody that spends 130 something days in a leveraged futures trading account. Pin's been kind of slowly bleeding this account out from that $100,000 high watermark that they had in there, but I'm happy to share that Pin is coming off a $21,000 winning day last Friday. $21,000 trading the NASDAQ. And he's up about $3,300 today. So he's on about a $23,000, $24,000 win streak just over the last 2 days, which is awesome. And that's why we've heard about Pin. He puts up big winning days when he puts them up. So Pin's trading a ton of products. If we want to break it down by we didn't even list the products on the trading card. He's doing a lot of different asset classes. He's predominantly in the equities, S&Ps, NASDAQ, but mostly the S&Ps, which is a little bit different. Most people are trading the NASDAQ. He's an S&P trader who doesn't mind tipping his toes in the water of the grains. He trades soybeans. He also dips them in some of the energies, the liquid crude oil and the natural gas, as well as metals, even trading platinum, which is kind of an uncommon product here at Topstep, and then currencies as well. So I know if Andre was on with me right now, he'd be asking, what do I think about someone trading all these asset classes? He's not trading them all every day. Like I said, it's predominantly the equities. But there's not always something going on in the equities. So I think if you have a technical approach to the markets, you can take your bull flag, bear flag, basic setups that I'm referring to, and you can look across all the charts and say, hey, if equities aren't doing anything, where is there an opportunity? And there's nothing wrong with moving around. There's so many products we can trade. Gone are the days where someone like Jack or myself would have to stand in the notes pit or the corn pit watching nothing happen. We've got all these products at our fingertips. So he's taken advantage of that. Some products more successful than others, but he's not trading everything every day. I wouldn't recommend anybody doing that. I myself have a hard time, spreading my concentration across a couple different products if I've got open positions that I need to be managing on those. But anyways, he's a big swinger on the winning days. He's got big winning days. On the losing days, which are far more common here, It's that daily loss limits that is helping him as a speed bump. I mentioned Friday was a $21,000 winning day, just shy of his best winning day of $32,000. His worst day, not too much beyond the $3,000 daily loss limit mark. Average winning days here, it's a really great average winning day, $7,600, but he's only having, 27% winning days. The other 73% are that, average losing day of $3,062. On a per trade basis, risk rewards right around 1-to-1, per contract. They're, making $2,550 when they make it. They're losing $2,100 when they're losing it. Like we were talking about with Paul, I'd like to see Pin. This is an area for improvement. Just starting with smaller positions on the point of entry. He's not trading massive size, averaging about 5 contracts, which is pretty good leverage. And I know he's got over $50,000 in his trading account still. But scaling in would be something that would be beneficial to him. Scaling in is something that's beneficial to anybody if they're trading size, in my opinion. Again, the benefit of that is if it goes against you right off the bat, when you slap on that initial position, you got small position size on. You're not getting your back against the wall, the $3,000 daily loss limit. And if it's going in your favor, you can press the pedal down a little bit and add, and then you can accumulate a position size of 10, 15, or more contracts if the risk team opens you up for that. If the shoe fits, we will do that.
Yeah. I mean, it would take a very long time. There's 131 trading days here, so I don't know how much I can go. Besides, the one piece of big advice I'd give is I'd love to see Pin take another payout, especially in honor of that $21,000 day. That is a sign from above to maybe take some money out, because if I'm reading this right, only
just
is taken
one payout last month, $6,000.
Six grand. And as you mentioned, above a 50K balance. This might be, I think with this, I mean, those average losing days, this is like 96, about 96 or 97 losing days in this account, or as you see, the average, the daily loss limit. I don't know. It seems to be working out well enough. But you've hit one of those big peaks now. I would love to see you go for a little more consistency now. You just bought yourself a lot more room here. So take a payout. Maybe, I don't know, Mick, what do you think?
I'm happy you brought up the payout piece and how they took that last, it was like 3 weeks ago, they took that $6,000 payout. They're not exactly treading water. They're losing money. I started off by saying it's a slow bleed. Definitely when those big winning days like last Friday come, it's a good reason to take a payout, especially when you see over a large sample size, 131 losing days. Today's 132 days. If you know you're bleeding out money, when you do have those big windfall profit days, the $21,000, the $32,000, which was his best day. I mean, Pin is definitely better off taking that money out of his account and paying himself as opposed to allowing himself to, risk it to the markets. I know with payouts, there's a lot of people that, and I understand the psychology behind this. You want to get your account up to a certain balance before you take a payout. But I mean, the writing's on the wall here. And, if you're someone who's trading like Pin, that's, okay, accepting $3,000 loss to the market on any of your losing days, every one of your losing days for that matter, why wouldn't you take 3,000 out or more when you have, a good winning day? And certainly I'd want to be pocketing a good percentage of, if not all of that $21,000 from last Friday, because unless there's changes to the trading activity here, and I don't really think, Jack, that it's boiling it down to, a change of strategy. I think it's more of a change of managing the trading days, managing the money in the account. Unless there's a change there, I mean, this account might take another X amount of days, a high number of days, but at this trajectory, it is going to zero. So, you might as well put money in your pocket on the way to zero. And I'm not knocking Pin. He's done some good stuff, but you're going to really need to increase the rate of that good stuff that you're doing through winning days. But the money management's got to change. Otherwise, there's nothing to keep this account open, through the end of the year potentially.
Well put there, Mick. Well, we're just about out of time, Mick. So I think that's where we're going to have to cut it right now to make way for group coaching, which is coming on next. That is JD and the Riz. Robert Cooney is going to be there with them, followed by Strategy Lab. Anne-Marie's in the house, and Muhammad, don't come crying for him because he's going to be here at 2. That is when you'll want to find him. Mick, thanks again, man.
Thank you, Jack. Hope you have a good rest of your day.
I certainly hope to. We'll be back in just a second. See you then.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to group coaching. It is that time of day, my favorite time of day at least. I am JD behind the scenes. You're looking at Coach Robert. We have some questions that I'm going to be asking him from you. Actually, I was kind of worried that we weren't going to have any questions at all. We had that form pinned to the chat marinating for a couple hours, and not a single question submission came in until about 15 minutes ago. So just a reminder, when you see that form up there throughout the day, and if you have a question for this group coaching segment, don't be shy. Feel free to jump in there and ask your questions. We're here to answer them. So, Coach Robert, what is happening today, my friend?
Yeah. I was that's good, JD, and welcome back from the time off there, the offsite. Hope it all went well. We held down the fort. Dakota did an amazing job, and our guests here, Nick Vertip, Jay, they all did amazing jobs on here. I don't want to leave anybody out, but Jay behind the scenes. So it was great. I'm doing good. I was I'm in North Carolina now. I spent the weekend in the Blue Ridge Mountains, so I came back all nice and revived, refreshed, and ready to go. And like you, we looked in the chat and we're like, wait a minute, there's not a single person out of 5,000 people watching that has a single question for a professional coach. It's pretty interesting. So we got them now. Yeah, we got them now. But we're willing to take them. A lot of these questions today, JD, I don't know if you went through them quickly there. I'm sure you did. But a lot of them are like psychology questions. And I am not a psychologist by any stretch of the imagination, but I'm happy to share what I've learned. A couple of them we're really going to hit on because we kind of take it to heart as well. And especially, just myself, since I'm on the other side of the camera here, is, being a competitor in a bunch of different disciplines of sports or whatnot, and all around, putting your time in and your discipline and not giving up. So we're going to touch on that too. But we did get some good ones. And if you do see that form, as JD said, feel free to submit them. We'd rather have more than not enough. So JD, let's take it away, because we got Strategy Lab up next too. So we got even more to talk about there.
We sure do. You're getting a whole nother hour with Coach Robert right after this. But as Robert was just mentioning, there is a common theme to the questions today: trading psychology. Full disclosure, we are not clinical psychologists. We do not train. We are not doctors, though we do play them on TopstepTV from time to time. We are not professionals, psychologists, I should say. So when we answer these questions, they're going to come from personal experience. But common theme was trading psychology. So we could touch a little bit on discipline, emotional control, patience, confidence, risk management, fear and greed, controlling biases. There's a whole lot we could talk about under that umbrella of trading psychology without getting too in the weeds on anything clinical. But we're happy to answer those for you. So we'll get to that in just a few minutes. Well, let's start up with the first question. Miguel wants to know, hi, Coach, is there an indicator for Hoag's opening range trade where you could display, let's say, the first hour from 8 to 9 a.m.? Well, first of all, John Hoagland's opening range trade is the very first minute of trading. So his opening range trade, he'll do it in the equities, either the ES or the NQ. He'll see what the range is for that very first minute, 8:30 to 8:31 Central Time, AM. And then he will take a longer short bias, very short term, based off of what that opening range is. Now, as far as an indicator goes, there used to be one on TradingView that Coach Robert built for him. It has not migrated over to TopStep X yet, though. But Coach Robert, you want to touch on that for a minute? Can we show everybody how to ask for their favorite indicator if they want one?
Sure. I'm going to go through the JD. I have this up here, and then I'll switch over to the chart, and we will do exactly that. While you were explaining that, and great job, by the way, yes, Hoag does use, this is the ES you're looking at on the right-hand side. It's the ES. It's a 5-minute chart, so I'm going to actually drop that down to a 1-minute chart so we can get you exactly what you're looking for. This is what Hoag uses. He uses a 1 minute. The opening range in this case is the first, it's the high and the low of the first 1 minute candle. We're going to look at 8:30 Central Time, which is this particular candle right here, and where my mouse is, and I will mark it off and read those levels off to you. But the best way that I found to do this is just plotting it on the chart. There isn't an indicator yet that's on there. We made the last one for him, but as soon as they're able to, we will certainly make it. And here's an easy way to mark this up. We can see it's hard to see this candle because it's not even a doji, it's like a nothing candle in this first 1 minute. It kind of spells out how the day is going to go. So there's a feature on the left-hand side. Can we see that? Yes, we can. It's a little magnet. If I click on the magnet, it's a snapping tool. So all you have to do is get the drawing close to where I want it to be, and it will snap to that area, whether it's the open, high, low, or close. And next thing I'm going to do is go to my trusty toolbox on the left. I'm going to choose a horizontal ray, and I'm going to come close to the top of that first 1 minute candle. I'm going to click it, do the exact same thing again, and click the bottom. And there it is. There's our opening range. Now we can change the color of the lines. We can use a box, rectangular box if we want. But I have this horizontal ray, so plot at the top and the bottom. And it's just going to, as I shrink the chart down, we can see where that opening range is. It just continues to the right-hand side. This is a really good play today. I don't recall if we had taken it or not. I was doing something else at the beginning of the market. But there's a nice little drop off. There's our first 1 minute. You know, a little poke out at the top if you took it, but maybe not. We want to see some conviction going through there based on that first candle where nothing really happened. That could be a very good potential short. And then we come back to the opening range. We have potential longs and potential shorts. But that's how he marks it off. That is your first opening range 1 minute candle. Now, what Miguel said was he says the opening from 8 to 9. I'm not sure if it's a time zone, but in this case, we will use the 8:30 to 9:30 time frame. That would be the first hour, which would be the initial balance, so as we call that. So what we can do is we can go to that initial hour, and here's 9:30, there's your candle, or make it really easy. We just clicked over to an hourly chart, and then we plot the same way. We take the high and the low of that first hourly candle. Well, guess what? There's our initial balance. That's our first hour. Now we can actually toggle back down. Now let's go to a 5 minute chart. We can see that it actually did plot the first hour from the bottom to the top, the high and the low. There's your initial balance. And this looks like a pretty good play on this one as well. Let's drop down to the bottom. That looks like it's about a 9-point drop. So if you're targeting 5 points in the ES, 5 points at one contract, $50 a point, it's $250. That gets you to day one of a payout. Over $200 does it. So there you go. There's a nice way to do it. Now, if you have this, as JD was saying, if you wish to have a submission, say, boy, I really like to have that indicator. I would really like to see that develop in the platform. On the left side, we have a question mark. When you mouse over it, it says support. It's going to bring you directly to the feedback in the feature request area. Now remember, Topstep X it's embedded trading view charts. It doesn't have all the features and functions of it, but most of them are there. It's like 85% of them are there. And we're using this embedded, but we are also coding this stuff in the background. So if you want to see something, a request to make the platform, it's a trader by traders, built by traders, built for traders, that whole spiel right there. This is how you do it. Help shape the platform. Just create a new post, and you can type in what you would like to see, put a bunch of tags in there, but you can also do a search. If we're going to do a search, I want to put an opening range search and type in the word open right here. And we can see what is already available. Open orders, open interest, open P&L. Let's opening range breakout lines and opening range indicator. They are both already submitted. One of them, opening range breakout lines, only has one vote. So let's upvote that one. And let's say that that's an important one. Right below that is opening range indicator. Now look at this. 6 months ago, 92 votes. You know what? Let's upvote that one as well. Oh, it went to 91. That means I already voted on it. So I'm going to put my vote back on there. And I'm going to put it as sooner than later. So that's what you can do, and that's what you can follow it. And anytime you have a feature request and you submit, put a post, you will get notified. And also check the roadmap right in the middle, and you can see where things are and where the we can see session volume profiles down here. Cumulative delta is planned. We have positions in points. That's a very popular one, like in points and ticks versus just dollars. That is in the in progress. And we have weekly candles also in the in progress. So that's a great place you can find it. You can submit. You'll see them in review plan progress, and you can follow right along with the development of your Topstep X platform. Wow, I just said a lot, didn't I?
That was quite a bit, but it was very accurate and very informative. Thank you, Coach Robert. We do have an interesting question in the chat, though, I'd like to address if we get a second.
Okay.
I imagine I can see where this question could be a source of confusion for people who are not familiar with the futures trading business at all. Ahmad in the chat is asking if it's possible to take partial profits on futures contracts. Very interesting question, because this is, of course, possible in the realm of stock trading and crypto trading, taking fractional profits based just solely off of unrealized P&L, getting out of a certain dollar amount of a trade and banking that and holding the rest. Unfortunately, fractional profit taking is really not possible in futures trading contracts. There are fractional products that you can trade, such as a micro NQ or a micro ES, any micro product off of a mini contract, but taking off, say, a dollar amount of an unrealized profit without taking off a full contract is not possible. Does that make sense, what I just said, Coach Robert? Do you think that's a good enough description of why it's
Yeah.
not possible to take fractional dollar amounts of profits?
Yes, I believe that would be. I would agree with that. And take that one step further, if we can bring that out a little bit, JD, and say, well, can we take a fractional profit of a mini? Well, that answer would be yes, because we have the micros on Topstep X. So if you wanted to take half, you would just do 5 micros. I don't believe that's what they were suggesting. So I believe your answer to this, 100% agree with it. But if we are misunderstanding that, or wasn't read right, if you're talking about, man, a mini's too big, how can I take a piece of that? It would just be a piece of the micro, and that right now they're available on Topstep X right now.
Correct. I see a lot of people jumping in the chat to answer that question also. So thanks. Hoag's in there now. He's clearing a few things up. So excellent. All right. Next up, we got a special request from Hoag to address this particular question. AJ says, we heard from AJ a couple weeks ago, and Hoag was kind enough to speak quite a bit directly to him. But AJ says, my losses, they have no end in sight. Literally so down right now and just feeling like giving up. What are the options for AJ? AJ's on tilt right now. Trading psychology, like we said, there was a very common theme among a lot of the questions that we got for group coaching today. But it sounds to me like AJ is having some trouble with confidence at the moment, having a little trouble handling losses. There could be a number of other emotions that AJ's going through right now. But these are very common among futures trader, and I think you'd be hard pressed to find anybody that hasn't considered quitting at one time or another. Going on tilt, losses pile up over time. You don't seem to be ever digging yourself out of the hole. But
yeah,
Coach Robert, what's your take on recovering from losses, staying in the game, not giving up, rebuilding your confidence, and getting back on the right track?
Yeah, JD, it's a tough one, and as we started off by saying, the questions this time, the ones that we did get when they came through, right in a row, 1, 2, 3, bang, bang, bang. We're all about. I don't even want to say trading psychology, but it's got the element to it. But all about, I cannot do this. I just feel defeated. I just want to quit. I just want to give up. This is not for me. So, speaking specifically with AJ, we've seen this around before, and I've addressed some of this in Hoag as well, have talked about this. And we suggested that you take a little time off. When I spoke there on a coaching, I was like, hey, why don't you just take the weekend? It was like a Thursday or something, and correct me if I'm wrong. I said, hey, just take tomorrow. If it's a Friday, don't worry about it. Take the weekend off and come back nice and fresh. And Hoag took that a step further when he jumped in, and he said, you know what? No, take the week off. Take 2 weeks off. Whatever you got to do, get your head straight, figure it out, take a break. And if it's really beating you up that bad, it's not a problem taking it away. It's always, the market's going to be here. It's hundreds plus years. The market's here. It's going to be here. You're not going to miss anything. So regroup, regather. And this, now I'm going to shift from AJ to everyone. There's no harm in taking a break. And one thing is going to stick out for every sport, every athlete, every trader, or any field. When you have a winner or a successful person, what is the one common thing that every single one of those people has? It's not intelligence, it's not drive, not ambition. It is they didn't quit. They may have taken time off. They may have slowed down. They may have taken a step back. They may have went on a tangent slightly and taken some time off. I ran an IT company for 17 years. I was burnt. I was completely fried. Get this technical stuff out of here. I cannot deal with computers anymore. And I became a physical therapist for almost 10 years. Then Bitcoin in 2017 started coming around, like, ooh, I got bitten by the technology bug again, and here I am, been trading since 2018. So that was my break when it came to technology. When it comes to trading, there was absolutely no harm of taking a break. Shut down TopstepTV, shut down your socials, shut down your charts, and just take a break. Do something else for a little while. There's no harm in that. But the one thing that the successful traders or successful people in whatever field haven't done is quit. Okay, if you really feel that and it's just not going to work for you, hey, there's no shame. Everybody knows their limits as well. Certainly, hey, I'm 5'6". I quit basketball. Hey, surprise there, right? Now, it's not to say it can't be done because there were professional basketball players that are shorter than I am that run the Celtics, right? And they completely crushed it. But that was my quote unquote quitting thing. Is I didn't like playing basketball. It wasn't good for me. But take some time off. Take a break. It is not the end of the world. Okay, this is trading, and it's going to be here for you. And JD, what was the one that was right before, right after it that was very, very, very similar? We want to make sure we get that one as well. There it is, right there. Line number 5. JD, you want to read off line number 5 there? It's hard for me to see with the glasses on. It's the same thing. I'm going to stay on the same theme. Yeah.
For sure. This question comes from Marlex. Marlex says, it's happened to me several times that I'll be winning, and I want to end the day with a nice fat round number. And by continuing to trade, I lose what I gained. Has it happened to you? How have you handled it? The big fat round number, the bane of many traders' existence. I'm 2 ticks away. I just need to make 2 more ticks, and I'm out of here. And you start trading the P&L instead of what the data the market is generating, and you give it all back in the blink of an eye. Very common theme, and it's a tough thing to get around. Some people just need to have that perfect round number, and it's difficult to get that out of your head. There are a few ways around that. Simply speaking, Ho talks about a 10% profit rule. Once you get within 10% of your profit target, then you take a closer look at the trade, you scale in, and you start micromanaging it. You never take less than 90% profit once you're within 10% profit of your trade. So that's one way to start building a strategy around that. But what's your take on it, Coach Robert? You wanted to hit this one. What do you have to say when
we'll get in a minute.
To traders that need to hit that number before they quit? What do we have to say about that?
It's a tough one. We've been there. I've done the same thing myself. Everybody, I don't know of a person on Topstep or in our group here that's just like guilty as charged on this one, because we've all done that. It's interesting because that's not a hard one to get rid of, but it's not easy either. That 10% that Hoag has, I'm liquid on that as well. As structured as I am with my trading, I'm still a little bit liquid on there because I just hate giving back. If I'm going for 20 points and it's at 18, I am not going to give back 18 points to make the last 2. The closer you get to your profit target, the worse your risk reward becomes because you're not going to give back all that. So, Marlix, it might be like a type A personality like myself, and you just want to get to that one last little piece of it. And like I said, it's not that difficult to do, but it's not that easy either. You just have to let it go. This is not a game of I say game loosely, but if you're off by a tick or 2, okay, you're going to hit it right. You're going to nail it. There's that. I'm looking at ES right now. Great. I'm shooting for 56.50 in the ES right now. That's right off my target. And I see it. Dang it. We're right there at 56.50. I have my order set there. It's a stop order, or limit order if I'm in a long position. I am good to go. I'm just going to watch this thing happen. It comes right up, hits me to 56.50, and I get a half a point of slippage. So yeah, we're not going to be that exact. If you want to be real unexact, try switching to something else like the RBOB that has like 4 decimal places, or switch to one of Jack's favorite, the bonds, where it's like a number, a dot, 2 numbers, a quote, an apostrophe, and then another 2 numbers. Those would be really close. So try to forget about that. Get your trade set, get your target estimated. We don't know, and I'll repeat this again for there's a lot of traders. We know there's 3 things, right? We have our entry. If we're going long, we have our entry. See this? We have our target. We have our stop. We know the entry because we put it on. We chose it. We know our stop because we know what we want to risk or willing to risk. We know our potential target. We don't know what the target's going to be. The market is going to dictate that. And it might not get to your target. Just because you think is your target, it doesn't mean the market is going to do what you want it to do, when you want it to do it, at the time you are trading, and the amount of trades you're going to take. It does not work that way. You can guarantee your entry for the most part, and you know what your stop is. But once you start getting close to that target, you're looking for that nice round number. Nah, let it go. Just take the good trade and walk. Take your money, pull it out. Don't worry about it. It's so hard to be exact like that. Like, I won't say impossible, but it's just really extremely hard, especially if you are 100% exact to the tick and you get a little slippage in there. Guess what? It's not, and it's just not worth it. Hard enough. Trading's hard enough to worry about getting exactly to tick measurement. Does it happen sometimes? Sure. I've top tick things. I bottom tick things. Absolutely. Does it happen a lot? Nope. Do I try? Nope.
Yeah, risking $10 to potentially lose 1,000 though. That's a bit of a stretch. But thank you for your question, Marlex, and thank you for your question, AJ. Just scrolling through the chat while Robert was talking just now, I see a lot of love for AJ, and there are people giving advice. Go find a trading buddy, scale down size. One trader, Lucy Scarrett, even says, AJ, if you can, join the Wall Street Global Trading Academy lecture on Wednesday evening, which is a fantastic idea. If you're feeling like you're going on tilt, go learn a different trading model, especially a couple of guys like Peter Tuchman and David Green, who are just Wall Street trading legends. They put on a nice webinar every couple weeks. They're big friends of Topstep. We're going to have David Green on here on Wednesday. But they teach a very simple model based off of moving averages that can be applied to virtually any market out there. So yeah, definitely go learn something new if what you're doing just doesn't seem to be working. Hope that helps you
And I have
out.
one more thing before JD, after you sign us, I have one more line. So finish up, and I do have one more line. I feel is really important to get this out.
Oh, sure. Why don't you go ahead and cover that, and because we'll just close it out. We're running short on time right now.
Okay, sounds good. Everybody listening, there are things far more important in your life than trading. I don't care who you are. And that goes to everybody. Okay, family, yourself, your health. There are things far more important. We're Topstep. We want to see you trading. We want to see you in the combine. We want to see you in funded. We want to see you making money. But if it's bothering you and it's affecting your health or your family, stop. My heart to yours. Take it easy.
Thank you, Robert. We do appreciate that. Everybody in the chat appreciates that too. All right, with that, we are going to take a short break. We'll be back in a moment with for Strategy Lab with Anne Marie. Coach Robert's sticking around for another hour. He's going to be joined by Hoag and Anne Marie. Then we're going to close out the day and Power Hour with Andre, Dolby, Muhammad A, and Hoag. Fan favorite Mohammed is back. Stick around. We're going to take a short break. Like I said, we'll be right back with Strategy Lab.
Hey, thanks for sticking around, everybody. Welcome to Strategy Lab with Anne Marie. And Anne Marie is that rose between the two thorns right there. The thorn on the other side, of course, is Riz Robert Cooney. And it's great to have everybody with us. Great to be back with everybody. Anne Marie, we missed you last week. And it's rollover. First thing I wanted to ask you is, how is your trading going today? Have you been actively trading over the past few days, and are you going to be active till before rollover is over?
Yes, I have been active. I have been much smaller size because I'm really trying to work on the YM stuff also. Today was, I could read direction, but I misstepped. And so when when things are going great and you've got 3-4 trades going in the right direction, and then you go, all right, this is it, and you're not present because you're thinking of the past. So I sized up a little bit too big, and then had to end up, stepping my way back up to green. But yeah, I always trade light. I'm already trading December's contracts, and when Dakota took that long this morning in fast markets with you guys, yes. I was on the forward contract, and guess what happened? It closed the gap.
Out.
No, it closed the gap between December and September. It was, to the tick. It was absolutely beautiful. Oh my gosh, It was beautiful. So anytime we're in rollover, before rollover happens, I always draw that line saying where the old contract was on Friday and where the contracts began on today. And I look for that fade. Robert is nodding his head like he knows that one. Yeah, it was really, yeah, it was fantastic. Now the ES and the YM nowhere close, but the NQ literally fell into it and went bam. Everybody was waiting there to buy.
Wow.
Yeah.
See, now
It's
that's
incredible.
an important safety tip that I did not know about. I've been doing this for a long time. Didn't know about this.
Yeah.
Are you keeping secrets from me, Anne Marie?
I am trying not to.
Well, as everybody knows, we were off for the past 3 days. It is rollover. Personally, I have done absolutely no trading today. The market kind of put itself in situations that I know don't go well for me. So I've really been kind of hands off. Coming back after a few days off and then knowing it's rollover, I was just like, you know what, I'm really just going to try and be patient and just not get hurt today. So by making a conscious decision, really not to trade, at least not to trade early today, I think I did save myself some money just by looking at the price action that we had and a couple of things about the initial balance low in the NASDAQ and in the S&P. So I was really been kind of hands off. But what we wanted to talk about today is, Anne Marie, how do you readdress the markets after one of your fabulous vacations?
I always start with a practice account. I will get into sim before I do any live trades, and I'll go, all right, are you actually seeing this the way you think you are? And if you are seeing it well, are you executing properly? And a lot of times I'll go, man, I'm really glad I didn't take that one live. And other times I'll go, man, I wish I had taken that one live. But you have to, it's always erring on the side of caution as a trader. And so that's going to be coming up again because I'm going to be broadcasting from Finland for most of the month of October. And so, yeah, it'll be fun.
I want to go. I want to go. I want to go.
Maybe,
I want to go. I want to go.
Maybe I'll see the Northern Lights and take some pictures, snap them over. So that'll be fun. Nice.
Well, that sounds like a fabulous vacation. Now you have family over there somewhere, right? Is this
I have the son this is his third year and he's playing for Finland. He plays professional basketball. And so yeah, this is yeah.
So that sounds like it's going to be a lot of fun. So
yeah, we're going to knock off a bunch of countries while we're around there because so many of them are close to each other.
Well, yeah, sure. For being in Finland, it's like going from Illinois to Wisconsin.
Is it?
You're 100 miles from anywhere.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of countries you'll be able to step foot in, which is great. Are you going to be actively trading?
I am going to. There are a few days that I've set out that I'm going to be actively trading. So between my live accounts and what I am doing in Topstep, you'll be able to peek at me and see how I'm doing and offer me words of consolation.
Wow. So I did the same thing today, Anne Marie. I did not trade anything live. I traded in a practice account. And this was one of those days that I was happy that I traded in a practice account. And I can show you why, but I don't want to use up all our time doing that. I want to ask Riz about his thoughts about coming back into the markets after some time off. Now, Robert, I know that your strategies are a little bit more, rule-based and maybe a little bit more automated. Does it make a difference to you if you've been away from the markets, coming back in and just reapplying that same strategy?
Yeah, because it's even though there's some automation there, it's not like fully automatic. Like you turn something on, and the longer you let it run, the more money it makes. That's just simply not the case. You still need to have some adjustments. So yeah, if I'm off for a day or two isn't too bad. But if you're off for a week, like about 3 weeks ago, I took a Friday the following week and the Monday off to move states. There's no way I was placing a trade day one. No way. I had to look and say, all right, what is the market doing now? What's going on? There's too much going on in the world with the politicalness going on and the and war stuff and the economy, just everything. That's too much time in between. So yeah, even though I do a lot of structured stuff, I still need to make adjustments to it. And Anne Marie, there, you on my show. I'm gonna not waste any time with it, but that's the Finland. That's where I'm gonna be going right there. It goes up to see the Northern Lights up there in Finland. So I don't put too much time onto that, but I wanted to show and share with you because I'm like, I want to go. And that's the place. That's on my bucket list, and I was hoping to go November, December this year. I went to Alaska a couple years ago and saw, and that's my next bucket list item right there. So I wanted to throw that out there so we had in common. So yeah, so John, that's your question. Yeah, exactly, and compare pictures. Yes, I do take some time to look back at the markets. Not a lot. I just have to know a few things, like, well, what is going on? Are we in a massively downtrend? And I may look towards the short side of things. I try to keep bias away from everything. But if you're in a really strong downtrend, meaning every time we have to push up a couple candles and it dumps on me, I'm going to look for my target areas a little bit more. Maybe if I go, I like a target above, I like a target below, I might like that target below a little bit better just because of the way the market is. But, we're short-term intraday traders. So there have been days where the market's been going up and up and up all day. I've taken 15 trades and 13 of them were shorts. So but I still need to make an adjustment and say, hey, where we are, especially now looking at YM, because it is a different animal than what I'm used with. And we are making a headway on this thing right now.
Did not know that, Robert. I just kind of, when you're talking about if this then that, and very specific setups for your opportunities, you really do have to put some sort of context over it. And you just mentioned we may rally all day, and you'll make money on 15 shorts, but you got to see money, take money in that with that regard. Absolutely. Your setup hits, you get some money in it, you take it, and you move on.
100%, absolutely. Absolutely. There's only a couple of key things that we never do, and those are part of the listing that I'll share for this YM project. It's very similar to NQ. So I'm not going to trade around point of control. Doesn't matter. And I have to look at the overall volatility of the market. If we're trading right now, if we look at the YM, it's going to take today, we're top to bottom, we're at 400 points already, 400 ticks, because a tick is a point. There's no ticks in between points or handles in YM. So we're at 403 from the top to bottom. Well, a couple of days ago, we were a heck of a lot higher than that. So right off the bat, we're at 470 on last Friday. But if we continue, where's the previous day? There we go. It's a very small one. We need to find out what we're doing for these markets. 300 on the overnight. If we have a 200-point day on the overnight, or a 100, or a 500, that's going to make a difference. What am I going for? Am I going to try to target 10 points, 15, 5, 2, none, or 30? That's really all it comes down to, and then I work it from there.
Robert, have you thought about maybe using an ATR to balance that out?
Pretty close, Anne-Marie. Wow, we're in the same wavelength again. ADX is what I use.
Nerds
it's at
unite.
The bottom. I know. Yes, no. I use ADX. I like a little bit better than ATR. Okay. Yeah, and that's what it is on the bottom of the right-hand chart. And ADX, it's not necessarily the range for those that don't know. It's not the trend direction. It's the strength of whatever way it is going. So we can see two areas. I don't want to take a lot of time. Here's Strategy Lab, though. We have a really strong area. This is between around 8th, right around the open of today, where the ADX is going really high. Then you have a second area right around 9:30 to 9:15 and 9:30 Central Time. They're both going up. We have to forget about going up. That just means the strength of the direction is stronger.
Strength of trend,
and as
right.
we can see, the strength of the trend, and there it is. And then once we started collapsing up, it doesn't take too long to show that it starts to slow down a little bit. And then once we start going the other direction, it leveled off, and the trend was an uptrend. But then we can see it popped up a little bit higher once the market started trending again, this time to the downside. And we have a really strong downtrend, and we can see ADX, average directional index, shot up again. Now, this is a very fast. I'm only looking back 10. I'm looking back 10 periods on a 100-tick chart. So it's going to react very quickly, which is how we want to recognize a trend strength or a directional change or a flatten. As soon as this thing peaks up and as soon as it starts to roll, ADX starts to roll off and flatten out, get out of the trade. We know, could it go higher or could it go further? Absolutely. But the strength is weakening. Okay, so Emery, to your question, I could still have a let's say an ATR of 20, just says throw a number out there. And I could still have 20 and then still have 20, but the strength of the trend is different because that candle may be higher and lower, but close tiny. You see? So the ATR, the average true range, may be similar throughout a period of time when the directional strength is lessening, which is why, long-winded answer of why I like to use ADX over ATR. Thank you. Next question. No.
Interesting.
Awesome. Anne Marie, can I ask you a question for somebody from the chat? I want to know this too. So Dan Trader's asking, what company do you use for your options levels information?
For the gamma flow, I use Mentor Q Pro. They are absolutely fantastic. I mean, I think in terms of raw gamma data, I don't know anybody that works harder than them. They are they're fantastic. And their gamma levels. Mentor, yeah. They're Italian. Yeah. So I don't know if that makes a difference to what the word might mean. And yeah, they're real Italians. MENTHORQ Pro. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Pro. Got it.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Thank you.
They also pop out if you've got a trading view that you look for charting, they auto generate where all the levels are and pop them up on your chart. You can see immediately where the ranges are from day to day. And it's well in advance. That's the great thing. They aren't moving all over the place. They tell you in the morning, here, this is how the traders positioned last night. And because of the way they positioned, this is how you're going to be able to look at that. And so, yeah, today, it just, for the NQ, it just said, hey, listen, it's going to be very hard for them to get up over the high, simply because there's just way too much positioning up there that's thinking it's going to be down. But if it does get up there, it's going to run a house of fire. Yeah.
Okay. Now I mean, I know that like important levels in options sometimes will change throughout the day. Do they adjust it at all, or?
They don't. And what's very interesting is what they do is they've got an algorithm that stair steps and predicts where the traders will roll if it hits their level. And so they have these stair steps that go, okay, if this one goes, you better watch out for that one. So if trend takes over, you literally can stair step it up and just move your stop up or down, depending on how the levels are going. Yep.
Awesome. All right. So yeah, the name again is MENTHORQ, Mentor Q. And they're Italians.
Yeah.
So if you get to know them, send them a pizza or something.
Yeah.
See, this is this I think kind of segues very nicely into one of the other things that we were going to be talking about today, and it dovetails nicely with our tip of the week is continue growing, continue learning. Let me bring that up so I can read it for real here. Educate yourself. There it is, and that's just another layer of education. And you know, Anne Marie, Robert, I've been in this for actively trading over 30 years, and being here in TopstepTV and being here with you guys, and there's so much that I don't know. And you know, this whole gamma flow thing and the options levels is relatively new. I've always known that options do affect, futures pricing, but I didn't know that there were actual companies that could tell me where. I'm always looking at open interest sheets to see where there's high open interest at certain strike prices. So I really appreciate that. And Robert, you were going to be showing us something about the Chat GTP here.
Yeah, if it's time, if you want to see it, it's something that we have built.
Wow. I know, I'm super excited.
Let's put this right in the meat of the segment.
right in the meat of the segment, and we can have discussion around that. Now, we know just straight off the bat that this is still all experimental stuff, right? GPT is so it's so new. It's like the internet of 1990. It's gonna make mistakes, and that's what I used to make these neat backgrounds. And like I told it today to make this new background looking and have it say Strategy Lab across the top, and it spelled strategy wrong. So I was like, strategy spelled wrong, do it again. It's just one of those things, it's
okay,
how it happens.
That's hilarious.
So take this with a
Err
grain
is
of
human.
salt.
To really stir things up, take the computer.
Oh man, but anyway, what you can do with these GPT stuff is if you use the straight up chat GPT from OpenAI, it's going to take everything globally around the world, and it's a large language model. So as you're typing things in and sentences in, it's just trying to predict what the next thing may be based on what else is out there, and it tries to learn from that and apply it to the next one. For example, one of the things that we did, JD and I worked on a couple weeks back, to make it a little bit easier for the Topstep levels. It was taking us about, taking him, I shouldn't say, I filled in for him, and I was like, what the heck? It took about an hour and a half to go through these Topstep levels every morning, because we get them from Hoag, we get them from coaches, we get them from Coach T, the weekly kickoffs, and then we have what happened over the last week, the weekly high, daily high, opening. There's a lot of data, a lot of information in there, and it took a lot of time. So in the nights when I can't sleep and my brain doesn't shut off, and on weekends, I started playing around with some coding in GPT, and we made one for the daily levels. And now what we do is we just basically take the spreadsheet, copy the cells, paste it in this, and then it gives us everything, including putting the little icons, with the picture next to it of this is Hoag level, and then it sweats them and it plays. So the process was about an hour and a half. It's now down to about 20 minutes, which is really good. And this is, to me, is what it should be used for. Now, I'll tell you this morning we went to put them in there. It decided to just add everybody's name to the beginning of the line. We didn't change the prompt or anything. Updates were done. It learned something, said, hey, we should probably tell people these are Hoag's levels. I'm like, no. It says Hoag at the top. We don't have to do it on every line. So I had to correct it, okay? So I wanted to make sure we're clear on this. So we made this Topstep GPT mentor, and this is a friendly, helpful AI assistant for Topstep traders. Now, I put a couple prompts in here just to start with. How do I improve trading mindset? These are some common ones we see in group coaching all the time. A good way to manage risk, some tips for newer traders, and let's talk trading. We tell the GPT to start first. So we can choose any one of these as a preliminary, or we can type in what we want to say to give it a prompt right at the bottom. And it will query, and it will learn from everything. It does pull the net. I have it connected to DALL-E, so if you ask it for a graph or an image, it will make the images. It will give you some feedback. Now, the difference here is I do have it, I don't say linked over to like the Topstep Help Center. So if you upload a trade report and you say, how am I doing? Well, if you upload a trade report, and let's say it happened to be from somewhere else, and you traded, let's say Ethereum, well, that's not part of the, or Dogecoin, that's not part of the Topstep program. So it will tell you because it knows what products you can trade, okay? So if we want, we can do one or two things on here. The first thing we have to do here, how do I improve my mindset? How about that one? We click on it. It's going to put this in, but the very first thing on every new chat, we have to type agree to understand that it's not investment advice. These are things that we can do. And if I put, what if I don't? All right, we don't need to use capitals. If you don't agree, we can't continue. If you change your mind, type agree and we'll go on. It's really, really cool stuff. And anybody can have this. It is free to use. There's no charge. You don't need any advanced. You don't need to have the a paid version. So I'm going to type the word agree and see what it comes up with. Great. Now we can agree. How do I start? Just very, very simple tools. And as we can see, it's struggling just a little bit. And that's not on our side. There we go. And it gives us, tells us to follow our trading plan as a first one. We're going to do this word for word. We're going to spend a heck of a lot of time, but I want to put this out there. It tells you about daily loss limits and if there's a drawdown and Topstep's combine rules. And remember, this is not 100% here. So like one time it was saying that when you get to step 2, and we don't have a step 2. So I had to make sure it learned. Okay. And here it is. It actually, look at this. Stick to Topstep rules. Number 8. With Topstep's 1-step-1 rule to get funded, the simplicity is your friend. Whether you follow the rules or when you follow the rules, you naturally adopt a disciplined trading mindset. I didn't type that in there. It just queried it and just looked for it. What is TopstepTV? We'll do 1 or 2 prompts, and then we can get everybody's opinion on these things. And we will give it to everybody to use. It's really, really cool. So I put in what is TopstepTV, and it gives us market analysis, trader interviews. Again, we're not going to read this word for word. It has a link. You can watch TopstepTV on YouTube, and it gives you the link. I don't know. Who is the host? I don't know. And then we'll go from there. And then we'll do 1 or 2 and question for the host. The main host is John Hoagland. I did not type that in there. Alongside John, you may occasionally see ghosts, Hess, and other additional perspectives. These are beautiful things, right? And these aren't question and answer. This is coming up in real time. So somebody else could type in who was the host the same time I did. You get a slightly different answer. That's how these GPTs work. Any questions?
Yeah.
I have one.
Did you teach it to say that you are the coolest person on Topstep TV? Did it learn that yet?
Who is the coolest person?
Well, obviously it's Anne Marie.
TV. I have no idea. Let's see what GPT thinks. While everyone on Topstep TV brings their own unique value, many traders would say that John Hoagland is one of the coolest because of his wealth of experience.
I love that. That's awesome. That makes me super happy.
You know, I never really think about AI, but I kind of like it now.
Well, for those that are a little nervous about using, and now I'm going to really sound like a boomer, but when I think about using that, do I find this on Topstep.com? Or where do I find it?
No, it's entirely different. Yeah, I'm going to put the link in there. I'll give you the exact link for it, and we'll send it out there. I just have to clear the screen so it gives me the actual link instead of if I paste this link, it'll paste this chat. So we'll put that out there for sure.
Awesome.
And you can do graphs and stuff like that. You can upload your trade report. You don't have to worry about a lot. So, hey, upload my trade report and say analyze this, and it will give you some sort of analysis. And then they'll come back. Let's see the bar chart. You go, ooh, make that a pie chart, and it will just change it, make it a pie chart, and it will say, well, hold on a second, because it's a pie chart, I can't. There's only 2 dimensions to it, so you're better off with a bar chart because you can have 3 dimensions to it. It does stuff like that without even being prompted. It's just a nice easy way. It's not going to hurt anything to do this. You're not going to break anything, but it's a really cool, interesting feature. And this is all about educating yourself and keeping going. You can look on these, and you don't have to continue like specific questions. You can just say, "Tell me more," and it's just like a conversation. And then you can go back and say, "Well, what did you mean by?" And it could have been the 20th prompt back, and it will go, recur it just like you're thinking like a human. Because we can just go back and say, "John, remember that first line you said when we opened up?" You go, "Yeah," and this does the same thing about the same approach to it. It's really cool. It's fun right now, so don't hang your hat on it. You have to, it's not trading advice, but it's really nice to give you some tips on trader psychology. Who do you recommend to learn from? If I typed in something and say, "I'm an Aries, what do you think?" It'll say, "Well, what's your Myers-Briggs personality profile?" You know what I'm saying? And so it literally does things like that, which is really, really cool.
Does
all right, someone said average down. Should I average down? Go ahead, keep talking.
You go ahead, John.
No, go ahead, Anne Marie. Go ahead.
No.
All right. Will this actually speak to you verbally?
Yes, it does. I don't know if it has it here. I don't see it on the bottom here, but I know that if I'm on my phone, I can just you can hit the speaker to read it, to listen to it.
All right. Robert, if you were to do that, whose voice would you want speaking to you?
There's a speaker right there. It says read aloud. You can see the bottom of the chat. Whose voice would I want? Ooh, that would be a good one. I don't know. I'm going to plead the 5th.
Anne Marie?
Well, luckily we don't get to choose. It gives us these random people.
Oh, you can choose.
If you're on Microsoft, I normally choose Tessa, she's got a South African accent. So Tessa's my favorite one to have it play. You know Tessa? I see you shaking your head, Robert.
Yes, I know the couple different voices, but I believe you can I believe you can choose them of who you would like to read it back in the voice.
It'd be nice.
Okay.
If you had another voice.
Yeah.
What voice?
I just posted the link in the chat to use it, so everybody can use it. And to show you, let me go back to the very beginning here. Explore GPTs. I have a few of them made, and this one here currently has over 1,000 chats already. See the daily level sorting of what we made. I had a thing here for the Topstep house accounts trade that we're not even using anymore. Selection guides. Hey, what's this? My personality. That one's not done because I don't have them published. But I do have the one for the GPT mentor. We have over 1,000 chats in it right now. So that's a pretty good.
So if I wanted to use it to help me figure out, let's say I have an idea that I might be trading counter trend too often or whatever, something like that. It's all about learning how to ask the right questions. So I read this article once about these AI things that they give you answers that, what do you call them? Hallucinations? Is that it?
Yes, that is the word, hallucinations.
So,
yes.
John, do you know about hallucinations?
Well, I've had a few.
No, I mean AI hallucinations.
No.
Okay, so Robert, you might be able to explain it better than me, so I'm going to turn it right back over to you.
Yeah, so we have this conversation we're talking about right now, and if I typed in the word right now, like who was the best trader, it may look at that and say like Captain Hook because he was a traitor back in the pirate days. Say, you're like, what the hell is this? You know, it just has stuff like that. There are other things that you can put tests on there where you could give it an instruction. They don't command; they call them instructions. Type the word hello over and over again and don't stop, and then hit enter. It's only going to do it for a little while, and then it's going to stop. They're like, what am I doing? So it's sometimes then it will be hello, and then it will type in another language. Like, where did this come from? I don't understand. So it's going to happen that way. And it's only because it's new and it's still gathering and learning all this information. And it's not going to be right. It's not going to be 100%. So that's why I say it was just take it with a grain of salt and have a conversation. Rather than just a question and answer, that's the biggest thing I can say to this is have a conversation with it. And I have it set up so notice on the screen, you see just the last response that it gave. It gave some alternative approaches. And then at the bottom, I have it coming back with a couple of follow-up questions. The particular one says, you find yourself tempted to, the question, not the question, it says, should I average down in trading? It gave me a couple of examples. It gave some quotes, Jesse Livermore quote, it pulled for some reason. And they gave an alternative approach. Instead of averaging down, it says cut losses quickly and then re-enter, which is a really good idea. And then underneath that, it has a follow-up. If you find yourself tempted to average down or you're focused on cutting quick losses, which one are you? Understanding can help you refine your approach and fit your trading style. There's no right answer. Who's the best trader? Who knows? What's the best instrument to trade? Who knows? It's gonna give you an answer of like, we can try it. I don't want to spend all the session on this, but what's the best instrument to trade? It's going to say, well, what is your personality profile? Well, I don't know. Well, here's a link to Myers-Briggs. Go fill it out and come back and tell me. You know what I'm saying? It's going to guide you. It's just a guide. It's a mentor. So hopefully we have some fun with it. And if there's issues with it or problems you see, let me know. And I had to change one line. We changed our help center link. So when I said, hey, find this, when I was testing it for today, it goes, yeah, I can't find that. I'm like, why? I told you I'm like, oh, that's right. We changed the help center link. I had to change the route of where it's going to look for the help center. That was on me, not GPT. You see? So little things like that. If you find something, let me know. Have some fun.
So there's like multi-layers of things that I can learn from this. Number one is learning a little bit about AI, which I know nothing about.
Correct. And if you talk like a human, John, I just typed in, what can I learn from you? Not you, the GPT. That's what I typed in. Okay. It says you can learn a lot about building a strong trading mindset, mastering discipline, and making sure your trading approach aligns with Topstep's rules and structure. Here are some key areas, and then it lists them. But you can say, let this go, and I'll give it one more command here, not command, one more instruction. So it just gave us, and it's kind of funny because it usually gives us top 5 or top 10. It gave us 7. So I'll give you an example. I'm not going to do anything but this. Tell me more about number 6. Great. Okay, sure. Let's dive into the right products. Well, number 6 says choosing the right futures product. And then it talks about yonder personality. It talks about the ES and the NQ. It talks about the best trends, CL and GC. It's how to manage your account. With Topstep, it's important to align your contract size with your account balance. It's really integrated when it comes to this. I think it's a great thing, and it's a great place to start. If you prefer lower risk trades, trade the micros or the treasury bonds such as ZB. I didn't code that in there. That's just there. Also, you can trade currencies, 6E or 6J. It's really cool. So have some fun with it.
Do you
it's
think
all about learning, about educating ourselves.
Do you think that one day this could completely replace the stack of trading books that I have?
Yes, that it won't replace. In my opinion, it won't replace you. It won't replace traders. It won't replace trading. It will replace how we look at it. As it first started out with these things, these GPTs have been around for a long time. They're just starting to get popular with the public. It's not going to replace trading stuff, and it's not going to replace the actual book itself, but it will summarize it. You can take those. I have taken articles that were 27 pages long and pasted in there and said, summarize this. And I knew what I wanted to find out, and it got 8 out of the 10 what I was looking for. Like, oh, it didn't hit this part. For example, like trading in the zone. There's a really cool piece in there. I'm like, it skipped right over it. What was that? Eddie in the house. What is?
I have no idea what's going on there.
After I graduated, I had a lot of different jobs. I was a road
AI.
worker.
Horse shit!
What is going on there?
I have no idea what's going on. It has nothing to do with us.
Was crazy. I'm just saying. That was just a little bit crazy.
Well,
it's not going to replace trading. It's not going to replace our books. It's not going to replace traders.
But it could be the cliff notes of the books that I want to read.
Yes, it can. That would be a great thing to do. Yes. One of the things that was funny was like summarize. One of the first things that I ran through, not this one, but GPT itself, based on what someone else said. It said summarize the story of Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs in one paragraph, but start each new sentence with the next consecutive letter of the alphabet. I was like, that's pretty cool. And like in 4 seconds, it had it.
Wow.
Yeah.
So if I were to pull out my tinfoil hat at the bottom of my desk drawer right here, I would like to ask the question: if oh wow, I don't even know how to put that into words. How might the manipulation of an instrument like this that everyone assumed was coming from a broad landscape of knowledge, if all of a sudden it started giving us information from an isolated space? So like, I think the crux of the question is, where do I not want to use ChatGPT in my study space? Where do I want to stay away from it, as opposed to saying, this is data that you can use versus maybe you ought to pick something else? That's what I really want to ask.
Absolutes. Stay away, honestly, at this point in time, I don't know what's going to be like 5 years from now, but as of right now, stay away from absolutes. For example, the ES is at, I got the NQ. The NQ is at 19,412. Should I buy or sell? You're not going to get it right. So it's not a signal that so stay away from the absolutes. It would be more like, if I were deciding to trade the NQ or the ES, how do I make a decision? That is more of the approach we want to take with it, because it's a mentor. It's not a signal generator. It's not a buy, sell, anything like that. It will help with some technical analysis, but it's not going to give you absolutes. Okay. So how would I compare the two of those? It's going to say, well, are you patient? Or, it's going to hit you up with some questions. I don't know what the questions are. We can try it. I don't know what the questions are, because it's going to come up with them based on buku, if that's a real word, amounts of information and data.
Well, I think that's a really good way to put it, Robert, is stay away from absolutes. No
Yes.
absolute yes or no questions.
Yeah.
It does more probably to give you information to help you make your own decision. It's like my dad. I'd say, I'm thinking about doing this, and then I could do this, and what do you think? And he would just get me talking, and then I would make my own decision, and then he would say, well, that's what I thought you would probably do. So he never told me what to do, but he helped me
Sign of a
think my
great
way
dad.
through it to make that decision.
Yeah.
The best dads in the world do that. That's fantastic.
He got great dads with him. Can you provide buy and sell signals? I mean, it said right off, no, I can't provide buy and sell signals. That would be following a trading advice that it can't do. But it says, here's a general framework that fits well with Topstep's rules. Gives you technical indicators that are available. Gives you price action, how to look at different analysis. Like under 2 price actions, the candlestick patterns. You could, or not me, but somebody could type in, tell me more about price action. Okay, great. Trend following, risk management. And it's all geared towards oh, look at this, tools on Topstep X with the trading view. Yay! You can use trading view charts on Topstep X to apply certain indicators. Great. See, I don't put that in there. It's going to find it. For the most part. Again, take it with a grain of salt. Yeah.
And I can find this in the Help Center.
Yeah, he also pinned it to the chat. Yeah?
Yeah, somebody, I pasted it in chat. I didn't pin it. What it does is the GPT looks to the Help Center. The Help Center is not going to look to this. This is not formal. This is not, I'll be clear, it's not a formal Topstep, it's on GPT, it's on OpenAI. Exactly. We're not going to say oh, this is a formal tool. Topstep X is a formal tool of Topstep. Okay?
Right.
We got that. The dashboards, the trade report, that's all formal. This is not. This is an outside venture. It's got nothing to do with it. There's no money made. I don't charge a thing. It's just free from I pay for it because you have to code in it. You have to have the upgraded, but you don't have to. It'll do conversions if you're looking to code from if you coded in Ninja and you want to go to TradingView, which is C# versus PineScript, it'll help you with that. It's not going to get it right. I'm 100% sure it's not going to be correct. Put it that way. But it's really fun. It's really fun to play with. And let me go back and I will get to the link again so we can put it in there.
I just put it in there. I just put it in the chat for us.
Oh, super. I will pin that. I will pin this. Oops. I will pin that to the chat, Anne-Marie. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Yeah, at the very least, I get to play with it a little bit, huh?
Yeah. I'm going to, these sorts of things, they make me nervous because, one, I get that a lot of it is generalized, helping the trader step from space to space. So my questions, if I want to really dig in, my questions are going to be much more specific, as in, over the last 100 days, can you tell me how many times the NQ has breached its first hour of trading high in the Globex? Or
it will.
That, because it can't access CME data and all of that stuff. Is that right?
Correct. But that is correct. If you download the data, let's say from CME to a spreadsheet, and then you upload it and say, here's the CME data, can you tell me how many times it hit then it will have the information. You're better off using Edgeful for that. They already have all that data in the background. Emery, this thing number 3, when we put in there about can you provide buy and sell signals, I said no, it can't, but we can have some things to follow. One is number 3, trend following. A trend following strategy can improve buying when the market is uptrend and selling when the market is in a downtrend. Tools like ADX can confirm.
Oh, there you go.
Take a bow.
I did not put that in there. And then it referenced Jesse Livermore, of course. So it's fun, and we should use this. And this is all under the guise, before we get sidetracked, of educating yourself. And John, you said something earlier, said, hey, I'm not just going to educate myself a little bit more in trading and some other ways to look at things, but also the usage of something like this. And it has made a world of difference when we had things. I did a comparison for MP. He said, hey, we want to compare our rules against this company, that company, this company's rules, and how can we do better? Well, we did that, and we made adjustments based on that criteria. So this is how it makes it. It's not going to pull from the website, but you're going to pull all this information down and say, this is us. This is firm 1, 2, 3, and 4. Compare. And it goes, ooh, this one had you beat by a mile. All right, we're going to change that. See?
Very interesting. So, this topic of educate yourself, I did want to comment on because I know we're running short on time. And this is honest to goodness truth. Every time I look at a trader, whether they are 2 weeks old, 2 days old, or 22 years long in the business, I'm always looking, saying, what have I never seen before that they might be able to see? And this business of educating yourself, a lot of us think, oh, I don't want to learn anything because that's just going to clutter my mind up. I hear that, but there's a skill development that I think a lot of us who have come out of the educational system for the last 20 years, the critical thinking aspect is not as actively developed as in times past, 30, 40, 50 years ago. These days, we have almost been taught what to think as opposed to how to think. And so in this space, we're reintroducing the how to think, pulling ideas together and saying, well, that's interesting, but if I use it, it's going to negatively affect this part of my work. And so I need to readjust. I understand that that person believes that, but I'm not going to use it. And so this thing about the distance between the gap up on the Friday close to the Monday open when moving from one contract to the next, I had no idea that was a thing until about maybe 5 years ago. And now and I just sort of learned it randomly. Some gal said something and I went, oh, I probably ought to do that. And then now with some of the stuff that we learn from, the daily levels where the captain's given us interesting ideas to look at, that midnight to 1 a.m. candlestick in the NQ that I look at from day to day is just expanding my vision a little bit. So don't be afraid to learn more because you think it's going to take away from what you already know. Learn to take information, discern, compact, or move out to the side, but just because you know it, it's going to be better for you if you learn to assimilate or dissimilate it the right way and just keep after it every day. What new am I seeing? Come to the trading day every day like a newbie where you go, ooh, I wonder if I'm going to see some kind of pattern that tells me something new about how the market works. You really are going to be much stronger as a trader doing that.
Creativity, right? And I see a lot of people talk in chat about one person's strategy is too complicated, or market profile is too complicated, or options gamma flow is too complicated. But everything is complicated the first time you see it. And if you decide to focus on a specific tool or an idea or a concept or something like that, and the longer you spend time looking at it, the less time it takes to digest the information on a daily basis. I feel like, I remember when I first saw the more market profile, I'm like, I'm never going to learn this. And there's always still more to learn, even though I've been looking at it for 30 years. Things change and things adapt. And but I've been looking at it for so long that I can see things that it might take somebody who's new to it to say, okay, is this really, is this really a poor high or weak high, or what is this telling me? And so when you start looking at things as being too complicated, it doesn't mean you shouldn't learn them. And Anne Marie, I just love what you said is, you either assimilate it or discard it. And you never know when some of these discarded things are also going to come back to say,
Exactly.
okay, I discarded this a while back, and then look at it now.
Yeah, I think I can use that right now. The market's changed, or I've changed for sure.
There are two things that are extremely driven in humans on the core level biological sense, where if we don't know something and we struggle with it and it's really hard and we overcome it, that activates this thing, it's the anterior mid-cingulate cortex, which is a driving factor of those super athletes like the David Goggins of the world. Hey, I'm going to do something, I don't like doing it, but I'm going to do it, I'm going to make it better. That activates that area, and Andrew Huberman talks about this, and it just blows it up, it expands it. And what that does, it exponentially increases the neuroplasticity, which is the rebuilding of the brain and the restructuring of the brain, creating these new neurons and making new connections. I really struggle with something with learning languages. Computer languages, give me a new language, I'll learn it in a month or two. A language is speaking like a foreign language. I took Spanish for 4 years and I can say 5 words still. I'm horrible at it. But there's still language. They just hit a different part. So when I do something to learn, you're going to get those neurons firing, and that's the neuroplasticity and the growth. But to do something that is hard and you struggle and you fight with it and you don't really want to do it, that's that anterior mid-cingulate cortex, which helps you with neuroplasticity. This is something that's relatively new. And this is not my field. It's just something I'm sharing that I've read and heard about. And that is one of the things that we're looking at with this YM, I don't want to say challenge, but journey. It's like, I don't know a lot about it. And I'm doing things that I'm a little afraid of. I don't know how to use some type of charts. I'm not sure about this, but I'm going to try it. I'm going to challenge it. And John, you heard from the group coaching, and JD's back there listening too. We had a lot of questions today. It's just weird how this whole thing came together, that a lot of questions today about struggles and saying, I'm just ready to quit. I want to give up. This is terrible. No. Take a break. And then when you come back to it, there's your strength, right? That's what you learn.
That's it. When you're in school, when you're doing anything that you enjoy doing it, you're going to get much better at it because you enjoy it. But when there's something that you have to learn that you don't enjoy learning, well, you need to know, it is that cognitive thing that says, okay, I don't like this, but I need to know it. So you really have to focus on the things that you don't already do well to improve the things that you do well.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Makes sense?
Yeah,
exactly.
Absolutely.
That is it right there. Challenge yourself and you will be better. You have no choice but to get better.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, I'm always up for a challenge.
Oh, somebody in there, before you close it out, C. Walsh is in there, says he's right. I am a surgical neurophysiologist. And it's not me that's right. I was regurgitating information I learned. So I'm glad that I was at least regurgitating stuff that was accurate. Thank you, C. Walsh.
The anterior smudge cortex.
That. Absolutely. It's that.
I'll paste it in the chat. I'll put it in the chat.
Would that be prefrontal cortex?
No. Oh, no.
No. So it's the anterior smudge cortex.
That's got to go in the glossary. That absolutely has got to. You're going to be in charge of spelling it, Hoag.
Well, I think we are just about out of time. Thank you. Yes, the anterior smudge cortex. All right. Anne Marie, we're just about out of time here. Anything that you want to just kind of wrap things up with?
You know what? We missed you guys. We missed the core group. It was fantastic having the traders and the folks that stayed behind, like Robert and Eddie and all of the faceless, nameless, hardworking folks in the background. But man, I'm so happy you guys are back. We missed you.
Well, we really appreciate that, Anne Marie. Thank you very much.
Glad you had a good time, though.
Yeah. I know that the crew that was here did a fantastic job, and we're very thankful to have them to do that for everybody. And but thanks. It's always good to be back. Thank you very much for that, Anne Marie. Robert, anything else?
No, sir. We're wrapped up on time. Pleasure as always with you too. And we'll see. I believe we do this on Mondays and Fridays, so I look forward to that as well.
All right. See you then.
Well, don't go crying to Mohammed because he's coming up next on Power Hour with Andre, Dolby, and me. So let's have some fun. We'll see you in a minute.
Welcome back, everybody. It is the first power hour of the week here on TopstepTV, and you know who's joining us from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Everyone's favorite, Mohammed in the house. What's happening, Mohammed?
Everything is fine, except that I still need somebody to cry to today.
Oh,
I will do the
what
crying.
happened? Oh, no. What happened,
Yeah.
Mohammed? You know how they say.
Yeah, the market actually just screwed me up and down during this, if you can see my screen, during this trading range. You know, it's a nice selling area. However, the sellers won't do it before taking some stops first, then give you the selling, you know, pressure, and then all of a sudden everything is going up to taking the stop of the buyers and the sellers. So nobody is happy. Everybody is crying to me, actually, the buyers and sellers.
You know, Mohammed says, do not come crying to Mohammed, but sometimes everyone needs a shoulder to cry on. And we are here for you, Mohammed. And you guys know Dolby time in the house. We got Hoag in the house. We got the house account open. I think Dolby's going to be doing some executing today. We'll be grabbing some levels from Mohammed, Hoag, chat. See what's going on right now. But currently, it looks like we're trading sideways a little bit. NQ, last trade, 19,426. Bit of a range looking at the 5-minute chart here. Look at the ES, 56.34.5 last trade. YM making new all-time highs today, but last trade is 41,658. Crude trying to pop above $70.40 last trade, $70.30, and gold last trade 26.08. Stuck in a range for most part there. So, all right, Dolby, you got the house account, and Hoag looking for some levels, as Mohammed as well. So, what are we doing? NQ or ES today? Mohammed, what do you think?
I'm focusing on the NQ actually from the day started. I mean, it was starting in this beautiful range, up and down around between 19,536 and 19,483. And then we have this breakdown to the third extension of this range, and getting back again to the first one, and then they do some nice traps over here, which indicates that trading range is preparing to go to the initial range in the morning. So I'm a little bit bullish in this move. However, the entry is the difficult part today. So I was long somewhere there, and at this strange wick, you know, I get out. I just made this bottom today, and then the market just rally and trying to get in again. It took me out again. So I had the direction correct. However, the entry requires 1 point, you know, extra stop. So that happens. As long as you manage your risk, you will be fine. Don't worry about it. The market will do whatever what wants to do. Obviously, I'm in long now in my combine, and I'm taking the full stop here at this
risk there
range because if the market would like to continue going up, it shouldn't make lower low. It did actually here somehow. It was a Dorito.
You're looking at 1,000 tick stop there, right? Big chart there.
Yeah, it's $1,000. Yeah, with 2 pips. My stop is 19,392 and 3/4.
No, the chart type is a 1,000 tick chart.
Yeah, 1,000 tick. Yeah, so 1,000 tick, and hopefully that we have finally a breakout in this power hour to the upside. If not, I will take just my stop at the down there. So I think buying is after making this base here is nice to make a run to the at least initial range, which is between 19,540, 19,984. Let's say the middle of it, it's 19,500-ish.
500. Okay. Hoag, what are your thoughts on the NQ in terms of where we're at? Range, price action, last trade 19,434. What are you seeing over there?
Well, I'm inclined to agree with Mohammed. We're just really hanging up near the high, the value high here. We've got 1, 2, 3, I mean, there's just so many TPOs that are ending right at that level. It's just not showing a lot of resistance at that level. I mean, it keeps stopping there, but the more it continues to stop there, the less likely it is to hold. So, but I'm with Muhammad. I mean, how do you get long up here without some sort of new information coming into the marketplace? This is the NASDAQ. These are 4-tick TPOs, but you got a poor high here, a weak high here. You've got just a lot of kerfuffleation going on here, and I'm not liking the fact that it keeps coming back to that level, keeps coming back to that level, keeps coming back to that level. I feel like eventually there's going to be a whole bunch of stops that's going to run through, and then Muhammad's going to get paid.
Okay. All right, Mohammed, real quick, what's your position just so we can update the board?
It's long in Q2 to contract at 19,419. Whenever we see a range similar to this one, or even to this one, okay, it is almost similar range size. I like to include the market psychology in this. So read what is the market is doing. So we can ask one question: who is doing the good patient? Because there is a good patient and bad patient. Some you can be patient for a long time and then you get stopped out. So in this range, people are patient either to the break up or down. So when you look at this in here, buyers was patient, and sellers was patient. But who get paid? The sellers in this area. Okay, so it's better to be a seller until proven otherwise. Then after making this low, you can see how long those sellers has been patient, and they get snaps every time. So buyers are getting paid. However, they need a stretch of the stop loss. So if you are a buyer and you're still in the position, you are comfortable. Somehow you are fine. You are not enjoying the time, but at least you are in green. However, if you are a seller, you are nervous. Every breakout will make you, anxious, and maybe you flip your position to the long side. So I would like to stick to the long side until proving otherwise.
All right. Well, you're not the only one. Looking at the tilt here, NASDAQ 66% long. Average price of 19,416. All right, Dolby. We're taking a look at the ranges here. Oh, real quick, Dolby time.
What up?
In a minute. Upper left-hand corner of the screen says hashtag Power Hour. Dolby time, what is hashtag Power Hour?
It's this wonderful thing going around on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it. So we want to have you share your trader wins with us, battle stations, past trading combines, any swag you have, and share that on Twitter/X. So that is at Topstep and then hashtag Power Hour, and we will collect it and we will post it and make you internet famous, just like Carl Hungus.
Just like
and
Hungus.
Lost Trader. Made them both famous.
Internet famous indeed. All right. Think about running the poll here. What should the poll be? Just in terms of like the temperature of the chat and Q. Yeah, what are we thinking here? Bullish, bearish? What do we got, Dolby? What do we think?
I think this is a fun question to ask, and it's where do we think we're going to end, above or below, by the end of the day? And typically, we ask this pretty late in the session. Do you think we could ask that question now, Dre, and get a good answer, or should we wait?
Above or below where?
Yeah.
Well, we have to wait to find a good one. Maybe like 19,400.
420 in honor of Eddie.
420?
Do that. Could do that.
Good question, Robert. Robert, let's go.
Above below game. I would say 400s. 19,400s.
19,400. Yeah.
Above or below that.
Market close above or below 19,400 in the NQ.
By 3 p.m. Central, not 3:15.
Yes. Mohammed obviously thinks above, right? Mohammed, you are long from
hoping it's something.
Yep.
I can hope, but it's market will do whatever. I think, if we are below this, if we are below my stop loss, that will be below.
Yep.
I don't know.
Okay, still chopping around in a range here. Last trade, 19,418. Bull is up. We're closing above or below NQ 19,400. I'm going to vote above. For votes in, early returns, 63% say above. What do we see here, Hoag? Starting to see a bit of a pullback.
This is why I couldn't buy it up there.
Yeah, of course. Everybody waiting
Cheap
for the
short.
breakout.
Yep.
Yeah, it was a cheap short.
I mean,
You gotta
this
look
type
for
of
the
market
cheap long.
today, yeah, I'm liking 10, 20 tick profit targets, maybe 30 tick profit targets. I think there's a lot of opportunity to get base hits on there. Holding a trade, though, I don't know. I don't know how long I'd want to hold one in this environment right now.
Yeah, Muhammad is and you've been at this for a while. Do you notice that it gets a little bit more difficult sometimes to trade during rollover?
Oh, it is roll.
Yeah, of course, 100%. 100%. You see a lot of these ranges, a lot of fake breakout, a lot of traps. This is becoming more frequent whenever we have this rollover period. Actually, I'm in here in Topstep we don't choose which contract, correct? It's automatically
No, right. We're still in the September contract. Tomorrow it'll be D's.
The volume today, I mean, it's higher on the December.
Probably roll tomorrow.
Lonzo,
the volume in December 3.
Yeah. The Topstep platform, it's the volume at the beginning of the day when it'll switch over. So earlier, before the regular trading hour session, the volume was still greater in the September contract. So we stay with the September. Tomorrow it'll be D's.
Yep.
I mean, do we still like the idea of getting long? We're kind of getting down to 19,400. So there is.
Yeah, I like the idea to get long if we see some sort of a trap and turn back again.
What if we try to buy?
Go
at my stop
395.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is that like a big enough stop run for you, Mo?
No, take it 392. 392. So you make sure that you see that flush.
Yeah.
Yeah. Get it.
Cool.
Yeah.
Let's
Flush.
Let's do a couple.
Yeah, I like that.
All right. Cool.
Let's do 380. Okay. 83.
But what is your risk?
392.
I will.
Where'd be your risk?
I will. It has to be 70.
Okay.
Yeah, let's say 69.
70? Okay.
Yeah, 69. 69.
Nice.
Let's see how this looks on a big chart.
Yeah, because we spend a lot of time in this range. If you can see my chart in this range, so it will be normal that they will try to go to the extension.
Get in there, Dolby.
Yeah.
Get in
We're
there.
in. We're in.
Okay, cool. 392s?
Orders are in.
Cool.
Yeah, we're working 5 between 392 and 380.
All right. Risk 69 for now.
You got your trend line right there too, huh, Dolby?
Yep. See if that works. Stop sell 5. Yeah, that covers it. Okay, cool. Bring go along.
5, man.
Yeah. I mean, I like the concept of this one because this is kind of what NASDAQ likes doing towards the end of the day. Is let's run some stops, and it looks like it's not going to do anything, and then all of a sudden,
just one move. Yeah.
Boom, one move, shoots down 30 points and shoots back up, and you're like, well, I had the idea, but I didn't have the orders in.
Usually 2:30 that happens.
It's about 11 minutes. A real quick house account recap. House account was down $15,000 at almost $16,000 at 10 a.m. Central Time. So about 4 hours ago. Currently, the house account is up $57, 5-7. So nice turnaround there. Nice team effort,
that was awesome.
execution. Yeah. So let's get back to scratch, but hell of a comeback for the house account. Got a trade idea in here. Risk has been set. Trade idea has got the quote unquote confirmation, we'll call it for now. See how it plays out. But right now, we got Mohammed that's in. He's long NQ right now.
How about if the market break out 9,440?
Ooh.
Then I think we should buy some at the highs, at least one or two, and then if you want to add, we can wait for the retest.
Now, if you were to do that, Mohammed, would you pretty much demand price action be paying you right away?
I would think so.
You'd have to be kind of an impatient long up there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Gotta go.
I mean, you mean it will be a quick breakout?
Yes.
I agree.
You don't want to risk a lot on that, right?
The problem if you buy it, where you'll stop will be, it will be the previous swing, which will be more than 30 points.
Yeah, it's a massive move.
Yeah, it's got to go.
Yeah, that's big.
I still think we're getting filled on this, to be honest.
Me too. Might be a quick hitter. Mass Trader Rick, not yet. Not yet. We're looking for submissions still. Hashtag Power Hour. Twitter, X, at Topstep. Hashtag Power Hour. Get your stuff in there, Mass Trader Rick.
It's a good patient trade.
Yeah. So what size are we working on the 92s, Dolby?
Ones. It's a total of 5 spread between 10 points. So 5 all day.
So it will be an average around 85.
Yeah.
Just FYI, VWAP on the 30-minute chart is 19,410.
That's explained.
We got 405 on the 5-minute.
Kind of like that, though.
Oh, Delta update, please. Right before we got on, it was minus 4,000 in the ES. What's it currently?
Minus 5,300 in ES now, minus 500 in the NASDAQ.
Ooh, okay. Rolling. Yep, see what happens here. 60% long in the NQ. Here we go. Starting
to come back a little bit.
Some stops.
Come and get us.
Colby, come and get us.
Yep. Right here. Right here, right now.
Where's our risk on this again? 92s we're looking at?
69s.
9.
Be careful of what you are wishing for.
Uh-oh.
Never. No, this is good. This looks solid. I'm checking like larger time frames, and I think our orders still make sense. The only
the question,
thing could
the
be
stops.
Like, the only question is, does this have enough downside to go down to 360s or 358?
Do we have strong breaks or not?
Yeah, need the volume. Volume's been tapering. It's going to, need some energy, as Hoag likes to say. Let's trade. In the ES, 56.30 half. Going negative delta.
So basically, Muhammad's stop loss is your entry. That's correct. Yep. And that's a good question, because sometimes you say, why my stop is your entry? Because my risk at this trade is at this area. If I see the market flush and go up, I will come in again.
Yeah.
We're still we still want to get long with Mohammed. It's just coincidence. But these are actually also some of his levels as well. So it's not like we're trying to go.
Ready.
Get ready. Dre's feeling it.
Yeah, I mean,
he's feeling it.
It's knocking on the door here.
It's trying.
Mohammed, we're still in on this, right?
Yes.
Yeah, this is good stuff.
All right.
Let's trade 19,409 in the
Getting
NQ.
nervous, Hoag?
19,000
nervous.
Formula 409.
409.
I got a feeling that the market will not do it somehow because
Ooh,
they already
that'd
did
be a
it.
good poll. Do we get
They
filled?
they already did it. The trap already done before.
Yeah.
It does look range bound right now. Lower end of the range. Look at the 5 minutes, right around 408. Upper end, yeah, 420s, 425.
Yep, we'll hold it. Some people don't like this trade. That's not so good. Who do we have?
Don't.
Cody and Dan Emmons. This trade set up on the chart. Definition of catching a falling knife. No, I don't think so.
Not really.
Then you also have
Lows.
Mash.
Not really.
You got Mash saying market order by you cheapskates.
No
Damned if
way.
you do, damned if you
But there
don't.
is, but Dolby, I think there is something we can take from this comment. If this low is broken very hard and filled you all the way, and the market go and tested the lows that has been broken already, so you should be very careful. That could be a breakout to the downside.
Yeah, you just don't know until it happens, though.
Yeah.
And if this does end up happening, it's going to happen so fast that there's not going to be time for a market order. We're just looking for a stop run down below
pretty much
92s, and they're looking for it to come right back up.
61% long in the NQ. Almost saw it get up to, here comes some buyers. Almost saw it get up to 70%.
See the
follow
5
through.
minutes.
Need the volume. Need the volume. He's laughing about Hoag. 420 last trade. Mohammed, did you know you're on tomorrow for Power Play? Mohammed, you're on Power Players tomorrow. Are you aware of this?
Yes, of course. And I'm preparing, a nice session for. I got a lot of questions in my X account asking to explain how I trade, what is the strategy, those emails on the chart. So I'll spend the power hour tomorrow, maybe explaining a bit if I have some time. So be prepared.
Absolutely
Bring
be
your
prepared.
notes.
Also, you need to be prepared, Mohammed. We're going to be joined by a special guest, everyone's fan favorite. We're going to have Manfred on as well in Power Players tomorrow. We're going to have Manfred and Mohammed for Power Players tomorrow. So everyone, make sure you tune in. Buckle up. Let's see what happens. Chop it up. And
100 tick.
Let's trade it up. Let's go.
Yeah, if I see the 100 ticks makes higher high, I might reduce my risk in this.
M&Ms, yes. M&Ms. It's going to be a dandy, Paul. Fred Mohammed, make sure you tune in. The M&Ms Power Player segment. Now we are just running in place.
We're waiting for MOC. That's really what we're waiting for.
Ooh, MOC.
330. 330 will be in MOC. You will get your target.
Okay.
We get something.
MOC. Yup. MOC in about 19 minutes ish. No, 21 minutes, I should say.
And
Eddie's
we
on.
shouldn't
What's up?
forget also that we have this FOMC on Wednesday. So the market is actually normal doing what it's doing right now.
Yeah. That's what I'm kind of thinking too. It's like, why, let's just put a stop run on the table, get back to VWAP, make everyone miserable, and back in the middle.
Yep.
Right?
Hey, Hoag, you got the Mag 7 handy by any chance? What's going on over there if you got it?
Yes.
NVIDIA.
I have at least 4 of them.
Perfect.
Let me get some different time frames on here.
Anything just in a holding pattern for the time being?
So, yeah. Once Apple's drop stopped today, it's really just been kind of a falling brick bounce. It hasn't really done much since then. Even VWAP has flattened out. NVIDIA had a big dump right on the open or right after the open, and it's really just kind of centered in that range. Tesla, everything looked like it was going through the floor early this morning, but everything just really kind of balanced out, and we're just kind of hanging in the middle of all these ranges. Very kind of similar to what we're seeing in the NASDAQ, the S&Ps. Not seeing a lot of range extension, not seeing a lot of price action in either direction. Nvidia's 116.33 right now. We've got Apple 216 and a quarter. Amazon 184, 185 right now, 227.72. And Tesla, anything else you want to look at, let me know. But those are the four that I've currently got up on this platform. Not a lot of price action. A little action earlier this morning, but things have really settled down.
Stuff. Got a question for you here, Hoag from Dumond. Dumond says, I'm fairly new to trading these markets. Can you elaborate what rollover is, please, Hoag?
Sure. So I think it's important to understand where the contract system comes from, and it comes from way back in the mid 1800s in Chicago, when pretty much everybody was harvesting grain at the same time of the year. So you would harvest your soybeans, and if you were going to try and sell them, you had a lot of competition. You'd drag it down the river or whatever and try and bring it to Chicago to sell your soybeans. The same day, pretty much everybody showed up to sell their soybeans. So there would be a large amount of soybeans to sell, and that would just cause the price to go through the floor. You'd probably end up dumping your soybeans in the river and going home without any money. The opposite, 6 months later, when all the soybeans were used up and the people that needed soybeans for their products were looking for it, the price would be exorbitant because there were no soybeans to be had. Now, there's a lot of reasons why this happened, and a lot of it has gotten better with storage and movement of grain. But they came up with the contract system so that you could plan to deliver soybeans at different times throughout the year. So when one of those contracts expires, if you still have an obligation, you're going to have to make or take delivery of those soybeans, or you can liquidate and then sell the soybeans up the street. So the contract system was created to ease seasonal price swings in agricultural commodities. Obviously, they've added a whole bunch of other things like currencies, treasuries, equities to the future space. But for that, you're looking at the delivery or acceptance of a physical commodity, at some point during that contract month. So it is a way to transfer risk and to even out, seasonal price swings in agricultural commodities. It's really one of the best ways that I can say it. So you got your equities. There's March, June, September, March.
Yep.
June, Sep, and Dece. Every 3 months, one of those contracts is going to expire. You're gonna either have to liquidate, settle in cash, or move your positions to the next month. A lot of longer time frame traders, they want to hold these positions sometimes for weeks, months, even years at a time. So they'll roll those positions into the future month. Friday, the September contract is going to expire. Any positions that remain are going to settle in cash, and then December will then become the front month.
Boom.
There's all kinds of reasons for it and all kinds of things we can talk about that we probably don't have time for right now. But just remember, it's based on being able to deliver agricultural products at different times throughout the year to even out seasonal price pressures. Hope that explains a little bit.
Nailed it, Hoag. Hell yeah, man. All right, last trade, 19,000. Yep. Yeah, 100%. He wrote the book. 19,430. Last trade. Mohammed, are so good. Mohammed long from 419.
Yeah.
Go, Dumond.
I have reduced my risk actually. Put my stop in this last swing. So I will be able maybe to join you with the flush down 90s if I see confirmation. So my stop now is 19,404. Looking for this breakout, because if there's no breakout, we will lose another opportunity to cheap short. Which, imagine that you are a seller. You are waiting and waiting and waiting, and nothing happened to you. However, if you are a buyer, you still see some hope here, and hope is the only thing that's driving everybody here. So buyers, they are hoping for the breakout more than the sellers.
Yes.
That negative delta getting a little bit antsy in the ES, I would say.
4,500 negative in the S&P delta right now.
Cool.
A little bit antsy. A little bit antsy.
Yes. Chicago accent came out there, Hoag. All right, we'll throw it to my man James. We asked you for hashtag Power Hour submissions, and lo and behold, you guys turned those around quick to us. So, James, did the people deliver or what? What do we got, James?
They delivered, and I guess you guys really missed us because you came out in full force. We got a lot of stuff to go through really quick. Some of these are also from Fast Markets, so I want to make that clear. But first of all, Andrew A., very pleased with my performance in my VIP Combine today. Didn't want to push too hard with rollover finishing, so 4 trades, locked it up. If you're struggling, never, ever give up. So
love it.
Some words of encouragement from one of our VIPs. We also have Miss Abe, a little over 1K shy of passing the 150K. Lock the account for today. Before I have a green day, go to red. That's the way to do it.
Nice job.
We got a funded trader certificate from Corit, a bit late. But when I first began, I struggled to get started. However, with the support of the coaches and the entire BCS team, I'm able to develop better habits and structure my trading business. So, hey, we love to see those funded trader certificates on social media. Keep sharing them. Keep posting them.
Awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Hero Trader. Protecting profit is important when trading. Bringing him back up to keep me accountable.
Like that. on the artillery. Absolutely.
Very nice trading setup. Yeah.
That works.
Simple but motivating.
I'm motivated. That looks amazing.
We got, really quick, another funded trader certificate from Ohm. They passed their 50K trading combine, excited for the next step in their journey. Keep going. You might get an email from Dolby one day inviting you on the TopstepTV. So keep it up.
That's a treat.
Mass Trader Rick killed it in the live session with Legion. We were up 1.4K on a fresh 50K Topstep X evaluation with a 100% win rate, trading only MNQ.
Nice.
You can see Topstep TV on there. Awesome.
Topstep TV, always watching.
Yep.
Andre, did you miss these?
Watching.
What I learned, what I analyze, what I trade. Hello. Oh my Mohammed. What are they doing to me, man? Look at this.
What did you deserve?
What did I do, man? Wow.
A little Charlie Day in the bottom slide there.
Yeah.
Good.
Man. Wow.
Don't worry, you're not the only person on the Topstep TV team to get got. Carl Hungus. Police are looking to speak with this man. Or to the NQ by mistake.
Oof.
Get him.
Our good friend JD. But that's all I got for Power Hour from our community. Thanks for submitting your stuff. If we have more time later, we got pictures of Lake Long we can share, some good stuff. But for now, I'll turn it back to you, Andre, and back to these markets.
Never give up. Never surrender.
There it is.
Ever.
There you go. Boy, that was quite a
Dorito
sell-off there
strong.
that just whacked it for a minute.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Myers came
This
in.
is 35, 36
Right,
still
right back up.
rejected.
Lower highs. This is a sleepy Dorito. What flavor is that? It's like melatonin flavored Dorito.
Are we still working those bids?
Yep.
I don't like the price there. Now.
Nope. Should we pull him?
I'm out there too.
My check market is out.
Why don't we like them anymore?
Imagine
What happened? What changed?
What changed that we are trying to do the trap earlier twice, actually 3 times. If the market goes down during this MOC, it will go very hard. You will not determine your stop loss. So I would rather wait and see what is happening there and then I can jump. I know my risk exactly how much.
Okay.
And this goes for all MOC trades. Whenever you have a trade entry at MOC, it's just gambling. It's just hoping something will happen.
Yep. Yeah, MOC in about 10 minutes. Last trade in the NQ, 19,436. Break out above these 40s. We're talking about a breakout play here, guys. Is that still? Do we still like that? What do we think?
Ooh, we gotta be so fast.
Can you believe them? I don't.
No.
I see how many times they do the breakout and come back. Do the breakout and come back. So.
I mean, if anything, it'd be risk 10 to make 10 on a short
ES.
something. Unless you
ES
think this is it.
ES on the squeeze, maybe. Hoag, what do we got? Delta was 4,500 negative.
I would prefer to go
almost
short.
4,700 negative now.
Okay.
I would look for a short around 19,465.
65.
Yeah, if I'm flat, that will be an area of interest to sell the market. 19,470, let's say 70.
70,
so
short
you can
70.
have 70, and stop loss should be above 85.
Short from 470. 85.
Because this is that was our initial range. Our initial range that we started around 80s. I mean, breakout could work. However, you cannot trust this market today.
No, not at all. It's up to no good today. I could easily see a teleportation occurring in the next 20 minutes here. I would say it's just exciting. It's definitely exciting.
Yeah, that area that you have Dolby up there is a nice short area.
Yeah, that's what you were saying, between 60 and 65. That's also where we have, we've got some 1 hour and 30-minute candle tops up there as well. Even 1 4-hour one. So there's like a lot of action up there.
Yeah.
But those higher lows. Ooh. And reversal challenge, you have to go into a trade right now. What direction are you going?
Good question. Long, he says.
Oh, what direction? Reversal challenge, you have to
Short.
go right now, long or short? Short?
Short.
Yeah. 70% long in the tilt. Average price 425. They're about 19, 20 points in the money right now. 70% long in the NQ.
I feel like it just wants to accomplish something terrible. Like go up to 470s or 480s and come back down, or go down to 380s and go back up.
Yeah, look for the
Going to
extremes.
accomplish something terrible.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's evil.
It's plotting something.
Yeah. It is. Well, it wants to go get stops. That's what it wants to do. Even what about
The market
480s?
is evil.
Watch that tilt.
Yeah.
71% long.
Mission accomplished. Taking the stops for sellers now.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, if you're long, are you happy that we just tested above 440s and walked right back down again?
Well, let's ask him. Mohammed, are you happy?
No.
Yeah. Are you happy about that?
No, it says no. Mohammed, what would make you happy? What would make you happy in this trade? 500s?
I'm happy in this trade, even if it hits my stop loss. What will make me profitable, actually, because still the trade is still on, because I cannot exit here. Maybe I can take some. However, this is not within my risk to reward parameters. I mean, I'm gaining less than what I was risking initially. So what will make me happy that we reach 19,458 or 60. So I can take out one contract and I can enjoy leaving a runner, or at least I can trail my stop after that. Because coming to MOC with full size full stop loss, I'll tell you, it's not a good idea.
Yeah. Hello was just talking about Andre. Yeah, we have negative delta in the September, but it's positive 10,000 in the Dees contract.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Okay.
So expect a trap over here. We have a run, a quick
Little
run.
teleport. Yeah.
Huh. Okay.
So do we want to try shorts at 460 then, or is it just way too much delta to the positive?
No.
Question. It's tough right now.
Actually, I would like to buy the retest.
What's the easy trade right now?
Long.
Short.
Sure.
Longs
Short.
or short? Short, yeah.
Short.
You think short's the easy one? Well, I think long's the easy one. You have so much more momentum.
We're up against the session highs. We're up pretty close to Friday's highs. But yeah, I don't see any reason to get all biffed up at the end of the day here today.
Biffed up. I like that. But it's interesting we had conflicting opinions there. I think that says everything we need to know.
Yeah.
No trade is the
Yeah,
trade.
but let's get back to the original question.
Okay.
Who is getting paid? Patients, buyers, or sellers?
Well, buyers.
Right. The easier
you
trade is
sell-
sometimes not the right side.
Yep. So the easier trade is the one that you don't need to be patient. The hard one is the one that you have to be patient with. So
Well, and longs
Which
have
one?
it. Longs seem
yeah,
to be...
the short is easier.
Yes, it is easier.
We got to pull. Long or short NQ right now.
Right now, last trade,
Right
19,444,
now.
444s. Yep.
I'm saying short.
Brooksy, easiest
I think
trade right
long's
now is to be flat. I like that,
There you go.
Brooksy.
Yeah, that's the truth. That is the
Yep.
truth.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, this is the hardest to do. It is an easy trade, but it's the hardest things to do is to be flat.
Oh, that is, absolutely.
Nailed it.
'Cause I would love
Mohammed,
to trade.
you always bring your A game, Mohammed. That's what we love about you.
Thank you very much.
Under
wait.
440, we're back within 30-minute range. And if we get back
Let's
within
not forget
30-minute
almost seeing 3
range-
minutes.
Yep.
Yeah, so I will put my stop loss at my entry, so I have no risk here.
That does make you want to buy your entry, though, Mohammed. I'll be honest. That makes you want to put 20 lot right ahead of you, because that's what happens. That's what happens, though, Dre. It's like it's going to come down. It's going to stop them out for break even. It's going to rally for 100 points.
I can get in again.
Happens every time. Every time, it seems.
Yeah, so I'm asking the market to take me out. Let's see if we close below 19,438.
38
in this candle. I will take one off.
You still running two?
Yes.
Nice. Mohammed always bringing the trades to Power Hour.
Love it.
Every time. 100% hit rate.
Mohammed, have you met Manfred yet? Guess there's no way you would have in Discord.
No. No.
Not
You're
wait.
gonna meet him tomorrow.
You are going to meet him tomorrow. Tell everybody to tune in.
Never excited more.
Oh, yeah. All right.
40
we'll see 90 seconds.
Okay. So far we are testing the highs, the previous highs. Let's see if they're successful. I doubt.
And we got boxes drawn.
Hey,
We got boxes drawn.
it's been a minute.
Nothing is.
Brooksy,
none of our boxes.
you are a
even got
funny
touched.
guy.
What did Brooksy say?
My mother always asked about.
He says his mother's always asking about Manfred.
Yeah, I don't think your mother
10
should.
seconds.
Mother shouldn't tune in tomorrow.
Yeah.
50 seconds. Yes.
I know.
We're gonna keep it
I'm
PG-13.
taking one.
Yes. Okay, Mohammed, go
I
ahead.
took one off. I took one off before MOC.
Hey Eddie, real quick, how were MOCs? How were MOCs last week? Like last 3 days? Do you remember?
Well, nothing extravagant like we've seen prior, but
okay.
I mean, we've seen Monday, Tuesday. I think Tuesday was really big, wasn't it?
Yeah, somewhere in the 4 or 5 bill. All right, 5 seconds.
I think the big players are more worried about getting a cheap roll done than anything directional at this point.
All right, coming in here right now, we've got the S&Ps, 300 million sell side. NASDAQ, 470 sell side. Dow, 232 sell side. And the Mag 7 nearly closed up on sells, 393 million sell side. So there you have it. And once again, just a reminder, these do fluctuate. I'll be watching these as we enter the close.
Thanks, Eddie.
Again, yep. 300 mil, yes, minus 470 mil, and Q minus 230 mil in the YM. All right. We just grind higher here. Let's hook Mohammed up.
Looks that the retest is successful of the range. Let's see if we get the extension of the range to the 70s.
What's that delta looking like, Hoag? They getting squeezed yet?
Yeah. Not really. Still negative 4,600 in the SEP.
Staying strong. Oh, but Dees has the positive. That's right.
Yes. 11.6.
Positive.
So,
what are they doing? They're selling SEP to buy Dees, essentially.
Well, I mean, both really. I mean, if you're long SEP, you're going to have to sell SEP, buy Ds.
Yep, there you go.
If you're short SEP, you're going to have to buy SEP, sell Ds. And that's why it tends to get so range bound during rollover, is because everybody with that position that wants to roll it over has to do it, and they have to either make money or make a lot of money or try not to lose a lot of money doing that. That's why rollover tends to be so non-directional. But the fact that it's happening during FOMC this week is throwing a horseshoe into those plans. And I think there's going to be a lot of transfer from the September to the December contract today and tomorrow. We'll take a look at that in open interest tomorrow morning.
I mean, we only moved like 10 points off of MOC.
Yeah. Hey, Hoag, quick question. When you were a broker on the floor, how much did you love roll? Be honest. When you were filling paper.
It really didn't bother me because I was always front month.
Yeah.
And then during switch day, when, like the September goes to the back month configuration and D's comes up to the front month, it was always a slower day. But if they gave me spreads, it was always fun because
spreads,
they're all
twice the commission.
All the locals were like baby robins. You could just feed them worms.
Let it rain.
Yeah.
All right, 6 minutes, 45 seconds. Mohammed, you got one on right now?
Yeah, still one. Nothing to miss in this market, actually. Don't feel bad if you are not trading.
No.
We tried.
S&P is right to session highs here.
Yep.
Negative 4,800 delta. Just took out the session high.
Maybe NQ rallies real fast. They're like a one lot in. See if we can get 480s.
We're still a long way from session high. It's not a very strong high.
Oh.
You got that going for you, but I don't know. I don't see that there's anything worth that much of a risk going on here today. At this point, of course.
There's not.
That's just me.
Very, very slow.
Yes, it was.
Very
Tomorrow, even slower and even whippier, we think.
I haven't taken a look at the calendar, but yeah,
probably.
Reason to think
As soon as we get
otherwise.
as close to Wednesday, yeah.
Yeah.
Update MOC here, 440. Sell side S&P, NASDAQ, 433. Sell side. Dow, 240 million. Sell side. And got the Mag 7 opening up just a bit here. 242 million. Sell side with about 43 million buyers still here for the Mag 7.
Hey, Eddie, real quick, what was ES latest?
Yes, it just changed again here. 137 million to the sell side.
Okay.
Right now, NASDAQ's 160 million sell side. Mag 7 only 96 million sell side. I mean, it changes.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, we have an entry long here with very tight stop. If you are interested to take it with the house account, entry
like?
19,447 right now. Stop is only 19,427, so 20 handles. This is a retest actually of.
He wants to buy 47s.
47s.
But you want to buy 47s, Mohammed, or sell 47? Sorry.
Buy at 45 actually, not 7.
See, market. That's like market.
Yeah, it is now. Yeah, as you can see my screen. This is the stop.
Okay.
Yeah, Mohammed, I like it.
What's your target for 480?
I don't know, man. Mohammed just got that in there.
Target
Making the most out of the session.
70. 65. First time. Only one?
Only one. Okay, let's do it.
Here we go. What price do we get? House account in. What do we get?
Long one. 444.
All right. House account long. One from 19,444.
Yeah, stop at 27.
Okay.
27. We got 3 minutes, 30 seconds left in the session. This is Power Hour. Slapping a trade on. Last couple minutes. Mohammed says, get long. Always back the best and the brightest that we have here on Topstep TV. Mohammed is definitely that.
Let's see if we can get a
This
sprint
is
to the
a
upside.
very nice setup for me, actually. It gave me the green candle, exactly the place that I wanted to be, and very cheap long. How can you get a cheap long here? This is the one. Because if the price gets back again to this range, you don't want to be buying more because we are back in the range.
House account working 65s, Colby?
68, 65s, yeah.
All right, here we go. At the buzzer. Speaking of at the buzzer, make sure you stay tuned in. Coach JK, Coach Paul.
We don't have time, but
we push this.
We have 3 minutes. That's plenty of time for NASDAQ.
Oh, yeah.
NASDAQ needs about 5 seconds.
Yes, it does. And house account long. Long one. NQ from 19,444. What up, Coach Jay? I see you.
Mohammed, when would you move this stop? When would you start protecting this trade when it starts going in our favor?
once we reach 65, you should not lose in this trade.
Got it.
Because you have only one contract.
Pop this, baby.
If you have two, it will take one at 65.
Cool.
Because I added one. I just added one. With
See if
you.
we get this run. Yeah, I mean, higher lows, so.
Here we go.
Need these 450s to break, though. 450s.
90 seconds.
has a roof
90
on it.
seconds.
Yeah. 52.
What's the ladder doing? We got size at 450s. Not even that much. This ladder's so thin.
Yeah.
There are single
28,
digits here in the
26.
MOC. 6 million
Really?
buy side S&P, 8 million buy side NASDAQ, 2 million buy side Mag 7, and 3 million buy side Dow.
Wow, that is.
I mean, it's moving here. It's now we're 76 million buy side Dow, 117 million sell side S&P. It's going crazy. I never saw it move like this before.
Damn. Here we go. Got stop 27s. 40 seconds. Those 60s. Let's get those 60s. One time. Here we go.
You don't want to add more at 4:30, Mohammed? And risk an extra 5 points?
No. We already done.
Go.
If we have time,
20
maybe
seconds.
shorting is.
Pop the sucker. Stop 27.
And
here we go. Hang on tight. 10 seconds. Pop it. Ooh.
Out. Out.
Here we go.
No.
Nope.
Yes. No.
No, they didn't get us yet.
No.
They didn't get us yet. They didn't get us yet. Pop it. Here we go.
Wait. I won't ring the bell yet. Hold on. I won't ring it yet. Hold on. I won't. Go.
Come on.
Okay, I gotta ring it. They're looking at me. Come on, dude.
Right.
If anybody ever did that.
Nice stop loss, actually.
Hey, not bad. Not bad. Not
Open
bad.
for 5 more seconds.
I'm out.
All right, we're out.
And we're now we're out. Okay, minus $300.
I'm out.
We tried.
$300. Okay, that was great. We just define risk. Not bad at all. That was awesome, Mohammed. We're going to see you tomorrow on Power Players with one and only Manfred. Cannot wait for that. Hoag, great job today. Dolby time. We're seeing all you guys in Wisconsin. Yes, that was a lot of fun. Anyways, I throw it to my main man, Eddie. Eddie, one hell of a Monday. Let's go. What's up, Eddie?
Yes. Well, welcome back, you guys. Good to have you back here. Full team ready to go here starting the week. Well, let's take a look and see what's going on tomorrow. Tomorrow, real quick here. 7:30, we got core retail sales, retail control. The retail sales, that's going to be a big number here at 7:30 tomorrow. So get your ass out of bed early. Get yourself a nice breakfast. Get ready for the trade day. Our red book at 7:55. We also do have industrial production. Another could be a bigger number. That's at 8:15. Scrolling down here, we do have business inventories at 9 o'clock. Fed Logan will be speaking. Yes, Wolverine will be here at 9 o'clock speaking. We also do have the retail inventories 9 o'clock. Hold on a second. Don't go anywhere. There's lots more. We've not too much more. 12 o'clock, we got the 20-year bond auction. And later in that day, API weekly crude stock. Okay. And seeing what we've got here for tomorrow, scheduled for Tuesday. Let's see here. We've got, where are we here? Here we are. Okay. For the 17th, tomorrow's going to be the 17th here. Join us at 8 o'clock early for opening call. We're going to have Rips join us. Coach Dakota Rips, we're going to have at in Fast Markets. Like Andre has been talking about Mohammed and Manfred K. Jack and Mick. Shoulder tap. Sean Sawyer going to join us at the 1 o'clock. We got Jared J. also for the 2 o'clock. And my friends, do not forget about coming up here in just a few minutes. We do have our At the Bell with Coach Jay. And remember tonight also 7:30, Slow Markets with Coach Dakota. And early morning tomorrow, we got opening London Open with Deanna. That's going to be at 3:30 a.m. Central Time. So we got Coach Dakota coming up here tonight, Dakota a little later. Don't forget about also Coach Ray at 6 o'clock in the Discord channel. Coach Vince also 7 o'clock in the Discord channel. And then you kick it in and tell you education around the clock. So now is your time. Go relax, re-energize, get ready for tomorrow. Okay. Stay safe, stay healthy, and have a fantastic rest of your day. Until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV. Take care.